and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
We have 61 mystery bounty hunter envelopes, and one of them has 300 million Vietnam dong.
APT 越南岘港站究竟谁可以拿下最高的神秘赏金呢
Let's go bounty hunting! Down to our final table of the mystery bounty hunter. On win all in for her tournament life here against Deng Zhiwen of China. Needs to find a 4 or a 5 or an ace to chop, and that's not going to be it. And that's going to be a good game for On Win. And Deng Zhiwen is our champion of the mystery bounty event.
恭喜冠军邓志文，来自中国，可以跟大家分享一下你现在的心情吗？
我是第一次参加国外的比赛，第二天越南站这个 APT 给我的体验非常好。我在国外的话拿过3个边赛冠军，这个是我国外的第一个复赛冠军啊！希望我未来的主赛能取得好成绩。
让我们再一次恭喜 APT 岘港站神秘赏金猎人赛冠军来自中国邓志文，恭喜！
Make sure you like and subscribe, and for more information about the APT, please go to apt.poker. Bye bye! It's day 2 of APT Da Nang, and we have our final table of the Kickoff event. 317 entries, 2.7 billion VND in the prize pool, 545 million up top, and only 9 players left. That's a good game for Boone from Malaysia, placing 4th. Good game for Vietnam's round as we're now heads up here in the Kickoff tournament. Going through all in for his tournament life here on the turn as the river comes. An ace of hearts, and that's going to be a good game for Don Yong Fu and Kian Chan. Congratulations, Mr. Chan of Singapore, for winning the Kickoff event, the very first event of the series. What are you going to do for the rest of the series, Mr. Chan?
I want to play. I like playing. That's why I'm here.
If you want to join in on the fun, folks, it's happening here in Da Nang. So go to apt.poker for more information. I'm playing a poker tournament here at the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm buying in for $6 million. Did I say dollars? I meant Vietnamese dong. I'm playing one of the nightly turbos, just one of 61 different events happening here at the Summer Series in Da Nang, Vietnam by the Asian Poker Tour. So let's get right into the action and let's buy in. 1 turbo, please. Thanks, Dad. 20k starting stack, 15-minute levels. It's level 1, and I've got 20k chips. Come on. Hi. I'm still alive, though. Still alive.
start of level 7, 18,500 in chips.
Level 8, last level before late reg ends, 15,000 in chips, 15 big blinds, staying alive.
Ace Jack offsuit versus Ace 5.
Need to hit a 2 or a 5.
And winner winner chicken dinner for me.
It's level 9, late reg is over, no more rebuys, and I have 24,000 in chips. I'm over starting stack.
Give me the 5 or the 6. Please, Daddy, please.
Christy, we're alive! We still have chips left. It's the spot to start, level 10, and we have 5,500 chips. We have 2.5 big blinds. Okay, that's a good flop for me. Just need to dodge a 10. And that's a good river for me. Double up, here we go. It's level 11. I have like 12,000 chips, so I have four big blinds. That's a great turn. Pick up the flush draw too. Ripper! Still alive, baby. Final 2 tables, top 18. 11 more till the money. 8s versus ace 9 for my tournament life. Flop comes 8. But I need to dodge the open-ended straight draw. Turn is good. Well, it's a lion today. It wasn't meant to be. But I had a great time. I placed 17th out of 53 people. I was in for 12 million. The Vietnamese dong out for 0. But hey, I had a great time. If you want to have a great time with me here in Da Nang in Vietnam with the APT Summer Series, please go to apt.poker for more information. And we'll see you here in Da Nang.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello, Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good. So good.
Well, how have you enjoyed Da Nang so far?
Danang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing. I take players to lunch. But since we're in this gorgeous Da Nang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this drama is just really beautiful.
beautiful. キラキラしてます.
Yeah, like you look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a cold drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい.
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダー.
Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい.
Like fly way up there?
Yes, yes, yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go. Hello. Are you ready? Okay.
Players are competitive in nature, so today we race.
Race.
I'll beat you.
Very easy. Yeah. あー、楽しい。乾杯。
So are you going to Incheon?
Yes. インチョンも行きます。
I think a lot of Japanese like to go to Incheon, to Korea, right?
Yes. やっぱり APT がアジア最大のトーナメント、一番大きいトーナメントで、こう日本でたくさんポーカーをやってる人はやっぱり次のステップとしてこう海外でトロフィー、タイトルが欲しいっていう人はすごく多い。でその中で韓国はなんか私たち日本人にとってすごく身近な国、楽しい、食べ物も美味しいし、近い、飛行機もちょっとでいいから初めての海外旅行、海外トーナメントにインチョン選ぶ人はすごく多いから、それが理由だと思います。私も初めての海外トーナメントは APT インチョン。
Well, I had a lot of fun today.
Yes.
And I hope to see you in Incheon.
Yes.
Incheon.
インチョン、トロフィー。
Welcome to the final table of the Superstar Challenge. Here's what went down.
Ge Yingrui all in for his tournament life with Queen 10 of clubs. And that's going to be a good game there for Ge Yingrui of China out in 9th place. As flop comes, and Chun Yuhang of China out in 8th place. And that's going to be a good game for Quang Win Trung of Vietnam placing 7th. Martin Garrett of the Netherlands out in 6th place. That's going to be a good game for Alan Pham from Australia out in 5th place. Chiu Qian of China out in 4th place. And Remy Florent out in 3rd. Which means we're now down to heads up. Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia versus Bank from Thailand. Even stacks here, but both players all in. Bank with the ace-3 offsuit versus Josh McCulley's ace-jack offsuit. Flop comes 7-8, 9 ace-jack holding. Turn Queen of Hearts. River 5 of clubs. Josh McCulley wins his hand. And that is going to be a good game from Bank of Thailand. And Josh McCulley of Australia is our winner for the Superstar Challenge.
It was an interesting final table. Came in mostly short, and I was pretty fortunate to squeeze in. And yeah, good experience.
Because he is superstar, so he deserves it.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to learn more about the APT, please go to apt.poker. Elfin, what animal are you when you play poker?
我觉得我是兔子，因为很多想法都会在我的脑海里跳来跳去。
And Usako, what animal are you when you play poker?
ハムスター。
Why?
怖いけど勝ちたい。
And obviously, I'm a fish. What animal are you when you play poker?
Like a tiger, I guess.
Why a tiger?
I don't know. I have agra style, but I guess capybara, if you know what is it.
Yeah, they're very friendly too.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a tiger, a bit of a capybara.
Yeah.
He's a lion. What kind of animal are you?
Fish?
What kind of fish?
Nemo.
Nemo clownfish.
Yeah.
あなたがポーカーをプレイするとき、自分は動物に例えるとしたら何ですか？
タイガーで。
その理由は？
アグレッションが高いから。
キリン？
それはなぜですか？
高いところから全体を見下ろしながらむしゃむしゃ草を食べるから。
なるほど。
馬ですかね。
それはなぜですか？
冷静なんですけれども、攻めるときは攻めるというところですかね。
かっこいい、ありがとうございます。
李松型会让你联想到什么动物呢？
猴子吧。
动物鱼吧。
为什么？
因为我就很女啊。
我应该也是鱼吧？为什么？跟他一样。谢谢。
Victor Chong, special advisor of the Asian Poker Tour. What kind of animal are you?
Oh, this is easy.
Wilhelm made this description a long time ago. Eagle.
Your winnings just soar, keep going on up.
That makes sense, yeah, definitely.
The Son Goku, because they got like the power. When they make the power, they can, wow, so powerful.
So when you play poker, you're very powerful.
Yeah, very powerful.
Powerful. 就像哪种动物啊？就像一条鱼吧。
为什么？
啊，因为打得不好啊，所以像一条鱼啊。对。
OK 啊，谢谢。
We have 61 mystery bounty hunter envelopes, and one of them has 300 million Vietnam dong.
APT 越南岘港站究竟谁可以拿下最高的神秘赏金呢
Let's go bounty hunting! Down to our final table of the mystery bounty hunter. An Win all in for her tournament life here against Deng Zhiwen of China. Needs to find a 4 or a 5 or an ace to chop, and that's not going to be it. And that's going to be a good game for An Win. And Deng Zhiwen is our champion of the mystery bounty event.
恭喜冠军邓志文，来自中国，可以跟大家分享一下你现在的心情吗？
我是第一次参加国外的比赛，第2天越南站这个 APT 给我的体验非常好。我在国外的话拿过3个边赛冠军，这个是我国外的第1个复赛冠军啊！希望我未来的主赛能取得好成绩。
让我们再一次恭喜 APT 岘港站神秘赏金猎人赛冠军来自中国邓志文，恭喜！
Make sure you like and subscribe, and for more information about the APT, please go to apt.poker. Bye-bye! It's day 2 of APT Da Nang, and we have our final table of the Kickoff event. 317 entries, 2.7 billion VND in the prize pool, 545 million up top, and only 9 players left. That was a good game for Boone from Malaysia, placing 4th. Good game for Vietnam's round as we're now heads up here in the Kickoff tournament. Yong Fu all in for his tournament life here on the turn as the river comes. An ace of hearts, and that's going to be a good game for Don Yong Fu and Kian Chan. And congratulations, Mr. Chan of Singapore, for winning the Kickoff event, the very first event of the series. What are you going to do for the rest of the series, Mr. Chan?
I'm going to play. I like playing. That's why I'm here.
If you want to join in on the fun, folks, it's happening here in Da Nang. So go to apt.poker for more information. I'm playing a poker tournament here at the Asian Poker Tour, and I'm buying in for $6 million. Did I say dollars? I meant Vietnamese dong. I'm playing one of the nightly turbos, just one of 61 different events happening here at the Summer Series in Da Nang, Vietnam by the Asian Poker Tour. So let's get right into the action and let's buy in. 1 turbo, please. Thanks, Dad. 20K starting stack, 15-minute levels. It's level 1, and I've got 20K chips. Come on. Hi. I'm still alive, though. Still alive.
start of level 7, 18,500 in chips. Level 8, last level before late reg ends, 15,000 in chips, 15 big blinds, staying alive. Ace Jack offsuit versus Ace 5. Need to hit a 2 or a 5. And winner, winner, chicken dinner for me. It's level 9, late reg is over, no more rebuys, and I have 24,000 in chips. I'm over starting stack. Give me the 5 or the 6. Please, Daddy, please. Christy, we're alive. We still have chips left. It's the spot to start level 10, and we have 5,500 chips. We have 2.5 big blinds. Okay, that's a good flop for me. Just need to dodge a 10. And that's a good river for me. Double up, here we go. It's level 11. I have like 12,000 chips, so I have four big blinds. That's a great turn. Pick up the flush draw too. Riba! Still alive, baby. Final 2 tables, top 18. 11 more till the money. 8s versus Ace 9 for my tournament life. Flop comes 8. But I need to dodge the open-ended straight draw. Turn is good. Well, Little Lion, today it wasn't meant to be. But I had a great time. I placed 17th out of 53 people. I was in for 12 million. The Vietnamese dong out for 0. But hey, I had a great time. If you want to have a great time with me here in Da Nang in Vietnam with the APT Summer Series, please go to apt.poker for more information. And we'll see you here in Da Nang.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello, Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good. So good.
Well, how have you enjoyed Da Nang so far?
Da Nang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing, I take players to lunch, but since we're in this gorgeous Da Nang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this barometer is just really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます.
Yeah, like you look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a cold drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい。
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダ
ー。Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい。
Like fly way up there?
Yes, yes, yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go! Hello.
Are you ready?
Okay!
Poker players are competitive in nature, so today we race.
Race.
I'll beat you.
Very easy. Yeah. あー、楽しい。
乾杯。
So are you going to Incheon?
Yes. インチョンも行きます。
I think a lot of Japanese like to go to Incheon, to Korea, right?
Yes. やっぱり APT がアジア最大のトーナメント、一番大きいトーナメントで、こう日本でたくさんポーカーをやってる人はやっぱり次のステップとしてこう海外でトロフィー、タイトルが欲しいっていう人はすごく多い。でその中で韓国はなんか私たち日本人にとってすごく身近な国、楽しい、食べ物も美味しいし、近い、飛行機もちょっとでいいから初めての海外旅行、海外トーナメントにインチョン選ぶ人はすごく多いから、それが理由だと思います。私も初めての海外トーナメントは APT インチョン。
Well, I had a lot of fun today.
Yes.
And I hope to see you in Incheon.
Yes.
Incheon.
Incheon.
Welcome to the final table of the Superstar Challenge. Here's what went down. Ge Ying-rui all in for his tournament life with Queen 10 of clubs. And that's going to be a good game there for Ge Ying-rui of China out in 9th place. As flop comes, and Chun Yu-hung of China out in 8th place. And that's going to be a good game for Quan Win Trung of Vietnam placing 7th. Martin Garrett of the Netherlands out in 6th place. That's going to be a good game for Alan Pham from Australia out in 5th place. Chiu Qian of China out in 4th place. And Remy Florent out in 3rd. Which means we're now down to heads up. Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia versus Bank from Thailand. Even stacks here, but both players all in. Bank with the ace-3 offsuit versus Josh McCulley's ace-jack offsuit. Flop comes 7-8, 9 ace-jack holding. Turn Queen of Hearts. River 5 of clubs. Josh McCulley wins his hand. And that is going to be a good game from Bank of Thailand. And Josh McCulley of Australia is our winner for the Superstar Challenge.
It was an interesting final table. Came in mostly short, and I was pretty fortunate to squeeze in, and yeah, good experience.
Because he is superstar, so he deserves it.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to learn more about the APT, please go to apt.poker. Elfin, what animal are you when you play poker?
我觉得我是兔子，因为很多想法都会在我的脑海里跳来跳去。
And Usako, what animal are you when you play poker?
Hamster.
Why?
怖いけど勝ちたい。
And obviously, I'm a fish. What animal are you when you play poker?
Like a tiger, I guess.
Why a tiger?
I don't know. I have aggro style, but I guess capybara, if you know what it is.
Yeah, they're very friendly too.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a tiger, a bit of a capybara.
Yeah.
He's a lion. What kind of animal are you?
Fish?
What kind of fish?
Nemo.
Nemo clownfish.
Yeah.
あなたがポーカーをプレイするとき、自分は動物に例えるとしたら何ですか？
タイガーで。
その理由は？
アグレッションが高いから。
キリン？
それはなぜですか？
高いところから全体を見下ろしながらむしゃむしゃ草を食べるから。
なるほど。
馬ですかね。
それはなぜですか？
冷静なんですけれども、攻めるときは攻めるというところですかね。
かっこいい、ありがとうございます。
李宗醒会让你联想到什么动物呢？
猴子吧。
动物鱼吧。
为什么？
因为我就很女啊。
我应该也是鱼吧？为什么？跟他一样。谢谢。
Victor Chong, special advisor of the Asian Poker Tour. What kind of animal are you?
Oh, this is easy. Phil Hellmuth made this description a long time ago. Eagle.
Your winnings just soar, keep going on up.
That makes sense, yeah. Definitely.
The Songoku, because they got like the power. When they make the power, they can wow, so powerful.
So when you play poker, you're very powerful.
Yeah, very powerful.
Powerful. 就像哪种动物啊？就像一条鱼吧。
为什么
啊，因为打得不好啊，所以像一条鱼啊。对。
？OK 啊，谢谢。
We have 61 mystery bounty hunter envelopes, and one of them has 300 million Vietnam dong.
APT 越南岘港站究竟谁可以拿下最高的神秘赏金呢
Let's go bounty hunting!
Down to our final table of the mystery bounty hunter. An-Win all in for her tournament life here against Deng Zhiwen of China. Needs to find a 4 or a 5 or an ace to chop, and that's not going to be it. And that's going to be a good game for An-Win. And Deng Zhiwen is our champion of the mystery bounty event.
恭喜冠军邓志文，来自中国，可以跟大家分享一下你现在的心情吗？
我是第一次参加国外的比赛，第2天越南站这个。
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
A very warm welcome to the coverage of the main event here at the APT in Da Nang, Vietnam. We are covering day 3 of the action today, starting off with 48 players, all of whom are in the money already, have doubled their investment into the main event, but they're looking to work their way all the way to the top for that top prize of 3.9 billion Vietnamese dong. That's good for over 165,000 US dollars. Absolutely incredible stakes here as they play down to the final table today. My name is Vidar Singh. I am here to welcome you to the coverage of the APT here in Da Nang. We are at the end of our summer series tour. Main event coverage going all the way to the winner tomorrow and the high roller. I'm joined, of course, by my friend and partner in crime, Stephen Lai. How are you doing today, Stephen?
Good morning or good afternoon, Vidu. I don't quite know, but I'm looking forward to another long day of exciting poker action.
Yeah, if I could recap what we went through yesterday, it was 4 feature tables that we covered one after the other. Got to meet maybe 36 or so players along the way, and it was an incredible journey. Every table so different from the other. Lots of amateurs as well, which makes for unpredictable poker. Lots of regs, as we call them, or sharks, making for solid fundamental poker. But today we're down to the final 48. Now, the chances are people here know what they're doing, and it's going to be an exciting day of good poker action.
As they say, it's business time.
And of course, I should remind people that they're all guaranteed at least $3,250 already. This is, of course, on a buy-in of about $1,500. That's 35 million Vietnamese dong. And as we love to say, we are crowning 5 billionaires today. First through 5 plays of the top, at the top rather, get paid at least 1 billion VND. 5th place, 1 billion, good for $42,000. But of course, all to play for. 3.9 billion up at the top, $168,000. This is not jump change. This is life-changing money, particularly here in Asia, don't you think?
Oh, it's amazing. And I see already in the in our YouTube chat that there are people cheering on their favorites. Josh McCauley from Australia, someone is already saying, "Let's go, Josh." Wow, he was the high roller winner earlier in the series, and he is still in for a shout.
Well,
so
he's
from 675 entries, we have played down to 48, and the average stack is 561,000. And I think we are playing. What level are we at right now? 20,000 right now? Is that right?
Level 21 is where we kick off, and I do believe Josh McCauley might be on the very first feature table today. We will keep rotating. We will, in fact, show the outside tables as well. And there we see the beautiful Lions, the trophy. The one on the left is the main event trophy. This is all to play for today. Look at that glorious piece. That's the one you want on your mantelpiece. The APT New Era trophy here to be given out at the summer series. It's been an incredible summer. Stephen, I had the pleasure of covering our event in Hanoi with you as well, wrapping up the summer series here in Da Nang. And of course, the crown jewel of the APT Tour coming up, APT Incheon, starting August 25th. That's in South Korea. It's going to be an incredible time. The main event alone guaranteed for 1 million US dollars. That exceeds even the prize pool that we smashed the guarantee of here in Da Nang, totaling about 900,000 US dollars. 1 million is the guarantee, and I hope we smash that as well in Korea. So anybody listening, make sure you join us in South Korea, APT Incheon. Go to apt.poker to find out all the details, and I will be seeing you, Stephen, in Korea as well.
Oh, I very much hope so. But before we look forward to South Korea, we have a more urgent matter, which is the TV table of the main event on day 3. I see Peter from, is it Norway or Sweden? Probably
Sweden, I
Norway.
believe.
Sweden,
Daniel,
is it? Okay.
He might go by Daniel, by the way. We'll figure it out. But Daniel,
is it Daniel?
Brugman.
Okay.
Very, very solid table presence from Sweden.
I remember him from yesterday. And also the chip leader from Thailand yesterday. Another very short-haired person.
Indeed, that is Champon, I believe, from Thailand. And that's the beauty of covering day 2, isn't it, Stephen? We get to meet so many faces, and we can almost form the storylines of the tournament by the time we get down to day 3 and eventually the final table.
Well, don't you remember we were quite impressed by several players? I think one of them have made it through to day 3, which is Nevin from Taiwan. Hopefully we'll see him in action in the not so distant future.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're looking at 48 players. We will, of course, be playing down to the final table today. I do expect it's going to be a grind, and I mean that in the best way possible. It's all to play for, as I said. 48th place, good for 3,250, already locked up. The ladders start getting serious. The final table, 9th place guaranteeing $13.6 thousand, all to play for, of course, 165,000 USD up top. As we kick off the action, the players really look focused and ready to go, each and every one of them. As you mentioned, we were impressed with some of the players we saw on multiple feature tables on day 2. Some familiar faces on this table as well. And mind you, we've moved some of the outer tables to be right next to the action here at the lovely Ariyana Convention Center in Da Nang. So we'll be able to get some of the outer table coverage as well in case anything exciting happens, especially as we get down to the final 2 or 3 tables.
Well, as we see our first flop of the day, it comes King 9-5. The aggressor from the button has hit middle pair versus the big blind's bottom pair. So after a long day of poker, I think the players we are watching here are looking surprisingly fresh.
Absolutely. I wonder if they made it to the players' party yesterday to celebrate making it down to the final 48.
Well, I heard that you did, right?
Barely. I just made my fashionably late entry. Shook some hands, kissed some babies. Is that what they do? Yeah, that's what they do.
Or
right?
if you're Joe Biden, yes.
Exactly. Okay, there we go.
Sorry.
Kissed some hands, shook some babies, and
very good.
No, it was actually very cool because it was at essentially a beach club right next to the water at night. Cool. DJ, drinks, APT parties, getting more and more legendary with every stop.
Does the temperature drop at all at night at Danang, or does it stay quite warm?
I have to say it's actually perfect at night. Arguably a little bit warm in the day, but get next to the water at night. You have maybe a chilled Corona in your hand, and you're good to go.
Sounds like a dream destination.
Trips, by the way, for the player on the button. Win Hugh, betting for value, and Brugman. Very short stack, 10 BBs. He always takes his time. He's perhaps the most well-balanced on timing tells there is. I mean, that's a sign of a tough, focused player. Just takes perhaps literally exactly the same amount of time with every decision. Makes the right one here, lets it go.
So players are making their way slowly, not wanting to miss too many hands.
Yeah, I believe
onto the tables.
We had a late entry we just saw on the screen, and this is exactly what I did at the players' party. You know, just missed one hand, didn't make too much difference. Now he's ready to go.
Very good, very good, very good. So, what did you go for a little lunch before you came into the recording booth?
To be honest, I had too much sleep to catch up on. That's okay. This is 12:35 p.m. local time, which is actually a perfect time to kick off for these players. But we'll grab some snacks along the way. Should be a fun time. I do suspect it's going to be... I mentioned the word grind. I, of course, meant that in the best way possible, the way poker players say grind. It is going to be a very serious few hours, if not more, as we make our way to the final table. This is very high stakes. It's not every day you find yourself on the final few tables of the APT main event. I suspect each of these players understands what's at stake.
Well, is the oft repeated top prize for almost 4 billion Vietnamese dong.
And of course, that
sounds
lovely
like
trophy.
a lot, doesn't it? It is a lot, actually. 4 billion dong. You know, it's about 180,000, is it? US dollars?
165, 68, give or take, depending on the day, I suppose. But it is a lot. And of course, we have created the biggest prize pool for any APT event in Vietnam, which is an amazing achievement. Looking at the action here, by the way, Ruckman finds pocket fives, goes all in from the small blind against the under the gun open, I suppose, of the mystery hand from Josh McCulley is what he goes by. And clearly he's considering a call. Are you surprised by the jam there against the under the gun open?
10 big blinds. What could you do? Is either fold or a jam. So he decided to gamble it up. I can understand his thinking. I don't think it's the optimal play personally. But I can see why he wants to do it.
Makes the call. Showdown time.
I think on a lot of players' minds, you know, with 10 big blinds and so many other events to play, might as well give it a go. You know, you're unlikely to...
There we go.
Oh, same hand.
When they were laughing, I thought that might be the case, but the chances of the same pocket pair is very, very slim, of course. Okay, chop it up. No opportunities for pain with some sort of a flush.
Go on, hit it straight. Oh, two pair. As the lyrics goes, no alarms and no surprises.
Open rejam call. It's pretty hard to have fives.
Indeed.
It's actually pretty hard to call. Yes, it's true. It's actually true. He almost had his chop equity denied.
Josh McCulley, you mentioned, coming in third in the super high roller. Very prestigious event. Or was it second?
No, he came first. I think he shipped the high roller, didn't he?
Oh, wow. Did not realize that.
Yeah.
Running hot.
Well, let's see whether he can continue the hot run. And we welcome the viewers on YouTube from all around the world. Keep the comment section alive for us. We will interact with you. We look forward to interacting with you. With one eye on the action and another talking to you boys and girls around the world. 2 high rollers. There you go. Not just one. Back to back. Wow. Running hot. So Justin, our researcher, our resident researcher, is telling us McCauley was third in the super high roller, won the Superstar Challenge and the Bounty High Roller. That's a fruitful trip for Mr. McCauley.
To say the least.
And no doubt he had a bit of a good time at the players' party last night too, being Australian.
Reasonable guess, although we might be stereotyping here. I do not remember seeing him, but very, very likely the case.
Or as they call themselves, Australian.
Where's Greg?
That's
goes
my-
all in the booth when you need him.
That's my pathetic attempt at the Australian accent.
Greg does a great Australian accent. He apparently was a kids presenter in an Australian accent in a different life.
Oh, good day. Good day, Greg.
Lee has raised it up, perhaps the most impressive presence from all of day 2 coverage. Played the bubble to perfection. He was not even the biggest stack, as he is not today on this table as well. Raising it up, ace queen off under the gun. Absolutely abused the bubble the way one is supposed to when you have a healthy stack. Getting folds left and right, making speculative calls, and maybe the most iconic hand from day 2. Getting aces to limp behind him. Firing with air into 3 players on the flop on the stone bubble of the main event. And getting aces to fold, getting 2 overs and a flush draw to fold like a boss.
If I may chip in there, I think it was a check around flop and then firing on the turn.
True,
if I'm
true. Yeah.
not mistaken, yeah.
Correct.
Which is even crazier. Considering aces had position. Aces checked the flop on a 5-5-6 flop with a flush draw. And then just simply gave up the turn.
I'm sure our content team is going to have fun with that one over the course of today. But look at this situation brewing. Josh McCulley, or perhaps he goes by Joshua, I'll go with McCulley here, calls from the small blind with pocket 9s, and Pichai wakes up with pocket kings in the big blind, a dream situation, and Lee does not seem ready to give this up.
So this man, Pichai, as I call him, Picture, he was playing the, well, maybe he was playing, well, at least someone with the same name was playing the Natural 8 Thai exclusive event. I think it's him. It was 6-6-5, was it? Sorry about that. Okay, it was a 6-6-5 flop.
Wow.
Of course, we're referring to the
Lee
aces hand.
takes the spot, and he's going to get the bad news from the king. Surely one of the most solid players from yesterday's coverage is going to be at risk. Quick call there. Kings versus ace queen. We are off to some serious action already. All in for Lee.
Lee at risk with ace queen. We're looking for 3 outs against the pocket kings of Picture. No help at all. Perhaps a backdoor heart draw. No help. Down to 3 outs on the river, 7%. Did make it the first elimination of the TV table today. Lee from South Korea.
GG, sir. The counter updates immediately, 47 remaining.
I don't think you can do much about ace queen with about 20 bigs. Pretty much gamble time.
I think, Stephen, he might have had more than 30 bigs. And as a result, I'm not too sure about that situation. I mean, it was a squeeze from the big blind, but especially on a table like this at the start of the day, I would give it a lot of credit. I suspect ace queen is flipping at best.
Well, I can see your point there, especially against someone like Pichai, or I call him Picture. It's just more kind of like a gambling kind of nickname. He did come across during the stream to be more of a recreational player. So when someone is really putting that much pressure on you, second hand of the day, third hand of the day, maybe you could consider a fold. I don't know. But standard, you know, if I wasn't mistaken, it was, if I'm not mistaken, I think he had 25 big blinds, and you can't really give up against a, you know, where you play normally against a big blind squeeze. Daniel from Sweden, looking as stern as always. He's got a bit of a Patrick Antonius vibe about him.
Starting in about 15 minutes, featuring 50 million wide in 100K starting stack.
Stephen, we've had 2 all-ins already. 5s v 5s, kings v ace queen. Is this the kind of table we're in for?
15 minutes.
Justin in chat, thank you for letting us knowing that nearly half of the remaining field are recreationals. 19 off the top 48 have less than $10,000 in live tournament earnings. Could be, of course, online players as well. Let's not discount that, but seems like a good mix, and that's exactly the kind of ratio I would expect in a main event. That's what the main event is all about. If you bink it...
Well, as we said earlier, as we said yesterday, you know, the poker boom during COVID has created a lot of online players who are trying their luck for the first time in live events. You know, we shouldn't dismiss their poker ability just because Hendon Mob doesn't say so.
Action board here, by the way. Middle pair for Viet. And the chip leader with 1.3 million in chips has a flush draw and immediately puts his opponent all in. Those green chips are 25,000 apiece, by the way. How's that for a spot?
Difficult with middle pair and, you know, average kicker. You could even be losing to King Queen.
Would be surprising for King Queen to play this way. Obviously aces play this way, but I have to say the sizing, the speed of the bet, if ever your opponent wanted to make it look like he had a flush draw, from a live tells perspective, that might be it. The quick jam. He is the chip leader, of course, but makes it work. The rich get richer. Champon gonna stack his chips. Something he's surely used to over the course of this tournament so far.
Well, you know, we did watch 2 hours worth of his play yesterday, Champon, and you know, he was just betting really fast all the time. He was definitely a think fast, act fast kind of player. I love his Buddha-like ears. The ears are really cool. I like the looks of him.
That's not
He's got a very lucky face.
Not
Sorry, say it again?
That's not a sentence I've ever said in my life, I think.
Wow,
Those
there you
ears
go.
are very cool.
Have you not been to Disneyland?
Okay. Nicely done.
Thank you.
Of course, if you are following...
There's some players who do have lucky faces. I think Champon has a lucky face, for sure.
I was just about to say, if anybody in the audience is following any of the players out in the field, you can of course go to apt.poker, follow the live reporting. The team does a fantastic job making sure they cover the outer tables, covering all the big hands. You will see those live updates. The feature table, of course, on a 30-minute delay. There should not be any spoilers for the feature table in those live updates. If you're following anybody on the feature table, friends and family perhaps, stick around with us. It's going to be a fun time.
And we welcome the 71 viewers on the stream right now. Like I said earlier, we are here to entertain. We are here to bring you the slightly delayed action from the TV table, as well as interacting with you. So do leave us a comment. Any questions you want to ask, anything you want to know about the Asian Poker Tour, or anything you want to know about us. Don't be shy. Leave us a comment.
I'm an open book. Only on stream, though. So this is your chance.
I don't know how to interpret that statement.
Brogman from Sweden, the man on the left of the frame at the moment. Perhaps the most stoic presence on this table. Has found himself all in a couple of times, grinding up that short stack. Seems to know exactly what to do in most stack depths and clearly not afraid to go for it. That jam from the small blind with pocket fives seems to suggest he's willing to gamble and knows the mission today. Certainly not to ladder a few places. Wants to build a stack, spin it up. How's that for unorthodox? Ace-king off, flatting on the button, letting in the 8 deuce from the big blind. That is very ambitious. 8 deuce off. I suppose the folding range is down to just 7 deuce then? Kitazato from Japan.
Ooh, bloodshed. Josh McCulley's hit his top pair with a backdoor flush draw. Both the button and the big blind are...
What is up with players' radars here?
very disguised. Oh, there you go.
First jump on just flat from the button, which of course is one of the many unorthodox and unpredictable plays he's made over the course of this tournament. Then McCulley's radar seems to be on point as well. Clearly decides to check call here with his ace deuce. Thanks to the kicker. Wants to realize his equity with the backdoor flush draw as well, I'm sure. No backdoors. McCulley's in rough shape here. Needs to hit a deuce.
McCulley was doing the absolutely right thing because he was the original aggressor from the hijack position. And he couldn't, you know, on an ace high board, he should check some of his aces, some of his weaker aces. An ace deuce is an exact combo. Disguising that top pair, you know, representing maybe a weaker holding, like a, you know, sometimes pocket 10s, pocket 9s, or some, oh, no, pocket 8s, something like that. And now can bet the river, extracting maximum value from a queen.
Well, let's not forget to mention that Champon checked back on the turn with top pair, top kicker, the disguised top pair, top kicker. Extremely unorthodox play, but last time round we saw him do something like this. He actually raised the river. This time he just calls and is going to show down the ace-king. I think the whole table should be pretty shocked to see that hand. And they should realize they aren't dealing with no ordinary Joe here.
He is like a human randomizer. And it worked. So, you know, whatever works in poker.
Those towers in front of the chip leader. Greens, 25,000 in chips. A little bit hurting. I don't think those are stacks of 20s yet. He has about 1.5 million in chips. The blues, 5,000. The yellows, 1,000. 1,000 starting to look like loose change pretty quickly. 6K, 12K are the blinds. Mystery hand. 19K call in the small blind. I'm a little suspicious. He is the man we just saw call 8 deuce off in the big blind. Clearly his range can be pretty loose if the hand remains a mystery.
Yeah, put your hands on the sensor, come on. Put your card on the sensor. Oh, wow, Daniel. 8-6 off from the big blind.
Getting the odds to hit a monster. That is not a monster. Pretty good though for the pre-flop aggressor. Top pair for Joshua McCulley.
But we don't know what Kitazato. We don't know what he has just yet. But probably top pair is more than adequate at this point in time. Oh, perhaps he has hit a jack. From the small blind, if he has hit the jack, then Josh could be in bad shape. It's either 10 jack or king jack or ace jack for... Oh, 10 jack gets there. Another check from the Japanese player from the small blind.
This is fun. We get to play along as though we're Joshua McCulley. What do you do here against the mystery hand?
So 10 jack is right there in his range. I am predicting 10 jack. How about you?
I don't know if I'd narrow it down that much, but yeah, surely a jack. Going for value here, by the way. Could have something like an 8-7 as well. Let's not forget he had a very, very wide range in the big blind, so I suppose that applies to the small blind as well. Could be pretty nutted.
Okay, I am sticking my neck out and say 10 jack.
Lines about to go up. Round 21. 8,000, 16,000. Lines are up, guys. For the main event.
Whatever it is.
8,000, 16,000.
King 10. I am overestimating everyone. Once again. So a gut shot on the flop. Hit his 10 on the turn. And then taking a stab at the river. It's very hard for Josh to fold that queen jack there on the river. So there you go. A nice little pot for Josh McCulley from Australia.
All right, 1 minute before start time, high roller single day. 1 minute. 1 minute to get in and avail of the 50% discount of the entry fee just by starting on time in all our high rollers events.
Action is folded to the button. Kitsato Yohei raises up to 32,000, which is 2 big blinds, with king 7 off.
Mystery hand again. From someone who, first of all, could just be balancing timing. Goes all in, 7 big blinds, never afraid to get it all in from the blinds or really anywhere.
Right, cards out there, high roller single day.
He's picked a good spot.
400 anti.
Kitazato is opening very, very light. Should let this one go. Great timing there.
And discount on today's
Excellent pickup.
Up to 12 bigs now, thanks to that glorious 3-bet jam. There we see some of the outer tables. Familiar faces once
Aces.
again.
It wasn't a gutsy play. He had aces.
Wow.
Aces never loses.
More action than I expected in this early stage. Perhaps thanks to the couple of short stacks, not afraid to get it in. Also getting dealt aces once in a while. But also, people just going for it. The chip leader playing very funky, eclectic poker all around. We did see Kitazato. Very, very loose pre-flop, certainly. Almost $46,000 it said in live tournament cashes. Fair amount of experience to have. That's lifetime, of course. Looking to triple that over here in just one fell swoop. Justin Fairbanks saying graphics are showing middle names instead of first. Funny enough, Justin, we were just working on fixing that. Don't worry. Joshua McCulley. Brugman, his first name is Daniel, I believe. Ace 10. We know what he's doing here. Loves that triangle. All in.
It's been very effective so far.
Gets this one through, and look at that, up to 14 bigs now. Slowly but surely. Getting a stack up to a much more comfortable level. No longer the shortest stack. That'd be Win Viet, the local from Thailand, down to 8 big, from Vietnam rather, down to 8 big blinds. I was looking at some of the flags there as usual. Something we love pointing out, Stephen, as you know. I counted 5 nationalities, at least. Sweden, Thailand, Australia, that's Joshua McCulley rather, excuse me.
McCulley, yeah.
And of course, the locals, Vietnam, and Kitazato from Japan.
Well, of the remaining players, we are well represented by a massive array of different countries. You have someone from France, Russia, Singapore, South Korea, Taiwan, Spain, the United States. Oh, Spain. So I guess our friend Gago is still in. The man who knew how to fold.
Pretty loose open there. Queen 9 suited, under the gun +1. Goes all the way around to the blinds. Chai finds King 10 suited in the big. Easy defend there.
Yes, Justin, no one from Hong Kong made it to the top 48. That is correct. No one from Malaysia either. The queen gives a picture, an open-ended straight draw versus the top pair of our friend from Vietnam. Turns around and hits the king in the river. picture from Thailand continues his hot run and checks the river. Interesting.
He really
Very
had
interesting.
top pair and the flush draw on the turn. Decided to just exercise spot control. Not sure why. Gets punished with that river though.
Puts in a bet of 60k, which is about half pot. Should be a relatively straightforward call on the river. Yep, that's a call. Shows him the bad news. On to the next hand.
$1.5 million chip leader on the table, the man from Thailand, Champon. Not the chip leader in the whole tournament, at least coming into day 3. Pretty close though at this point with 1.5. The man from Japan, Daiki Shenge, 1.7 million chips to begin the day. Hopefully we find him on the feature table at some point. And Steven, what do you think of the baller, the boss move of leaving her stack towards the end of day 2 from the woman who's third in chips, the local Win Dang Lam Hong?
I wonder how she's getting on. She's on table 2.
Was up to 1.3 million in chips yesterday. One of the top 3 chips in the tournament. An hour to go towards the end of the day. And she just peaced out. And our best guess is she didn't want to miss the players' party. That's what we're trying to tell ourselves. Nothing is more important than APT-related events, of course.
Maybe she had a an important conference call to attend to. I'm guessing the main event buy-in of 1.5k USD is still relatively expensive for an average local person in Vietnam. So even recreational players who are the recreational local players must be, above average well off to be able to afford it.
Yeah, I'd say $1,500 does go a long way in Asia. I mean, I can certainly compare it to a place like India where it would also be fairly meaningful. And by fairly, I mean very, frankly. But first off, there are satellites on offer. Secondly, this is the main event. It's the one to play. People save up for it. People understand that if they're going to take a shot at something that might be a little bit higher than their usual buy-ins, this would be the one to do it. Of course, there are satellites, as we mentioned, available at the venue as well as online at Natural 8, depending on the series. But, yep, Steven, to your point, $1,500 goes a long way in Vietnam. Makes the event more meaningful. But we have been slowly increasing the buy-ins, by the way, across the series, across the years, in fact, which has really resulted in increasing the prize pool over 870,000 USD this time, 675 entries.
And it does make it a lot more attractive for foreign players traveling to Vietnam to play these events, because I can see when the buy-in is too small and when you have to include the hotels and the plane tickets, it does make it not cost effective when the buy-ins are too small.
Yeah, great point. Great point. But once again, I should point out, we are in lovely Da Nang, Vietnam, and overall Vietnam, a very, very affordable place to travel. The hotels here are fantastic, right on the beach. I simply cannot get over waking up to that ocean view, and very affordable as well.
Were you distracted by the ocean this morning?
Well, let's just say I didn't have enough of a morning to get too distracted. Catching up on some well-deserved sleep, perhaps, after some hectic travel coming into Vietnam. But it is certainly, it's like a painting, really. Absolutely gorgeous. Da Nang, by the way, is also, I believe they're called sister cities, Hoi An and Da Nang. Two very popular tourist destinations in Vietnam. In case anybody is looking at future stops in the APT. Next up is Korea, of course, after which we will be announcing next stops. Stephen has promised one of them will be exotic. That's the best we know. But Da Nang and Vietnam in general, cannot recommend it enough. And Stephen, I mean, we talked about this yesterday, but how incredible to beat the numbers from Hanoi in Da Nang, arguably a harder destination to get to, certainly fewer locals, and yet here we are.
By the way, I am, against my better judgment, looking at the APT website for the live update, and it is true that our lady friend from Vietnam has not shown up for day 3. So her bag is still sitting there at table 2, seat 1, waiting for the master to show up.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, when you say the bag is sitting there, it means that the blinds will be deducted every orbit as appropriate.
Of course. Yes.
Well,
maybe she would blind herself out to the final table. How about that for a story?
We said Brugman loves going all in, but Jack 10 suited, maybe stretching it a little bit under the gun. Folds to the cutoff for now. Chai has Queen 10 suited. Don't know that he actually has a decision. Would be way too light a call off. The under the gun jam looks strong, but Brugman seems to have only one move here, no matter how much he manages to get a stack up to. Almost 15 bigs in the middle here.
Is he getting through? Yes, he's getting through.
Isaac L in chat asking, hungover? Never, Isaac. I wouldn't dare. I would not want to miss any of the action that I have flown all the way here to witness. Maybe on the last day. So our coverage, of course, is going to be...
After we finished... sorry, you go.
Yeah, well, day 3 today. The final table of the main event tomorrow. And the high roller, day 2. On the last day. That's how we've been doing most of our APT coverages. So to answer Isaac's question, yeah, maybe on the last day I could entertain it, but this main event, full focus, buddy. This is what it's all about.
Well, yesterday I spent pretty much the whole day streaming with you, and when I finished around midnight Hong Kong time, I actually went out for a business meeting at 1 a.m.
Wow, we have a situation here. Win has put in the last of his chips, about 8 bigs, with ace-8 off under the gun. I told you, Stephen, people are way too loose under the gun because of the big blind plus big blind anti-combo. This is just a testament to that fact. Ace-8, way too loose to jam under the gun, is going to get punished here because the man in the hijack, Pichai, has woken up with ace-king. This is getting called at the minimum. 83 bigs.
Do not call. You must race. Do not call. Come on. Stop it.
Why don't you explain why, Stephen?
So ace-king is best heads up. It's a hand that you don't want to go multi-way. So you need to, well, one needs to put in more chips to make sure to isolate the original all-in person, to make sure you go heads up against him. Otherwise, 9-3 from the big blind could get into the mix, and then you're not really running that well in terms of equity against any two live cards.
Could there
As
be
it
an argument
stands,
for trapping
went
with
through.
the ace-king there? I mean, he has 80-something bigs. If he just calls, to your point, if it looks a little bit light, maybe you can get worse hands in the mix. But let me pause in a moment because we might be losing another player off this table. Some chop-outs, of course, with the jack. Otherwise, it is GG for Nguyen Viet, the man from Vietnam. We lose him in 42nd place. Coming back to it, Stephen, I was asking, you think there's merit to maybe trapping with the ace-king? Because after all, it is 8 bigs. Unlikely to get cold calls. You might get some loser hands, such as the ace-queen suited, ace-jack suited. Maybe trying to come over the top and isolate exactly for the same reason.
With the assumption that he's never folding his ace-king, which is a big assumption, because we've seen crazier things happen before. But assuming you don't fold ace-king, you don't really want, you know, you might get action from another pocket pair or something like that. Then you end up being multi-way with your ace-king, which is not so great. So my point is still the same, which is you don't want ace-king in a multi-way situation. You want to be as heads up as you can. So by racing, you don't have to rejam. Yeah, he does have a big stack. By racing, you're eliminating a lot of other combos. You can imagine someone picking up 10 jack or something from the big blind and then decided to peel the flop, and you know it becomes difficult.
Yeah, a sort of click ISO would have worked best there, perhaps. It would have made it 15 bigs to go. I'm just looking at him stacking up his chips. Certainly the biggest stack in terms of volume. Look at that urban development he has going on in front of him. Not too many greens, mostly blues. Those are 5,000 apiece.
Well, with 2 extra days of main event play, our friend from Thailand has really improved his chip stacking ability. It's now neat and tidy.
By the way, I do want to point out about our tournament chip leader. That's Daiki Shinge from Japan. Chip leader day 2 here at the main event. Also was chip leader day 2 of the main event in Hanoi. That is impressive. That says something about the style of play for sure.
There's a click here. Well, I'm hoping to see a click here. Button opens way too wide. Ace 10 off will get you a lot of folds. Let's see what it does. Wow, we hit our 3-figure viewership.
Welcome, everyone.
That's very quick. It took us about 3 hours to hit that yesterday. So
well, this is exciting stuff, of course. And talk about exciting, all in.
Yeah, good. Well, not good, but a click. At least a click. A jam is not great, but at least there's a bit of aggression there.
Gets it through. Well done. Din Tien Tan, another familiar face from day 2 and multiple APT stops. As you mentioned, we've crossed our 3 digit viewer mark. As I was saying, this is exciting. Of course, friends and family perhaps slowly getting alerted to the deep runs these remaining 42 players are having. And by the way, I do spot, look at that, somebody rushing to the table. That would be the woman who is perhaps now slightly further down in chips, but certainly has one of the biggest stacks. Windang Lam Hong, the local player from Vietnam, disappeared 1 hour before the end of day 2. I think it's about an hour late coming into day 3, but that's what you can do when you have a monster stack. Probably barely been dented.
Correct.
Glad she's going to be
and
around,
I also
though.
noticed something that Pichai is actually our new chip leader at the TV table.
Wow. He has slowly chipped up to overtake Champon, and he's done so with style. Has had the goods, but has certainly played well also.
I'm not sure, don't quote me on that, but he did qualify for the main event through Natural 8 Thailand exclusive.
We will
So
definitely...
potentially he is making a deep run with a buy-in of $30 American.
Yeah, we'll have to confirm that over the break. That would be an incredible story, of course, but he certainly has what it takes in terms of his poker skills. It's been impressive so far. Going back and forth with the chip lead, but 1.5 million is a glorious stack right now, approaching almost 100 bigs as you see, and a huge drop-off after those two chip leaders. 28 bigs or so is the next stack. That's the man you see in the middle of your screen, smiling, having a good time, Joshua McCulley. So to all those joining us, assumably from all around the world, welcome once again. Do let us know in chat where you're watching from in case you're rooting for anyone. And while you're around, do us a huge favor, hit like. I'm looking very sadly, I might add, at the like counter. A measly 6 likes, 113 of you in chat. If you take a second and hit like, do us that huge favor. We'll be up to 100. And then I'll stop asking you, I promise.
Doesn't mean I will stop asking. More likes, the better.
Justin Fairbanks in chat as usual, keeping us up to date with the fun stuff, and is reminding us that Win, of course, we just mentioned, one of only 2 ladies remaining. The other one is the 2019 World Series of Poker Ladies Event winner, a bracelet winner, Ji-young Kim of Korea. Hope to see her also in the mix, perhaps on the feature table. She started the day a little bit short stack, 244,000 in chips. Could be out there chipping her way up as we speak.
We are witnessing another unorthodox play here. +1 opens with King Jack suited. Our Japanese friend from Hijack flattered with Ace Queen off. The flop comes an ace. Perfect for Kitasuto. The aggressor is going to put in a continuation bet. With 13 big blinds remaining. Kitasato is going to try to build the pot, trying to stack off on the turn probably. Turn comes a 7 and a check mark. SPR is exactly 1 right now. Oh, that was way too quick. Anyway, puts in a bet.
Steven, are you talking about live tells, my friend?
All right.
I like it, I like it. I saw his hand shake a little bit too, by the way.
Okay, so I've got a bit of an update about Pichai, or Picture as I call him. He fired 2 bullets of $30 American for the Natural 8 event. So $60 in total, and only one bullet. So with that bullet, with those 2 bullets from the online platform, he won the Thai exclusive event 2 days ago. And now, with the main event ticket, he's making a deep run. So for $60, he's already picked up a travel package.
Wow.
1,000 USD. And a shot at taking down the main event. That is moneymaker level poker here. Oh, and he's picking up good cards also. Pocket queens from the small blind. Opens it up to 38,000. Of course. Our friend from Thailand, Chapon, is calling from the big blind. Acting fast, acting decisively.
Big stack versus big stack, always exciting.
Let's see the flop. That's a set, which gives Chopin a gut shot.
Running hot.
4 out.
Playing hot.
Running hot, yes. Someone's making an appearance at the TV table randomly. Dragging. Wow, he checks his set. Hands comes to 3. Time to put some money in. Time to put some money in.
I wonder
Checks
if
again.
Wow. Super trappy and it works. Those green chips being grabbed, that's 3 of them, 75k. 4 maybe.
So at the moment he has these
100K.
stone cold nuts.
A beautifully laid trap working to perfection. I was just about to ask, you think there's a chance that some of these players caught up with some of the coverage after realizing who they're sharing a table with? Because if they did, a lot of reads to be gained from Champon, who was on the last feature table of the day, I believe, or was it the second last? But irrespective, there's certainly a style of play, and this is one of them. When checked to twice, decides to put his big stack to work, fires 100k in there. I'd love to see a flat call. Too much to hope for. Raises it up.
Which is not so bad. You know, it's not a bad race. You could be racing with your flush draws.
Wow.
Oh my god. Here
Wow.
we go. Here we go. Here
This
we
is
go.
a bunt. I said big stack versus big stack. Fireworks can happen. This is exciting. How's this for excitement? And I think Pichai not only thanking his lucky star. Wow, the Hollywood begins. By the way, Steven, look at that. The full Monty here. Face into the t-shirt. I love this. I love this life inexperience. This is an absolutely terrible idea to do. But in this case,
he's all in. He's all in. He's put it in. You get a fold. You will
Champon
sure
fires
get a fold.
half his stack into that bluff on their turn. Gets the bad news after the Hollywood. This hand is going to be over. And we have a new tournament chip leader, ladies and gentlemen. Pichai from Thailand has 142 bigs and has crossed the 2 million mark with that top set. Those 2 checks on the flop and turn led to an
And he
absolutely
shows.
monster top.
And he shows his cards. He just flipped over his top set. Oh my god.
Yeah, thumbs up to being the new tournament chip leader. That urban development just got a new skyscraper.
Very good.
Bit of a punt there from Champon, but I do admire the aggression. Understanding that he has a monster stack. Honestly, if his opponent was not at the absolute top of his range, I'm not sure how he would have reacted to that huge bet on the turn, the 3-bet on the turn itself. An absolutely aggressive play. I really do respect it.
Checking his top set twice to get maximum value.
Not mine, not mine. I think so. For her, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to write this down for my future reference. This is very, very interesting. I don't think you find that line anywhere on any coaching site or any solver. That's for sure. But it worked.
So much of
It worked
tournament
like a
play
charm.
comes down
Exactly.
to playing your opponent, most importantly playing the table dynamics. I think both players did that perfectly. Obviously top set, easy to start trapping. Of course you block top pair, so it is understandable that you want to get some value, you let your opponent catch up. But he also understood, Pichai that is, he understood who he was playing against. The chip leader on the table coming into this day, and Champon had been the chip leader of the tournament at some point on day 2 as well. He had been using his chips very aggressively. Gave him enough rope. And then that click raise on the turn. I mean, talk about the perfect play. Raises his top set. I mistakenly said I would have loved to see a flat. Little did I know you could get more chips in the middle by min-raising on the turn with top set, getting your opponent to come over the top. Then, of course, took it down with a jam.
But it did make me wonder if he flattered the turn, whether he would, if he made the, if he put a bet on the river, for, would he get a raise from that to get even more value? Perhaps it was the right play to raise the turn. Daniel, 10-4 off. Taking his time there.
As he always does.
He does look like a man who has a very good fitness routine. Did he hit the gym this morning, I wonder?
Oh, 100%. Just look at him. And I don't mean how he looks. I mean, look at his focus. This man is very well aware clearly about how important physical fitness is to the mental game of poker. Just the fact that he takes the exact same time to fold every hand means he is a man of routine. Does remind me of a very familiar face on the APT circuit, Grant Gardner.
Yes.
Fitness Farang, living in Thailand, well known for his physical and mental fitness. I follow him on Instagram. Does very well all across Vietnam, playing poker. And firstly, looks similar in terms of fitness.
Physique, yes.
And physique, but also acts in the same way. Takes a lot of time per decision, always focused.
And just even the way he sits, he's not afraid to spread out a little bit, just to make sure that he's taking his rightful space physically.
Inspirational, really. Next time I'm at a poker table, I'm going to be thinking of Daniel Brugman. I'm going to try to embody his whole vibe, really.
Probably works better when you have a body as ripped as his.
Why, Stephen? Why burst my bubble like this?
Long day ahead, sir. Long day ahead. Back to the table, back to the action. We have bottom pair versus nothing at all. Taking a stab at the, taking a punt on the gut shot.
Kitazato is the loosest player on this table by far. That didn't extend to pre-flop. Very loose call on the flop as well.
Checks the turn on the paired up board. River pairs up the 9 for a full house. And he bluffs. Terrible timing.
Does have the blocker, of course, to the straight.
But unlikely to get a 9 to fold. That gesture, I've seen it so many times. You know, you just go, oh well, you've got to call.
A crying call with a full house.
Yes. Yeah, well, shows place the board. And the smaller full house takes it. Chip leader, 2.3 million, 142 big blinds, down to 39 players. He is really giving a good go at this main event, our friend from Thailand. Just a reminder, he qualified to the main event through a special Natural 8 exclusive event for Thai players. He fired 2 bullets of $30 US. And now he's in for a shout for 4 billion Vietnamese dong.
By the way, Stephen, with 39 players left, we have hit our next pay jump, a tiny one for now. We've gone up from 3250 guaranteed to all the remaining players to 3770. The pay jump's still not too serious, if I might use that word. All the way up to, I would say, 23rd place is when we jump over the $5,000 range. And of course, if I could continue using that word, things start getting very, very serious very soon after that, moving all the way up to 13,600 for the 9th place finisher. And of course, 165,000 plus USD for first place.
Daniel with ace-9 suited at the big blind, going through his contemplative routine.
That's a tough word.
And goes all in. And we'll take it down.
Daniel Brugman loves going all in. That is my one big takeaway from this table. Of course, has to do with the stack depth, which he has wielded perfectly, I might add. He has one move.
He's the perfect counterpart to our friend from Thailand, Chiffon. You know, he acts so fast. Every move, he just picks up the chips and goes. Whereas on the other hand, Daniel just takes his 15 seconds. Takes his time.
Justin says everybody would like going all in if they never got called like him. True, true. Still takes some gumption to be able to put all the chips in the middle. He's now up to 18 bigs, and I'm looking forward to seeing perhaps a different gear from him. 18 bigs, of course, too much to get into the middle too frequently. Yes, he hasn't been getting called, but he has picked his spots perfectly. I'm thinking back to some of the all-ins from the blinds against loser opens of the button. He did find the spot right at the beginning of the day. Went all in, 3-bet all in with pocket fives. Got called by the pocket fives of Joshua McCulley. New player, by the way. Yongfu Dong from China. As we sit here, wait for Brugman to make his contemplative fold. Contemplative. I said that's a difficult word.
Yes.
What do you think he does during that time? Just counts or thinks about
Yeah,
life?
I count. I personally count. Because I do something quite similar. Not as cool as him, but I do something quite similar. I do count down to, when I have a really terrible holding, I just count down to, count to 10 in my head. But I added one more move. Like I look at my cards one more time and I push them in the muck.
Could you explain the logic behind balancing there?
I think if I have a really terrible holding versus sometimes your opponent actually will, if you keep doing that, your opponent sometimes will get a little bit restless and might actually induce them to making a mistake. I'm not abusing the shot clock. I'm just taking my time. It won't be a long time. I know 15 seconds is enough for me to make a pre-flop decision. So I just take that 15 seconds every time.
Simon in chat asks, is there a pay jump ahead? Could be the reason to tank every hand a little bit. Not really, Simon. As I just said, we hit a pay jump, and trust me, as you continue watching this coverage, you will realize pay jumps have nothing to do with Brugman tanking. It's what Steven was just explaining. It's just his routine, his process. And of course, as they say in poker, he balances good hands and bad hands the same way. Pay jumps get pretty serious as we move our way down to the final table, which is exactly what we are doing today here at day 3 in Da Nang. We're down to 38. Some quick math. That implies 4 to 5 tables in the running. Things are going to get heated shortly. I'm particularly excited when we get down to the final 3 tables. The feature table slightly elevated. If you've seen some of the beautiful wide shots our videography team has been providing, the stage is elevated for the feature table, but the remaining 2 tables, once we get down to the final 3, will be right next to that stage. If you're on the feature table, you can probably take a look down at the other 2, see what's happening, maybe make decisions accordingly in case the pay jumps, and the idea of making it to the final table is sort of a bubble in itself, and often other people's stacks matter also. And of course, we will be cutting to some of the outer table for coverage as well in case something exciting happens. Champon finds jacks. It is actually a bit uncanny, Steven, to see Champon crippled at all. He was just so consistently the chip leader at the table and some of the top stacks in the tournament throughout.
And he chose to flat limp his pocket jacks from UTG +1.
He has been the most unpredictable, the most unorthodox, and if I could say the most trappy person on the table. Sometimes in poker there is a pejorative used for this kind of play. It's called FPS, Fancy Play Syndrome, usually to be avoided. I think we're seeing a case of FPS here. We did see him flat ace-king on the button as well. Played that hand very tricky. In this case, a raise would have worked out pretty well. Not taking the bait. Wow. Joshua getting involved from the small blind with 5-4 off. Big blind. Gets let in for free. How do you feel about Jack's four-way?
Ah, I should be happy with that flop as well. He bets so fast. It's fantastic.
Joshua.
Pocket fives. It's no good here. Joshua picks up a open-ended straight draw.
Will be continuing in this hand. Surely, you do not call 5-4 off from the small blind to fold to small bets when you flop an open-ender. The only question is, call or raise? Call, it seems.
We're heads up. Pocket jacks still has the advantage. A deuce, but completing the hard draw. Wow, that check was so fast. And the heart completes his flush. Joshua could only bluff.
He does have a straight, by the way.
Oh, the service. Oh, of course. Oh, that's a bit of a setup.
Block bets.
He's going to see a race.
I think the champion is gun shy a little bit. Wants to get back up to pole position before he gets too out of line this time. Not surprising. Just flat calls there. Takes the jack high flush to showdown. He's going to get the good news. Bit of a clawback from those chips he lost against the current chip leader on the table, Pichai.
Well, I'm totally picking up from where I left off yesterday. Keep getting things wrong. That was an obvious race to me. But what do I know? I'm not amongst one of the last 38 players of the Danang APT main event. King 10 off, limping from UTG. Our friend here is thinking about what to have for dinner, perhaps. Folds. Another fold. Yes, you're right, Carlos. Me too. I do like playing at the table where the dealer is beautiful. And today the dealers are dressed in red. Yesterday they were dressed in white. Just for variety. Pocket kings. Oh, here we go. What is he going to do? He's going to put in a race. $175,000. A pretty big race. A pretty big 3-bet.
Pichai just running way too hot. Obviously had the monster pick up with queens, kings, raising from the blinds, taking it down. Joshua did not think he was getting bullied, or perhaps his hand was weak enough to let go in that moment, but surely we have a table captain, has had the goods this whole time, but can be putting that big stack to work even when he does not have a premium holding. Let's see if that's what he chooses to do.
Welcome 255 viewers. Tell us in the comment section where you're watching this stream from. Anyone from Hong Kong? Anyone from India? We'd love to hear from you.
Yeah, where my Desi boys at? Come on, guys. Anybody watching from India? 3 players from India, I believe, still in the mix. 38 players remaining. Hopefully they haven't been part of the 10 players we've lost in the day so far. Anuj Yadav was on the feature table yesterday. Had some Indian rail. Surely we will have more Indian supporters. Lots of new viewers have joined us. 250 something viewers, as you said, Stephen. And yet the likes are at 11, guys. I'm sorry to say, but the YouTube gods just love it when you give them your daily offering of likes. I would really appreciate it if you could help us out and help grow the game of poker in Asia. You hit like, the YouTube gods know you actually enjoy this content. Put it out to more people. Someone from Hong Kong, by the way, in chat.
I see that, yes. Miami too.
Very cool. Miami, Florida. Love Miami, by the way. Have you ever been, Stephen?
Never been to the USA.
Wow. Well, Da Nang has some beautiful beaches, but Miami South Beach is special. White sand, glorious water.
Interesting hand developing here. Both players have hit their top pair. I am expecting a check raise here. Hello， 大家好，香港嘅朋友。Just thought I'd throw in a little bit of a Cantonese to our Hong Kong viewers.
Oh, please. This is the Asian Poker Tour, after all. I'll wait for somebody Indian in chat to show up before I break out the Hindi, of course. Goes check call, by the way. Champon not too comfortable with his kicker, understandably. And it goes check, check, the 6. Scaring Tan. 6 would be a big part of the continuation range for Champon. Decides to actually value bet it. Is going to get the bad news. He's going to be outkicked here. Easy call there for Tan, who does like to hem and haw sometimes. Not this time around. Nice little pickup there.
Easy, easy.
The Cooking Dad in chat says Philippines represent. Very nice. And I like that name too, The Cooking Dad.
Are you much of a chef?
I am, unfortunately and embarrassingly, the opposite of a chef, although I make a mean omelette.
They all say that.
Yeah, and then the omelette's not that good either, isn't it? How about you?
I do enjoy cooking. I left home at a very young age, so I had to myself. I like to eat, and I often complain about the food at the restaurants being overpriced and not so good. Perhaps because I don't go to very good restaurants. So I do try to learn myself, and one of the things, if you see my history on YouTube, you see I watch a lot of cooking shows on YouTube.
I do know about those rabbit holes. You know, I'm not the biggest foodie in the world, so I kind of cannot relate to all the food content out there, apart from Uncle Roger, of course, who I think would be a great addition to the Asian Poker Tour. Is it? No, it's Haya, right? And Fuyo.
Hiya.
If we see a great hand, by the way, I think we should break out the Fuyo. And of course, I nominate you as tribute, being the more Asian-oriented amongst the two of us. The more Uncle Roger-oriented, I suppose. But apart from that, I don't watch too much food content. On the other hand, if somebody does watch food content, like my younger brother, and I grab a hold of their phone, it is just 90% food. Those YouTube rabbit holes can be dangerous.
Yes. And what would I find on your history playlist?
Oh, you love this, Stephen. It is embarrassingly 90% movie and TV content.
Of course.
The amount of video essays I watch, my God.
And they are really easy to watch too, right? Because you can just leave it on as more like a podcast. You can just listen to it.
Yeah, and it's just an art form I love, and just love people talking about it. Very easy.
Well, I'm looking forward to the day when I can invite you to the premiere of my poker film.
Yeah, tell us something. Give us something, Stephen. Tease the audience. You've been working on some sort of a poker film. You said you're at maybe stage 3 out of 10. This is the time. You got to market yourself. You got to put out a teaser. Give us something.
No, 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10 is too early days yet. So I will, in due course, when I continue doing this live stream with you, I will be squeezing the toothpaste, as they say in Chinese.
Okay. How about Kings, by the way, for Brugman, who we have been in jest saying loves to go all in. He has 17 bigs now and an absolute monster hand, taking his time as usual. Loves
all
to
in.
go all in, balanced with the top and the bottom of his range, and finds jacks.
Fucking jacks.
Wow, that is amazing timing, and the amount he's gone all in, I think Tan has to call off here, has the chip stack to afford it as well. What a favorable situation Brugman's found himself in.
Round 22, 10,000, 20,000.
And don't you find it so, his jam is so impactful after his little contemplation?
Yeah, I
it
suppose
feels
so.
really strong.
It does. Yeah, I mean, he's so balanced, and this is why you are balanced. His breathing seems fairly measured as well, by the way. That's, of course, something only we can see on camera. His opponent, eyeing his stack, I think he knows he's calling. Jacks is simply too strong to fold here. After all, Brugman showed down pocket fives as well, 3-bet jamming earlier. The only question is to go all in himself, or perhaps make the call, perhaps make the click, as you were suggesting. Gabriel in chat says, looks like there are players from all over Vietnam, China, Thailand, New Zealand, Sweden. Indeed, sir, and more. Let's not forget South Korea, India, Australia, France also, Spain, Taiwan, Russia. The diversity at the APT never ceases to astound me.
Going back to what I said earlier, I think with the increased buy-in of the series, it becomes more and more attractive for foreign players to come to Vietnam to play the Asian Poker Tour.
This would be an incredible fold to the extent that is what Din Tien Tan is even considering. Your radar would need to be insanely impressive. I mean, I don't even know if it would be justifiable to find a fold here. Jacks is simply too strong, especially considering the frequency with which Brugman has been jamming from various positions. What?
He gives it up.
What?
Wow.
That
Wow,
is
wow.
the fold of the tournament. jam pocket kings, 17 bigs under the gun. Brugman has been jamming very frequently, as we have been talking about constantly. And Din Tien Tan finds the fold with pocket jacks. That is incredible. Whew. It was for less than half of his stack.
Wow, Daniel is not going to like this when he watches the replay.
How do you own someone by folding? My God. And Din Tien will be loving this when he watches the replay. Well done, sir.
At one of the outer tables, looks like an elimination perhaps, or a big pot at least.
Lam Lu in chat asking what's the first place prize money. How about 3.9 billion with the B Vietnamese dong? That's over 165,000 US. Justin jokingly saying, I did say the man, that is to say Brugman never gets called. I mean, this took it to a different level. Incredible fold there by the man on the right of your screen, who now has pocket fives under the gun. Lets this one go as well. Why not? It's working for him so far, folding. I think he just likes his stack where it is. Just over 40 bigs. Perhaps
Our
not
chip
now,
leader,
actually.
UTG +2, decides to go a little bit fancy with Queen 9 suited.
Yeah, and blinds are up, by the way, Stephen. 10K, 20K. I believe you mentioned yesterday how the starting stack was 40,000 chips. We're at that level where it's half a starting stack per big blind. Half a buy-in is your big blind.
I'm going to lay register with 2 big blinds just to try my luck.
Well, we did have the spin up yesterday. Perhaps you can talk about that as I take a sip of my coffee here, but what a story that was.
Well, it was a crazy story. A man with 7 big blinds decided to limp pre-flop with pocket aces right on the stone bubble and gave it up when a 6-6-5 flop came. And then once the bubble burst, he spun it up to 40 big blinds in no time at all. Anyway, back to this hand. The chip leader with the gut shot decided to continue his aggression. Daniel defending his big blind completely missed and decided to fold. So that was an incredible story. I think that was another player from Thailand.
Yep.
But unfortunately, I don't see his name on the day 3 players list.
Yeah, I don't believe he made it, unfortunately. Incredible story nonetheless. Obviously did end up cashing and I think got eliminated at one of the outer tables afterwards, but that journey from 3 bigs to eventually what I believe was 58 bigs was
58 did it go up to?
Yeah, at the peak I believe that was a little bit later, but 3 to 30 was like 3 hands. It was exactly what the chip in a chair dreams are made of.
Mike Hunt in the comments is asking why Josh McCauley is called Curtis McCauley. We are actually working with the production team and to figure out a way of presenting the names in a more how should I say it, in a more common way.
We have a situation here, Stephen. Yes. Ace King v Pocket Queens. This might be going to the middle. Speaking of Josh McCauley, I think he's about to be at risk for all of it.
Rightly so, with Ace King off. Come on, Curtis. Pocket nines as well.
Cold calls with the pocket nines. Very ambitious. And now this is going to give Josh McCulley even more reason to maybe get his stack in there, trying to get the dead money, so to speak, from Champon. Lots of chants for Joshua McCulley in the chat already. Aussie, Aussie, Aussie. People saying he runs too good to lose these. Well, I suspect we might be about to find out. Brugman taking his time as usual. Dintian is too good a folder to get involved here.
Let's see a jam here. 13 big blinds.
Is there only one move here, Stephen? Or do you think he might try and flop an ace or a king?
Well, if there's a very strong ICM consideration, maybe. But at the moment, I think we're purely playing for chip EV. So a jam would be the most profitable.
Which is to say, he wants to get it in. I mean, even if it's three-way, the opportunity to triple up is worth so much because it puts you in the running to win the tournament, which is what it's all about. Goes all in, 303k in the middle. We know Dong is calling. Is he raising?
So the curious thing right now is whether we'll get a three-way all-in. Dong's not folding. A 10 bank goes in.
All in, bad news for the pocket nines.
That's okay.
Let's go.
Good. Right, classic flip. How many times have we seen ace king versus queens in a tournament? Flop, no help.
Bink. Wow. More than a double up for Joshua McCulley, as his friends in the chat were saying. He runs too good to lose these. Tough beat there. A flip for Dong from China. Down to now 18 bigs. There we go. Ready to jab, fighting. Love it.
You don't want to see Josh McCulley with too many chips.
Climbing 389 people watching, many of them clearly supporting Josh from Australia. The Australian rail, always the craziest in person. We see it many times here at the APT. And I suspect you guys are going to be the craziest in the chat as well. Keep the support coming. Keep the good energy coming. Almost 400 viewers now. Gentle reminder, guys. We're at 18 likes for 400 viewers. I will be called out by the big bosses. That ratio is just embarrassing. Help us out. Just hit like. Helps us promote the stream. Perhaps helps us promote the stream to some of your friends, wherever you're watching as well. Grow the game of poker in Asia and around the world. Here, I'll kick it off. I'll hit like as well. And then you guys can follow suit.
Well, I will say your name, Mr. Hunt. There you go. Please click like. I shall not mix your first name and last name, but I will call you Mr. Hunt from now on.
Yeah, like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible.
Yes. Perhaps Ethan's brother, Mike.
You know, if Mission Impossible was like Fast and Furious, in the next movie we would get some long-lost brother showing up out of the woodwork.
Okay, here we go. Here's a question for you. Do you think... Okay, this is massive spoiler alert here. Do you think the Rebecca Ferguson character
Wait. Don't
appear?
actually spoil something.
Oh, okay. Stop it then. I will stop right
I
there.
told you, Stephen, I watch way too much movie TV content. My radar is way too sensitive to spoilers. I would not want to do that to people. But to answer your question, yes. I did catch
I agree.
the tail end of your question. Wow, we have Joshua calling off King 9, by the way. I was expecting to see a fold there against the cutoff shove, but the big blinds were just so shallow. I believe the shove was for 6.5 bigs. King 9 calls it off and is going to dominate Kitazato. And the 9 pretty much is going to be sending Kitazato on his way here. 38 players were remaining. I suspect we are down to 37 or fewer now. GG. Lose another player at the feature table.
Congratulations. On to the next one, sir.
Well played, well played. Great result.
Look forward to seeing him at the High Roller event. I think it's almost customary to play, if you run deep in the main event, to register for the High Roller. It'd be rude not to. Too good to lose.
Down to 36. As a reminder, we are playing down to the final table today, and of course, covering the final table action tomorrow. Day 3 of the main event here in Da Nang, Vietnam. Wrapping up the summer series, we had Hanoi last month, Da Nang, and of course APT Incheon later this month in South Korea. That's the big one. That doesn't count as a summer series. August leading into September. If you've ever considered playing in an APT event, all of you watching from Australia and all around the world, cannot recommend APT Incheon as the stop to do it. It's going to be a big one. Reminds me of the event we had in Taipei, Taiwan. An incredible turnout of players from all across the world. The main event itself is guaranteed prize pool of over $1 million, and I suspect we will be beating that. Lots of value.
I think the last time I went to South Korea was over 10 years ago to Jeju Island for an APT event.
And how was that?
I won 2 events. So it was good.
Wow. Humble brag, I like it.
So to give you a simple answer, it was a good trip.
Good trip indeed. Carlos in chat asking how much players are cashing out. 3,770 US at the moment. That's over a 2x return on their buy-in, but of course that's not what players are in it for. Final table Ninth place pays 13.6 thousand USD all the way up to 168,000 USD. 101,000 to second place, 71 to third, 55 to fourth, and 42 for fifth. Fifth in local Vietnamese currency is exactly 1 billion Vietnamese dong. So 5 billionaires being crowned tomorrow.
I'm just noticing something, by the way. The live reporting on the APT website is actually delayed by half an hour too.
Anything related to the feature table or all of it?
I don't know, because I just see a hand of Macaulay versus Dong, Ace King versus Queens 4 minutes ago.
Yeah, so feature table related stuff is delayed to protect the integrity of the stream. Of course, we have a 30-minute delay, and as a result, make sure there are no spoilers. It's delayed on the live reporting as well. So any of you in chat who want the most recent hand history, don't think that the live reporting is going to give you an edge.
Don't be fooled by Stephen Lai. I thought for a second, oh, I can look at the live reporting.
Ah, Stephen, you were trying to. You're all about spoilers today, huh? Brugman does what Brugman does best and goes all in from the hijack with ace-4 suited. It's getting to the point where at some point somebody needs to wake up with a hand behind him. And this could be that moment. Does have Brugman covered, ace-jack off for Dong. Just got crippled, losing the flip. If he finds the call button here, he's going to be in really good shape to almost double up. Justin making a great point in the chat. How does Greg feel about his gimmick being stolen? Referring to Greg goes all in. Indeed, Justin. Daniel goes all in. Could be the name of this table to the extent Daniel managed to survive this spot.
Very good.
You can do it, Dong. I understand you're gun shy for most of your chips, but Brugman has clearly shown the frequency with which he goes all in. Finds the call. Good stuff. Brugman at risk.
Ace-4 versus ace-jack. Classic domination.
What do you think, Stephen? One all in too far? 12.5 bigs from the hijack. Suited ace. Queen 10-8 is no help on the flop. A 9 or a king would seal it. So does the jack. Some chop outs. 9 or a king. There's the 9 and he survives.
Bloody hell. Wow.
Just drills the river with that gut shot. King, of course, would have been a chop as well. Smiling now, Brugman. Well, I was about to ask, or rather I had asked Stephen. One all in too far. Ends up chopping and actually gaining a blind or so.
Do you remember one of the first hands he played? He chopped with pocket fives too.
That's right. He's good at chopping.
So he doesn't. He's very good at chopping. He's a karate master.
He's like the cooking dad in the chat.
Wow. There we go.
Bringing it all back. You see? I'm zoned in today, Stephen. Ready for action.
The universe is very coherent.
What do you think about that jam, by the way?
It's okay, actually. I would have done the same.
Given the big blind ante in the mix from the hijack.
Yeah, you do end up stealing a lot. Yeah, it's okay. And, you know, the big blind, the big blind was quite short stacked also. So, you know, if he wasn't calling with ace-8, ace-9, ace-10 even, you know, you're putting a lot of pressure on your opponent. So ace-4 is not too bad. Not too bad at all.
He's clearly here to take high variance routes when short stack, not afraid to go for it. This time around, does manage to find the fold with pocket threes. Under the gun +1, way too early to get too frisky. But as I was saying, he does not worry about taking high variance approaches. You pick up 2.5 big blinds in the middle every time you get a jam through. And by the way, Joshua McCulley brings out a hat I remember Henry and I commenting on at APT Taipei. The Jace Mackers hat is out.
Still playing fast, putting chips in, ace-10 off from the big blind in a BVB situation. We'll take it down. This man is a machine.
Has been an incredible showing from the players from Thailand. Of course, we had Champon coming in as one of the top stacks in the tournament. Bit crippled right now, down to 30 bigs. Pichai, of course, also from Thailand on the table rather, is now the chip leader, likely off the tournament. Did have a few more players in the 48 players in the mix today. And a small teaser, by the way. I believe I can reveal that the chip leader of the tournament coming into day 3, who impressively had been the chip leader of the tournament coming into day 3 in APT Hanoi as well, will be joining the feature table. Shinge Daiki from Japan.
I don't actually remember his play. What kind of style does he play in? Do you remember?
I don't think we had him on our feature tables yesterday.
Fair enough.
He was on the outer tables. I remember seeing a ticker, maybe, that he won a huge pot, became the tournament chip leader. Looking forward to seeing him play. Back to the action, Rugman. All in as usual. Does someone wake up with a hand this time? Ace-Jack suited pretty good.
As usual. I like that very much.
Oh, we're going to show Greg goes all in this footage. He needs to learn from the best.
Imagine Greg looking all serious and, stoic like that. It's not really him, is it?
Not at all. Looking forward to having Greg goes all in the booth, by the way.
But he needs to sing me a song.
Oh, make any request you'd like and he will oblige.
I will get him to sing me Barbie Girl. How about that?
That's appropriate. Currently
topical event.
Yeah, topical.
Topical.
By the way, I watched that movie. The song not in the movie. The one disappointment. Folds all the way through to the big blind. Suspect we will see a fold as well. Win Hugh from Vietnam is down to 7 bigs, loses the big blind plus big blind anti-combo there. Extremely short stack. We are 30 minutes away from our first break. Will be a welcome relief for these players who have certainly not been lacking for action on our feature table. You can see the cordoned off area is the main event. Feel a little bit special, I suppose, being inside those velvet ropes. Down to 4, or is it 5 tables right now? Suspect it would be 4, maybe. And as you could see, multiple other events happening all around those main event tables. As usual, we have so many options for any players wanting to get in the mix. Just today itself, some of the mixed game buy-ins, the smaller mixed game buy-ins that have been a huge success to kick off the mixed game circuit, I would say, in Vietnam. We have a limit triple draw game. Man, that'd be a fun one. That's ace to 5 triple draw, deuce to 7 triple draw, and Badoogie. Then a double stack, which just means you start out pretty deep. Flight B for that. That's a 2 billion Vietnamese dong guarantee. That means almost an $80,000 prize pool. A turbo as usual. That's for the evening. Every day there's a turbo. And a Lazy Rivers. A game that I think you and I manifested yesterday, Stephen. Everybody gets an individual river card that is face up. Sort of like a reverse stud situation.
It's a bit like a Super Hold'em, in a way. You know, you get 3 whole cards.
Correct. Super Hold'em, by the way, has also been a very popular event. You get 3 whole cards, you can play all the way up to all 3 of them. Oh, and also a pot limit Omaha Lazy Rivers. What is going on today?
You're just playing the whole deck, basically, right? You're just dealing out all the cards.
By the way, the tables you saw in the mix already are for the single day high roller. Extremely popular events. The buy-in is 50 million VND. That's about 2,150 USD. A high roller that starts and ends on the same day. Crown a champion, pick up one of those Lion trophies, and usually a huge first place prize. It's the high roller, after all.
Those are my favorite events in the APT series. I will skip the main event just to play the single day high roller every day.
8 max, of course, is the format there.
Correct.
Makes things just a tad looser.
Well, it's a nice compromise between 6 max and 9 max. Full ring.
Down to 34. I see the players remaining on the top left of the screen, slowly ticking down. We work our way down to the final 9. Joshua McCulley, blue shirt, blue hat, stacking up his newfound chips after winning that big flip. I'm sure the cameraman is obliging his supporters in the chat.
So what's your view so far after almost 2 hours of play? Who are the winners, who are the losers?
Well, apart from the obvious winners and losers in terms of chip movement, of course, the biggest thing to note is the chip leader. There we go, he's in the frame. Chip leader coming into this table. Jump on. Now below 30 bigs. Not a familiar sight, I have to say. He had a very, very healthy stack throughout all of day 2. Clearly the winner of the day's play so far is the chip leader of the tournament, Pichai. By the way, Win Hugh finds a hand he can go all in with. Great timing there. Ace-3 off on the button. But the pre-flop aggressor, Champon, has a very weak holding. $435 of you watching. Once again, guys, I implore you to hit the like button. Really helps us out. We're at a measly 26 likes. This is unacceptable. Keep them coming, but we do thank you for joining us irrespective. Even if you might not be in chat or capable of hitting the like button. Stick around. It's going to be a fun day of action as we get down to the final table. If you love poker, and that's what me and Steven love, for some reason we can watch 4 days of poker without being bored for a moment. And this might be the reason.
He doesn't give a flop, does he? He just goes, 6-4 suited.
Gamble. And it is a flip, by the way. 46% equity. Flops a 3 of heart for backdoors, but apart from that, nothing to write home about. Another 3 seals the deal. A great double up there for Win Hugh. And talk about the champion, Champon that is, being crippled. He's now down to 22 bigs. Chips are going the wrong direction. We saw this a little bit yesterday, Steven. He called off 10-9 suited. I believe he had over 1 million chips at the time. Took the spot, took the gamble. And then after that got very, very loose in calling off additional all-ins as well.
Whew. I think that's when we coined the phrase, didn't give a flop. He just went for it. He just Yeah, well, 6-4 suited. Good enough to take a punt.
Was arguably the correct call, had the right pot odds, and was effectively flipping against the weaker, or the relatively weak holding. Ace-3 off, but when Hugh finds the double up, and a much-needed one at that, comfortably still in the mix here. Brugman now the shortest stack at the table with 12 bigs. Well, you were asking me to recount the action and my thoughts. This about sums it up. Champon has just been fast and loose with his play, thinking back to that pocket queens versus 9-8 offhand where he made a re-raise on the turn. An incredible way to kick off today's action. Pichai was the benefactor there. Ends up being the tournament chip leader, over 2 million in chips. 2 million in chips, by the way. Could be certainly a stack big enough to be on the final table itself.
Pichai, or as I call him, Picture. He gives up from UTG. Dong is going to raise, or he's going to go all in with King Jack off.
Wow, that is loose. Decent amount of blinds to shove in there. Under the gun +1.
Ace King.
This is why it is too loose. Too many players to act behind you who can have a real hand. Brugman does have a much shorter stack than Dong, but this would be for a huge chunk of Dong's chips. And of course, this is going in. Brugman taking his time as usual.
Oh, no, he's showing a little bit of sign of slightly bothered by something.
Waiting for the count from the dealer, I think.
Now he looks at his cards. Finds the good news. Sits there, working through his shopping list. A can of tomatoes, chopped. Two packets of pasta. Don't forget the milk and the bread. Time bank. I think he forgot to bring his recycle bags, maybe. And it's going to flat. He's going to call, I think. Oh no, he's going to go all in. Okay, well.
Yeah, he has fewer chips than the person all in.
Macaulay is folded. Curtis, as is known on the stream. Josh to his friends. As an ace. A bit of a backdoor situation, perhaps. Nope, no help. 4 10s now, 4 straight, and the 10 comes. Wow, unbelievable.
Brutal. Brugman gets it all in with far the best of it. Finally got called, or rather called it off, and gets the runner after the ace on the flop. What a brutal way to go. We talked a lot about his...
Now he's smiling.
Yeah, he's taking it well. We talked a lot about what we assume is his mental game being very strong, and I hope it serves him well, because that is a tough way to go out. And Dong.
Okay, with the sample size we've had so far, we know every time Daniel goes all in, he doesn't lose. But this time he didn't go all in. He was calling an all in. It's bad omen.
Laughs and walks away. He was talking to Kai, who heads our live reporting here at the APT. Dong, by the way, the player from China who now has 32 bigs, knows what he has gotten away with there. And ace in the flop had basically sealed the deal. Came runner straight. So sick, so sick.
Well, So Sick is actually a very famous poet from China. And this is not a joke. Like, there's actually a poet called So Sick. An ancient poet. So every time when I see poker players saying "so sick," I go, "Wow, you are a scholar and a literary expert."
Somehow I feel like the Venn diagrams of poets in China and poker degenerates are far apart.
For the viewers who are slightly interested in my pathetic attempts as for a joke, So Sick is actually a very, very famous poet from the Song dynasty.
As you see the lovely camera work capturing the vibe of the room, and of course the cordoned off area is the main event. Beyond that, all the other events we were talking about, the single day high roller, some of the other events we have going on. As you can see, some of the tables just got restructured. I think we're down to 4 tables now, 31 players remaining. Things are getting serious. I see somebody getting a massage, by the way. Those are on offer here at the Ariyana Convention Center in Da Nang. We have a pretty cool players lounge set up as well outside. A bar, some food. There's an APT blimp / balloon, as I was talking about yesterday. There's also a Hall of Fame that you walk through, which is amazing pictures of previous winners and notable players.
Yes, I saw a picture of that. My friend Sam Lam, who won the Super High Roller event in Taipei, his pretty face is on a massive giant poster in the hall, in the corridor coming into the main room.
Here's the new player joining, by the way, seat 4, Shinge Daiki, the chip leader coming in today to look at that rack of chips, or rather those racks of chips in front of him. Those greens, by the way, are 25k a piece. One stack is 500k. I saw 3 stacks, that's at least 1.5 million, followed by all the blues. So with Pichai on the table with over 2 million, and now Shinge joining with what seems like is at least 2 million, if not slightly more. We have 2 of the biggest stacks in the tournament on our feature table. This should be fun.
Battling, battling, battling. Adding Josh McCauley in the mix, as well as the action hero we know from Thailand. This table, well, unfortunately, we're heading towards a break, and they might have to break this table up.
Indeed.
Or they're going to move them away from the TV table.
Yeah, give everyone a shot at the glory of the feature table. As always, we have a bit of a preview, me and Steven that is, of what lies ahead in the next feature table. And we look at the nationalities. This is incredible, Steven. I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 8 flags are different on this feature table. Wow. I don't think I'll ever get to say this, but the diversity at the APT has been maximized on our next feature table. Vietnam, Singapore, Taiwan, Thailand, Japan, Russia, India, and Ireland. How is that for a global poker main event feature table?
United Nations meeting. Maybe they'll be discussing world peace or how to solve the climate disaster. Or they just play some poker.
One is more important than the other at the moment. I'm not saying which. I am not saying which.
I'm laughing along. I'm laughing along. Pocket juices. 3 betting from +2. How about that?
Well, this might explain how he won those chips. Very, very aggressive. He has 1.6 million. I was a little bit off. My apologies. Not yet 2 million, but certainly trying to get to that number with that 3 bet.
Ace-9 off is an easy give up. The man who doesn't give a flop will see the flop.
And Shinge might not know who he's dealing with here. Jump on.
I don't either.
That's
He's
true.
not the only one.
I feel like nobody does really, but Jump on is never afraid to go to a flop. Has all kinds of moves. Is effectively down to 16 bigs. There we go. 300k in the middle, 332k behind in a stack.
Then
Flop
flops
is
a flush draw.
3 overcards, as is usually the case with deuces, and he donk jams with the flush draw.
Oh, this man is so good to watch. He is entertaining to the max.
I am not convinced, by the way, that the chip count on Shinge is correct. I spotted well over 1.6 million in chips in his stack. I do feel like we have 2 even stacks here. Might not matter too much, as we are about 15 minutes or so away from the first break of the day. We will get that sorted out. This table will be playing for a while with each other, just not at the feature table. I suspect the live reporting will keep us updated on some wild action with 2 of the chip leaders in the tournament on this table. Another new player at the table, by the way. One from Korea. 13 bigs, under the gun +2. Could find the jam.
Pretty standard jam here. From mid position, ace-jack suited. Perfectly legitimate. And he does. See, that's the kind of poker I like to see. Nice, orthodox poker. Makes my life so much easier.
Yeah, but it's less entertaining, Stephen. The wild stuff, the eclectic, unorthodox poker. That's what we're here for at the main event. We'll save the orthodox for the high roller. Although I have to say high rollers in Vietnam can get as eclectic as you'd like.
As we witnessed last time during our stream for Hanoi.
Indeed.
The jam and the takedown. So sitting pretty with 115 big blinds is my friend Picture, the Natural 8 Thailand exclusive winner, who won his main event ticket with 2 bullets of $30. What a story it will be if he were to win the main event to take home 4 billion dong. $60 USD all the way to the top. Pocket sevens could either jam or raise. You'd be a little bit too nitty to fold here. He opens. The question is always, when you get clicked back by one player, what do you do with pocket sevens?
Yeah, I was about to ask, is he opening with the intention of folding to aggression?
Well, I think the line will be, if two players click back, then he can fold. With only one player clicking back, he will have to peel the flop or rejam with his pocket sevens. So that leaves it open for him because he's relatively early at UTG +1. so leaving room for a fold.
By the way, with 31 players now left in the field, 30 in fact, we have hit our next pay jump, 4,300 USD. That's 102 million VND. So we've crossed the 100 million VND payout mark. This goes again all the way up to 13.6 thousand USD for 9th place. Spot on the final table, good for 323 million VND. But we have hit that next pay jump, which means we're now a few spots away from the next pay jump. 27th would be 4,900. That ICM pressure may be beginning to creep in. I think with a lot of amateurs, a lot of players who do not even have any caches or have 1 or 2 caches, usually from other APT events in the field, those pay jumps might just start creeping into the back of their head. Of course, should be going for that massive 3.9 billion up top, but this is real money we're talking about. 1,500 USD was the buy-in.
So I was asking you about what kind of money 4 billion dong is. So I decided to go to my trusty Google to have a little look. And for 2.9 billion, you can buy a 1-bedroom sea view flat in Da Nang.
Wow. Imagine walking out of the APT and just doing that. That'd be baller.
Yeah. Just go home to say to mum and dad, yeah, I just won a flat in Da Nang.
You know what's interesting is, have you ever heard of the Big Mac Index?
Yes, I do know the Big Mac Index from The Economist, yes.
Right, so the Big Mac Index is like a good thumb rule or hack to think about purchasing power in different countries. You can usually look at the price of a Big Mac to get a sense of what a certain amount of money gets you. And usually the Big Mac is even across different countries. And interestingly, I think the Big Mac Index actually breaks down a bit in Vietnam, particularly in a city like Hanoi, simply because the street food culture is so prevalent, and street food is so popular and so cheap and so good, mind you, in Vietnam and in Hanoi in particular, that actually McDonald's comes off pretty expensive. It's cheaper to have an amazing street food meal, some pho, some banh mi, maybe some bun cha, than it is to have a Big Mac at McDonald's.
I think that applies to pretty much every city I've been to.
In Asia, you mean?
In Asia mostly, yes.
Try that in the United States. Good luck. Taco trucks are like
right?
$10.
Jesus, is that right?
For real, for real.
Both players flop bottom pair. We're heading towards a chop here. The run now only gets worse for both players. Happily, showdown to see the chop.
Lam Lu in chat saying to me that I can speak local foods name pretty well. Well, first of all, thank you so much, Lam. And I suspect you're not from Vietnam, because I probably was not saying them pretty well, and a local would certainly admonish me for doing so. But you know what? I have been to Vietnam a few times, thanks to the various stops at the APT. The foods I named are some of my favorites. And when you want to get the best pho, the best banh mi, you learn how to say it right.
I still call it pho.
Like F-A-U-X. Oh, Lam, you're Vietnamese. Hey, thanks so much then. I will take that compliment as it was intended. And mind you, Steven says he calls it pho, so you can let him know your thoughts there.
Oh, give me some pho.
Down to 28. Players are dropping. Of course, some of the shorter stacks very likely to get eliminated, but that does mean we get fairly deep. The structure of the APT, particularly the main event, is so generous to the players. 1 hour level, slow increment. Usually means we have a lot of play ahead of us at every stack depth, every level. By the way, if and when we reach the final table and the average big blind is lower than 30, we actually reset the blinds such that the average big blind is 30 bigs.
Shanghai is flatting from the button with King Jack suited. Interesting.
I'm assuming you mean you would have loved to see a 3-bet there. As it happens, he flops top pair.
Check the flop. Betting with the best hand. Hoping to extract a little bit of value. And fail to do so. Yeah, well, I've been off eating beef for the past 10 years. So I do remember the last time I had pho, I enjoyed it very, very much indeed. But I haven't had it since.
It is obviously amazing here in Vietnam.
I've been told they're very good in Australia, in Melbourne.
No, I believe it. I believe it. I did end up watching some of those food videos that we were discussing earlier about how they make it, and sometimes the process is 12 to 14 hours just for that glorious broth. I do believe it's different in the north and the south. You have to check out the south. If you're a foodie, get your behind down to Vietnam. You will not regret it. Amazing food in this country. And needless to say...
Hey, welcome back, Anthony. Anthony is back.
Oh,
my
Anthony
my trusted friend, Anthony Wood. Okinawa soba is the best. I do like that very much too.
Win in chat, by the way, saying big stack doesn't want to bully short stack. Yes, Bichai does have the biggest stack, and it's not like he's wielding it in that typical table captain, table bully mode. But honestly, whatever gear he's brought to this table has been working way too well for him to want to change the course. Does not have the most experience, I suppose, being the big stack this deep into the final table. I'm thinking back to Lee, who we lost very early in the day on the feature table yesterday, wielding his big stack on the bubble. With 27 players left, by the way, if you have a monster stack above 2 million, and it's not a spot you've been in very often before, you can already see the dream becoming a reality, starting with the idea of making the final table. Back to this hand, by the way, the big stack does have top 2 now. McCulley had floated the flop out of position with king high.
In the BVB situation, is definitely a bet on the turn with the top 2.
McCulley thinking, am I being bullied? Or does he have it? They exchange smiles. Usually a good idea to keep the player on your left in good spirits versus you. I see the clock there. 3 minutes to the break, by the way. We will have a new feature table, as we mentioned. A new feature table with all different nationalities, mind you. Truly the most diverse feature table we've had in a long time here at the APT. 3 tables will remain, 27 players after the table redraw. Eight-handed for now. Final table is 9-handed.
Despite what the comment just said about the big stack not bullying, I think Pichai is playing a very solid game that he understands, that he can manage very well. And, you know, it's no point to bully the table for the sake of bullying if you don't know how to handle the swing properly. So I am a big fan of his strategy, and I wish him all the best. He'll be an absolute fairy tale if he goes all the way to win that 4 billion dong from a $60 buy-in on natural 8. Josh McCauley opens from the button. 10-8 suited. Pretty standard open, actually. Dong is going to take the flop with queen high. And we'll see the flop. It's likely to be the last hand before the break. Let's see whether we'll see any action here. Flop comes king 9-4. Both players have missed. Queen high is still ahead, obviously. But the pre-flop racer, Josh McCauley, is continuation betting, representing a king. Looks like a fold to me, maybe. It's not much equity development here for Dong. No backdoor. No backdoors. Flush draw, straight draw. Yes, and he gives it up. It is the break.
We are down to 26 here at the APT Da Nang main event, day 3. Down to 26 means we are still going to have, I believe, 4 tables. Once we get down to 24, we're going to have 3 tables of 8 players each. The final table will actually start out with 9 players, so we're playing down to the final 9. 15-minute break here. This is crunch time. This is it. It's all to play for. Do not go anywhere. My name is Vidar Singhal, joined by Stephen Lai. We will see you after this 15-minute break here in Da Nang. See you shortly.
Keep raise all 1,000. Yeah, all 1,000.
But I'll, yeah.
Last call for the final 26 of the Zodiac Classic. August start in less than 1 minute. Once again, Zodiac Classic. We're about to start.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
What a weird hand, Henry, but it has certainly worked out in the favor of Kim, who's going to be extending his chip lead in the spot, through the spot. Love that continuation by UUC Sai with the pocket eights. Not often you get to bet into three players twice.
Why you keep it take off my clothes?
This could have all been
I said you keep it take off my clothes.
avoided pre-flop for Chen. And he just opted to 3-bet. Although you never know, the eights may have just put him in.
Weird things happen around the bubble, which is why we love it.
Is it bigger?
Yeah, 25.
I mean the size of the chip.
Yeah, like bigger. Ooh.
New chip leader, probably debating how much pressure he wants to apply to the shorter stack. The answer is a lot. It's one of those situations, isn't it, Henry? It's like, I know that you know that I don't have much and I don't need to have much. But the question is, do you want to risk your tournament?
Kim after just flat calling the ace-king. Getting 3-bet out of position with the ace-queen. Does have the best hand. There are some good things that can happen for him. Such as that. Queen 7 trade. Top pair, top kicker for Chen. Kim with middle pair. Ace of spades in hand as well. A couple of spades on board. There are a couple of disaster cards for Kim. One of the two remaining aces rolls off on the turn.
What a great situation this is working out to be for Chen. Under-repped his hand, ace-queen. Kim does flop the pair as well.
Up the card to the queen.
Under 1 SPR now, Henry. Does change the dynamic. Kim, of course, does have the pair and a lot of showdown value. Might want to check the turn, but knows that he can apply maximum pressure while still having some showdown, some outs as well in case he's behind.
Wow.
And there we go.
Just max pressure on the bubble from Kim. I don't think Chen can get away from this. Looks like he's check jammed. The bet was for 73,000. It's just an out-of-line pot. Out of nowhere.
Look at this, Henry. 44K to call 339K. I mean, the pot odds being offered are just immense. And Kim has to be thinking, is there a chance my opponent could be behind? I think one of the reasons that Chen went all in very quickly, by the way, is to represent some strength. What is that? Is that a layup?
No, he's called. I mean, it's great news, you know, when you're in Chen's shoes, you jam. Your opponent has 44K more to call to win 339K, and he doesn't want to call. Like, it's good news. One out for Kim. What an absolute gift for Chen on the bubble. I mean, let's call a spade a spade. This pot just blew up out of nowhere. Wow. Close.
Close indeed.
3 across. 6 of hearts. Chen with a huge double. 63 big blinds now.
Look at that smile, Henry. He's gone from being on the verge of elimination, not knowing where exactly he was in the hand, to pretty much knowing he can now sit back, make that min cash were he to.
Hey, that's cheating, Greg. Sorry.
Sorry, La.
Sorry, La.
So Serena has put DJ all in. DJ in great shape, Greg.
Fantastic.
With the Queen 8.
Domination Nation. DJ Arashi, the favorite to win here, though everybody at the table hoping for a bust. Deuce, deuce, 3. Not going to be much help to Serena. 10's not going to be much help. Needs a 7. And that's going to be... Ayaz in the chat for DJ Arashi, our bubble girl here at the Influencer Challenge for Natural 8. Got it in so good. Please, 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 as a sign of respect, Ayaz in the chat for DJ Arashi.
Barry on a bit of a spin. Making up with Ace King in the small. Button open from DJ Arashi.
15 big blinds effective.
I think it's just a jam. Don't really want to be doing too much inducing with ICM.
Bamboo posing, berry time! On fire.
Oh my word. What is going on today?
With a Jack offsuit.
What is going on?
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Summer Series here in Da Nang. You're watching day 3 of the APT main event. Commentary brought to you by yours truly, Greg Goes All In, and my esteemed colleague, Stephen Lai. Stephen, how are you? Long time no chat.
Hello, Greg. How are you doing?
I'm doing very good. Da Nang has been super sunny, such a paradise, and a great way to enjoy a nice little time away from Canada.
Well, apparently Canada has been very hot also.
That is true. That is true. It's not the cold, frigid wasteland that everyone seems to think it is, but it's definitely no Da Nang. Folks, it's an exciting day 3 here of the main event in APT Da Nang. Playing down to the final 9 players. We currently have 26 players left as we're down to the last 4 tables. It's going to be a fun, exciting one. Steven, I just came into the commentary booth. What have I missed?
Well, you've missed some really interesting action from our friends from Thailand. Very aggressive player, very loose, very happy-go-lucky, gambly kind of player. Also, we lost several players at the feature table. There was a man who was trying to take over your all-in. He was a man called Daniel. He's all-in every hand. Whenever he had a marginally good holdings, he just pushed it all in. 12, 13 big blinds. But now we're down to 26 players, and we are expecting a redraw when we play down to 24 players.
That's right. Yes, there might be some time still before we see cards in the air again as we finish our redraw. But yes, let's talk about prize pools. We saw a little bit of a screenshot earlier there, folks. There's 3.9 billion with a B, Vietnamese dong up top for the winner. That's about 168,000 US dollars. So much at stake as we take a look at our chip denominations here for your viewing pleasure. Love these graphics, by the way. The yellow chips are 1,000, the blue chips are 5,000, and the green chips are 25,000. 20 billion total in the prize pool. Almost 4 billion up top for our winner. And of course, the esteemed APT Lion Trophy. Any familiar faces we see here on the table right now, Steven?
Right now we have the overall tournament chip leader, Shingai from Japan. He is sitting there in the black shirt with lots of greens in front of him. He was playing quite aggressively. He only came on the feature table about 5 hands before the break. But also, a player that I am rooting for is a man called, I call him Picture. It should be pronounced Picchai, I suppose. He qualified through to the main event through Natural 8 online for 2 bullets of $30. And now he's in the shout for 4 billion Vietnamese dong.
Yes, speaking of which, looks like we have 2 of the qualifiers on the screen here. So Pichai, as you mentioned, on the right, and Joshua McCulley of Australia on the left, who satellited into this main event through a satellite on Natural 8, our very generous sponsor, as we get right into our first hand, back into this win under the gun with King Queen offsuit. 18 big blinds starting out here on this feature table. He's going to peanut butter and jam it all in with the King Queen.
It's slightly loose, but not totally out of line, I would say.
Has good showdown value, blockers to strong hands. Joshua McCulley has a spot here now, picking up ace-10 offsuit on the cutoff versus the 18 big blind jam. Joshua McCulley himself also quite short stacked, starting this with 21 bigs here. If he makes the call and is wrong and loses, his stack will be severely crippled.
Well, he's thinking long and hard. I think the problem he is facing, of course, is that there are still 3 other players behind him. So if he makes any, if he flats this bet, he will have no choice but to call off another jam from behind him.
And
but
wow,
here we are.
Yes, Pichai here picks up pocket kings on the button as Win just runs right into it. Pichai with 29 big blinds.
He's running hotter. He's running hotter than the Ontario Fire.
Yes, that is right. He is just going to flat here. Perhaps induce some bigger stacks in the blinds to come along.
Well, if you know the table dynamics, you will know that the 2 players behind him have been very trigger happy. So flatting from the button to induce a bluff. was the correct play.
Very cool. So we're going to see Win all in for his tournament life with King Queen offsuit versus Pichai's Kings. As we see a flop of Ace 9-9. Very little help here to Win, drawing to runners, and that's going to seal the deal here, as Win is going to be knocked out here in 26th place of the main event.
25th, it seems. If you look at the top left, some other player from the outer table also busted.
Wow,
as
action's
we
just flying.
were playing this hand.
Fast bust out.
So
Good
we
game.
are down to 24 players. That means it'll be a complete redraw. He's
Yes,
lingering here.
Yes.
He's lingering
make
here.
the most.
Not
Make the
knowing
most
what
of
to
your
do.
15 seconds of fame.
Yep. Expecting interview from you, perhaps, Greg.
Perhaps, but alas, I am in the booth, and Pichai picks up more chips here. Looks like sitting about 2.2, 2.3, 2.4 million in chips. 1.3, no, 2 million. 1 million, 2 million.
Oh, it's a lot.
Yes,
It's a lot.
It's a lot.
2.5 million.
As we take a look here, I mentioned
No,
that
it's not.
there must
1.3 million. 1.3 million. No, it must be more than that.
I think
That
there is
wrong.
an error with the graphics because it's 4 stacks of greens. Each the greens is 25,000. Each stack is $500,000. She has 4 stacks, so it should have at least 2 million. But as I'm sure as we reshuffle, we get that readjusted. But regardless, a lot of chips. We can agree on that. As we take a going on a slight break as we
are
reshuffle.
looking at the outer table. I think everyone is racking up, waiting for the redraw, and we're going to take another short break. When we come back, we have 24 players left, and we are going to see a new set of players at the TV table.
That's right. So do not go anywhere, folks. It's going to be a good one.
Here at table number 3, and we will have our first redraw here on day 3 of the main event. Stay after seats, wrap up your chips.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
going on today.
And as the overwhelming chip leader, really not too concerned, even if he does lose some chunk of chips here.
Well, that's going to get DJ
rejam.
Arashi out the way with. So we're going to be flipping. I mean, if AJ can hold here with the jacks, it's pretty much his tournament to lose, right?
Oh man, Barry all in for his tournament life with Ace King versus Jack. One of his outs is gone.
Oh, he's doing the stand-up. You did a bit on this.
A stand-up game, impromptu stand-up game. The further you stand away from the table, the higher your equity goes.
I believe it. So, one of the biggest flips this tournament so far.
People cheering for Barry, 161 viewers. Needs to find the ace or the king or will face elimination. Barry with ace king all in for his tournament life. Everyone's saying, in Barry we trust. Barry will win. Barry, Barry, Barry. Flop king. The chat is going wild as flop comes. Queen, 10-3.
Okay, okay.
Wow, interesting. Gut shot, 2 overs.
Neither player can be dead on the turn. That's the beautiful thing about this board.
It finds the ace. And now, Ace Jack soon needs to find a king and only a king. Set outs are no good.
Yeah.
So sick, and that's going to be a massive double for Barry W as the chat goes wild. Picks up king high versus a button open.
Hold up, let Barry cook. Oh wow, Serena's asked for a count. Serena has asked for a count.
Serena dominated, nope. Serena dominated by one hand. Dominates the other.
I mean, this if she goes all in, this could be over right here, right now.
Versus a raise and a 3-bet.
Yeah, but if she just assumes that Barry's opening super wide, which he should be on the button, and that ace-5 is doing well against the AJ jam. Oh my word.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, hold up, let him cook. Let him cook. I mean, Serena's called and left herself with less than 10 bigs. What's Barry going to do? Could be over.
AJ
right
here. AJ here just going, oh dear.
38, okay.
Wow, folks, I feel like it's culminating to this moment here. All three players getting
It's
into
a three-way
this here.
all-in, can you imagine, to end things up?
All in here for, wow, Barry W and Serena with only 9
see
big blinds
AJ.
behind.
Aaron's just like, okay, I stepped in it. It's 5 dominated. We need diamonds or a king.
Basically 6-1.
It's such a sick
Serena
spot.
to call. Does she just take the level? Does she just take the, oh my, I don't even know. What an insane hand. 261 people in the chat and watching.
Chat, smash that like button. We're here all week. $1 million prize pools being smashed. Players from all over the globe flocking to Taipei for the APT New Era launch. Potential 3-way all-in.
What happens if Barry stacks both of them at the same time? Does Serena get the second place?
Serena gets second place, yeah. But she just has to fold now. Because the worst case scenario is that AJ wins the side pot, Barry beats Serena, and Serena bows out in third, and AJ's left playing heads up against Barry. Wow.
Holy crap.
He's live. Live for the triple up. Courtesy of that dead money.
So AJ all in for his tournament life with King 5 suited. As flop comes. King in the window. And a King 9-6.
AJ said, hold up, hold up. Don't let him cook just yet.
Turn the 9 of spades.
2 outs once for Barry.
Needs an ace and only an ace. Or AJ is getting the double up here. River. Boat. 9's full of kings for AJ here getting a big double. More than a double, as a triple.
Triples up, mate.
Wow.
Win may go back to back against Jung.
Ooh.
He's run into the tens.
Oh wow,
Chan gets
goes
out
all
the
in.
way, and Jung could go from shortest stack to table captain in just 2 hands if he can hold here with the 2 red tens. Win, absolutely nothing wrong with this jam. Small blind v button.
All in for his tournament life. 10 in the window.
Another set for Jung, but does need to fade the gut shot.
As the turn brings a king, picking up more outs here. No longer just a gut shot, but an open ender here. And it's not going to come, and that's going to be an elimination for Nguyen Nang Chuang of Vietnam. As Jung goes from being our short stack ninja now to being table captain in literally 2 hands.
You're right, you're right. Wow, he's going to take the spot with the queen 4 rather than waiting. Wow, Pachara, the potential double KO spot. He had one earlier on in the day where he eliminated 2 players, his kings against 8s against 8-7. A very similar spot where there was a 2 big blind stack.
Henry, the chat is insisting that Thailand is running hot. I must say, I have no option but to agree at this point.
Well, listen, there's 5 cards to come. Michael looking for a king, some diamonds or some spades. Sasa looking for a queen or some funky straight. Hand number 148 to get us from 15 down to 13. Would come with a pay jump as well for everyone else. The 10-10 tray board rolls off. So far, so good for Pachara. 9 of clubs on the turn does give Michael a couple more outs. No dice as the pair or the 4 rolling off on the river, and a double elimination. We're going to lose Michael Leck in 14th and Sasa in 15th, and Pachara with his 2nd double KO of the day.
Peter Kim in the big blind heads up here. Does have a defendable hand. Is going to defend, looking for some very specific flops. As flop comes, wow, how about that? How about that? Chan makes top pair, but Peter Kim flops bottom 2 with the heart on the flop.
That is sick.
Gonna check it over to our pre-flop aggressor. He's gonna be feeling pretty darn great with top pair here. But Peter Kim with a disguised 2 pair, straight draws about. Oh, this is gonna get spicy.
50k bet, fairly standard, but Peter Kim with almost a mandatory raise. You mentioned the straight draws that are possible, but it's also time to start building the spot at a time when your opponent has a range which might continue pretty wide. I'm thinking things with backdoors, overcards, things like queen 10s, queen 9s. Want to get value from all of those while you can. Raise it to 160. Chan, of course, with a hand much better than those hands. Top pair with the queen kicker. Certainly too strong to release at this point in the hand.
Oh my gosh. And Chan goes all in.
Wow. This is going to get instantly called.
And gets a call. Peter Kim not out of the woods yet. Is a 3-1 favorite to win, but has to dodge 27% equity. Needs to dodge counterfeit outs. Needs to dodge the queen. Needs to dodge the jack.
One of my least favorite situations in poker is to be ahead with bottom 2 against top pair. I don't know why, but it just feels like you're not as much of a favorite as the equity suggests.
Peter Kim! Queen on the turn, dagger to the heart. Needs an 8 or a 5 now. It's not going to come. Peter Kim gets it in so good here near the money bubble of the high rollers on day 2 and is eliminated. But stoic as always, an immaculate professional walking away from a featured table. Good game to Peter Kim of US of A. Ayaz in the chat, please and thank you.
How did I just call that?
Jacks running hot on this table. Carmen with jacks in the high jack. Looks down and says, oh, hi jacks.
I see what you did there.
Thank you very much. Gonna raise it up to 50K as the blinds increase to 10K, 25K, 25K.
Very smooth.
Gonna get all the way down to the blinds. Let's start with the small one. Bye-bye, hits the muck. 9-4 suited. Oh my god! Aces for Chan. The Pocket Rockets, the American Airlines, the pre-flop Nutter Butters.
Raise, he announces, well, doesn't really matter what free information you gave in what hand when you get aces on the big blind against the hijack.
And when they're playing effectively for 16 big blinds behind, I think it's gonna go all in here.
You don't feel.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the main event. It's day 3 of the main event here at APT Da Nang. Commentators brought to you by Greg Goes All In and Stephen Lai. Stephen, how was your break?
Well, how was my 2 breaks?
Yes.
We had a back-to-back break and I managed to make myself a bacon sandwich.
Very nice. Glad to hear it. Yes, folks, it's a really exciting main event. Day 3 means we're playing down to our final table. Currently, we have 24 players left, and stacks are getting pretty short, so action's going to be flying. You're not going to want to go anywhere, so please hit that like and subscribe button. If you want to chat with Steven and I, you can leave a message in the live chat. We're happy to chat. Looks like we already got a message. Hi, Gregor Zolan. Do you have stat URL online to check people? I think the closest thing we have to that is if you go to apt.poker, you can check our live updates, so you can catch it there. Or if you have 30 minutes of patience, you can watch the live stream, which is on a 30-minute delay. As we take a look
just
at these.
a reminder for the viewers, we try to keep it spoiler free in the chats here, so please refrain from telling us of any future events if possible.
Yes, no spoilers. We will ban you. I do have, you see that blue wrench by my name in the chat? It means I have the ability to ban you. I will take the ban hammer out. Don't make me take it out.
Wow, Greg, I never seen you that aggressive before. You do take spoilers very seriously.
Very, very seriously. I have a friend in my friend group who has made it clear to all of us that our friendships are over if we spoil anything for him, and it's a sacred vow within our friend group. I take it very seriously. No spoilers, please and thank you. But let us talk a little bit about our current players here at the table as we get a quick little snapshot of our new table shuffle.
Here we go, main event players.
Let's have a look.
10, 25, 25K. Terminators of the main shuffle ending.
So you just saw the graphic of the chip denominations. The blues are 5,000, the greens are 25,000. Looks like we've colored out the 1,000 chips, the yellow chips. We've colored them on up. Only 2 chip denominations in play. I'm sure we'll see the 100,000s coming, 100,000 plaques actually coming in shortly, definitely by the final table. We just got new plaques, and man, they are sexy.
They are very sexy indeed, along with the time banks. You know, all these little tiny squares at the table.
Love to see it. It's a great addition. I think it's a really valuable thing to include at the Asian Poker Tour, especially just because I play a lot of the side turbo events, and it's nice to have those time chips, just so that people aren't overly tanking, especially when levels are so accelerated. But enough about my side turbos. Let's talk about the main event as we pick up our first hand here. Jack 8 offsuit hits the muck.
Shingai must be the overall chip leader right now with over 2 million in chips. Siobhan, he is the mad Thai loose happy-go-lucky player. As I was saying to Vedu earlier, he is a man that doesn't give a flop.
Doesn't give a flop. And love to see it. That's great. 6-5 suited gets it all in here on the hijack. For a lot of big
Well,
blinds.
I think they are going with your nickname here. Greg goes all in, you know.
Yes.
Players going all in all over the place.
Nice at that. Goes all in. And win with ace-jack offsuit in the big blind. Thinking about calling it off here for just shy of 20 big blinds.
It's a tough call, actually. It's not as easy as it looks. Even though Chiffon is known to be a bit of a loose jammer, ace-jack is not as premium as it looks. Does look pretty. 2 Broadway cards. But I think the consideration here is to risk half of his stack. And he's sitting comfortably with 50 big blinds, right? So why risk half of your own stack to call off with a marginal holdings?
But a call it will be.
Of course he does.
So we're going to see Naisantat all in for his tournament life here with 6-5 suited versus ace-jack offsuit.
Classic flip.
Classic flip. He either wins or he loses. As flop comes jack in the window, Ace King, 2 pair here for a win, and Nice and Tat is going to need a miracle in the turn and river, and that's going to have him drawing dead, and that's going to be a good game for Nice and Tat of Thailand. Aya's in the chat, and good game to you, sir.
Well, I like his haircut. I love his big ears. And he has a very lucky face. And he's been an entertaining presence for the past 3 days. GG to him.
GG's. So you had mentioned Nice and Tat was going all in quite a bit. I was curious, were the hands showing down? Do you think the opponent, the fellow players, knew that he was shoving wide, or?
Well, before so what happened was he came into day 3 as a bit of a chip lead, so he was flatting all over the place. He was just calling with people's opens with 10-9 suited and hands like that, very speculative hands. And sometimes he showdowns well, sometimes he doesn't. But whenever he puts a bet in, he doesn't seem to need to think. So he just action to him and he puts a bet in.
I see.
He's just he's like the Flash. He's just so fast. And everyone was just taking it back a little bit. And then slowly they adjusted to his aggression, his loose style. And then he got picked off slowly. And then now he's out 24th.
Yes, I guess after 3 days of playing, you get quite a good read on your fellow opponents. As we enter another hand here, hand 51 of the day, A7 suited is going to be raised and +1 by Litasov of Russia. And Kong Jai of Thailand picks up the queens here on the button.
He was heavily featured at the TV table yesterday. Also a very, very loose, aggressive player. And he's getting his payoff for his image. Pocket queens.
Zhang with decision here in the big blind from China with ace 10 suited versus the early position raise and the 3-bet from late position. The problem is if he flats here with this fairly good hand that plays well post is that Litasov might 4-bet shove, and effectively Zhang might be playing a 12 big blind pot as opposed to the current price of about 5. Does make the fold back to Litasov. Makes
Easy
the
fold.
And queens will take it up pre-flop uncontested.
So hello to the viewers on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, I think. Welcome, welcome. Welcome the viewers on YouTube especially. We are answering your comments, so do interact with us. And more importantly, leave us a like. Just click on the like button, and if you feel so kind, subscribe to our channel.
Absolutely, and subscriber growth this series has been great. We started this series with 5,900 subscribers, now sitting on 6,120. That's pretty exciting.
Wow, you talk about YouTube subscribers like you talk about poker.
It's like I like both of those things or something, you know?
Well, you're going to talk about memes in no time at all, right?
Absolutely.
The 3 things you like.
Once the APT employs a meme department, I'll have yet another job. Okay, Kong Jai with Beauty and the Beast, King Queen suited on the cutoff. 51 big blinds to start. We're likely going to see a raise. I do see the raise to 60,000, 65,000. As the action folds now. Button folds, small blind folds, action to the big blind. Shinge of Japan picks up a defendable King 3 suited in the big blind. Does make the defend. So, 165,000 in the pot. Heads up, cutoff versus big blind. King X versus King X. As flop comes. Ace 10 deuce. 1 diamond, 2 hearts. Kong Jai ahead with King Queen high. With the flush draw. And Shinge behind with King high 3 kicker with the backdoor flush. Turn is the 9 of spades. Shinge drawing only to 2 outs now. Any black 3, one of the black 3 is already in the muck, effectively drawing to 1 out.
As I was saying earlier, in the past few days, there are so many online players with not much live earnings at the main event. So our friend the flush hits. Justin, our friend at YouTube, on YouTube has been updating us about the live earnings of each player. And Kong Jai, who's in hand right now, only has 815 American dollars live earnings. No doubt plenty more online.
Absolutely. The live earnings don't necessarily reflect their lifetime online and live. But back to this hand, King Queen suited makes the nut. Oh wow! And he's gonna make. Did he just make the hero call with King High there, or was that a raise?
No, frisky
it was a
raise.
Wow! Floats with King High on the turn, and now turns his hand into a. Turns his hands to bluff, and did he just call with the nuts?
Yeah, he just called with the nuts. No, with the second nuts, because the ace of diamonds is on board.
Ah,
so
second
the
nuts,
second
yes.
nuts. Still as good as the nuts.
Makes a call, and as we take a look at our positions here, looks like chip leading right now is Kongjai and Win. Pardon me, no, it's Shinge of Japan with 2 million chips.
Merely a dent in his massive stack.
Tis but a scratch.
Enough dent will become a hole. So just, you can't lose too many spots like that. 1 or 2 is acceptable. But a repeat of what just happened will be dangerous.
Absolutely. The small pots really do add up.
And, despite how excellent the structure is at the APT main event, blinds do go up. It's not a charity. You don't sit here all day. It's not a cash game where blinds don't go up. And you do have to accumulate while not bleeding at the same time.
Kongjai in the tank here with 10-7 suited on the hijack. Going to make the fold. Action on cutoff now. Pocket threes for Win. Tied for second in chips right now with 1.8 million. 70 big blinds with pocket threes. It's going to make the raise in late position here. Raises it to 70,000. Just shy of 3 big blinds. As action folds all the way around to big blind. Litasov here with 8 big blinds. Has had to pay the big blind and the big blind ante. Now down to 8 bigs. But is going to defend his big blind. Has a great price to call. So we're going to see pocket threes versus Jack 9. Cutoff versus button as flop comes. Queen 6 deuce 2 spades here. Win still ahead with pocket threes, but can't feel great seeing the 2 cards over his threes. Litasov checks in flow. And Win on this dry board. It's gonna just bet range here. Looks like 120, maybe 100,000. And a quick fold by Litasov. And a nice pot there for Win.
It's a good continuation bet there. Big blind defend. Only 1 card on the flop was kind of vaguely connectable, shall I say. 6 and deuce. Chances are you don't have those cards in your range. So you're just betting against the queen. So good c-bet and a good takedown.
As 22 players are left here in the main event on day 3, we are playing down to 9 players, so we are getting close. Folks, you won't want to go anywhere. And to echo Vitter Single's sentiments in the chat, hit that like button. Do it.
He is more enthusiastic in text than in speech, I have to say. He's far more reserved when he was talking to me. He wasn't like me. I was begging for likes earlier.
You always got to have one of the 2 begging for likes. I'm happy to take that role here. As we see Win raise up Jack 8 suited in the hijack. and gets folded all the way around to the small blind. Leads us off with 6 big blinds now. Makes the fold. Lives to see another orbit. And Maeda of Japan in the big blind with ace-6 offsuit with 44 big blinds. Defends his big blind. So we're going to see a single raise pot. Hijack versus big blind as the flop comes.
Correctly there. Both players did very correctly. Jack 8 on a queen 9-7 flop. Flopped a gut shot.
Maeda's
big blind's
ace high
ahead with ace high. Yes, yes.
The big blind win here. Queen 9-7 gut shot. Elects for a continuation bet.
Another C bet. This time might be a little bit different because the ace high might actually defend that. And he does.
Nice defend there by Maeda. Still ahead with ace high. Needs to fade the 8 jack or 10. Turn brings a 7 but gives win the flush draw.
Also pairs up the board, which makes a flush far less nutty.
Checks in flow to win once again. A great card to barrel on. Now has the combo draw, gut shot straight draw, and the flush draw. Elects to realize his
Decides
equity.
to check. Which could be his downfall, I'm afraid.
Turn brings the queen of diamonds now, so Maeda gets a check mark with 2 pair, queens and 7s, ace kicker, versus wins 2 pair, queens and 7s, jack kicker.
I think another bet on the turn from win would have taken it down, but as it stands, Maeda is going to take down with ace high.
Gonna bet 100k into 225k.
There's no calling from win, and I don't think he'll be crazy enough to put in a raise. But I have been known to be wrong often. Not this time though.
And win makes the fold.
Folds it. So tell me, have you seen Oppenheimer or Barbie yet, Mr. Greg?
I have yet to see either. I feel quite left out. I do see so many memes about Barbie and Oppenheimer and the comparison or the rivalry between the two, and I admittedly don't really understand what the correlation or connection is, but I guess I will have to watch them to find out. But without any spoilers, what is going on? Why is Barbie being compared to Oppenheimer?
Well, Barbie, you know, it could be anything. So Barbie could be a physicist in a parallel universe. Oppenheimer was a physicist. So that's the only comparison I can think of.
Amazing. I was just getting used to the Spider-Verse. Now I'm realizing there's other parallel universes tying Barbie and Oppenheimer together. The more we learn. Kong Jai with under the gun with 10-7 suited here. Chip leading massively. He's going to make the fold here. Action on win with ace-3 offsuits. Gonna hit the muck. Hijack.
But are you a science person at all? Like, are you fascinated by that story of those physicists and those super clever elite intellectuals?
I'm a theater kid that makes memes about poker for a living. So no, science has never been my forte.
So Barbie it is.
Barbie it is. It looks like Dong's just going to get a walk here in the big blind. And starting with 19 bigs, that's pretty great.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Just chipping up. I think Litizov is in a critical zone with 6 big blinds, desperately looking for a double up. AS8P. Look at those trophies. So how did you get on with the turbo event?
Death. Death, death, death. All I do every day at the APT is work for the APT, make the paycheck, and then give it back to the APT. It's a really nice cycle. It's very, very good for the poker ecosystem.
Oh dear. Well, at least you earned the experience.
It's the people you meet along the way. Shinge, hijack, queen 10 offsuit here. Raises it up to 55,000 in chips, and Litasov with 6 big blinds with the pocket pair is gonna go all in.
A fair jam. And a fair call. And we'll see a flip.
So we're going to see Litasov
10, yep,
of Russia with pocket fours flipping for his tournament life against queen 10.
You know, very unusual twist is exactly 50-50. Not anymore.
10 there as Shinge hits a pair. 2 pair now on the turn. Litasov drawing to a 4. It's not going to come. And Litasov eliminated in 22nd place of Russia here at the APT main event. Good game to Litasov.
That empty feeling, eh? 3 days, 2.5 days of grinding the main event. You know, you must have had your ups and downs and highs and lows, and then you put it in with pocket fours.
It's a fun little moment there with the cameraman.
I have to say the coverage, the production team has done an excellent job covering the main event, especially the bubble coverage. It was epic.
Yes, tell me a little bit about that bubble event. I wasn't in the room when it happened.
Oh, you missed out. So it lasted for just over an hour. I think 8 hands were played during the bubble time, and all the underdogs, all the people, all the players with the inferior stacks held until the end.
Just
so there
kept
was like
doubling.
King, Queen, Ace, King versus Queens. Nope, the short stack doubled up until the 8th hand.
We're just gonna see Dong. Sorry. We're gonna see Dong. Yeah,
the
go
8th
ahead.
hand. The 8th hand was pocket queens going in with 2 big blinds. Got called by 4 other players.
Oh no.
And someone hit a flush.
Oh no.
And
It was a
that was the
5-high
end.
flush, wasn't it? That's what I heard.
It was a 5-5 flush.
4 to
Yeah.
flush on the board. Big ayas.
Back to the action. Dong puts in with ace 7 off from the button. It's a lot of big blinds actually. Over 19 big blinds. Just a cold jam from ace from the button with ace 7 off. A little bit unorthodox, but it worked.
Takes down the pot. Now sitting on 21 big blinds with Litasov out of the mix. Dong now our short stack ninja here at the table. 21 players left remaining here on day 3 of the main event as we play down to the final 9.
I wonder what the equivalent is. You know, ninja is a Japanese thing. What's the equivalent in kind of Chinese kind of tradition?
Who
The
were
short
our
stack
traditional warriors? Yeah, who were our traditional warriors? I do not know.
The short stack Kung Fu master?
Sure. Shaolin Masters?
Shaolin monk? How about that?
I'm trying to think of the Canadian version, and all I can think is short stack Mounties. Kong Jai on the button with ace queen offsuit from Thailand. 1.7 million chips, one of our chip leaders here on the button.
Well, without getting too political, I suppose you're not really allowed to call a policeman a hero these days.
Depends on who you are. I can understand either way. Pretty large.
Very good, Greg. Very good.
A pretty large 3-bet here. Sorry, open by Kongjai here. More than 3 big blind open. And Zhang on the big blind with King Jack suited. Is going to just call. Big blind. Heavily incentivized to call a lot of his range, as he already just has such a great price too. So we're going to see a flop here. Ace Queen versus King Jack. King in the window. 2 pair. Top 2 for Zhang. Gut shot for Kongjai. Checks and flow.
Kongjai was hoping for a bigger raise for the button will eliminate more combos, but a king slipped right through the net.
Zhang going to bet now. 95 into 205,000. Half pot bet. Start charging all the draws.
You'll be a bit of a wild call on the turn here, I would say. But he made it.
Makes the call.
He makes it. Yes.
Gonna float with the nut high card, Ace Queen. As River gives Zhang a boat. Jack's full of kings, but likely won't get much action from Kongjai's ace high here.
Well, I've seen crazier things before, so let's see how it plays out.
I actually don't mind the flat by Kongjai on the turn there, as I imagine Zhang's could be betting a lot of draws that are worse than ace high. 9-10, hearts, queen 10. Zhang goes for Valley here. Bets 190, 195. One saving grace for Kongjai is that he does have the ace of hearts. Does block some of his bluffs. That Zhang's bluffs, meaning could be more leading heavily to value. But either way, not going to call off with ace high. And Zhang picks up a nice pot here in the big blind with the big blind special. Flopping a 2 pair, rivering a boat. Kongjai now in the mix. 60 big blinds, 1.5 million. Zhang, 1 million in chips.
When it's easy, poker is so flopping easy.
So flopping easy. And when it's hard, poker is flopping hard, man. I've the past 11 bullets I've fired since Vegas, so including Vegas and my bullets here at APT, I'm 0 for 12 bullets. I haven't cashed anything. I'm questioning my competence entirely as a poker player. And it's all part of the journey. Just happy to be here.
Sympathetically, I would say it's just variance.
Or I'm a donkey.
So what did you play at Vegas? What kind of events did you play? Did you play the main?
No, I did not play the main. Again, I'm still fairly new to tournament poker, so right now just trying to get more live experience, and the cheaper I can do it, the better. So I play a lot of the smaller events. But like I said, the small pots add up.
Oh, yeah.
We've got a hand here. Kongjai back in again. Queen Jack suited. Opens in the cutoff. Gets called by 9s on the big blind. Flop comes King 10-4 here as Kongjai flops an open-ended straight draw, but Shinge still ahead with pocket 9s. Action's going to go check as River, gives Kongjai the straight here, but does bring in the front door flush. Shinge does have the 9-high flush draw. Kongjai gonna go for value. Bets his straight. Bets 65,000. And Shinge just gonna make the fold. That'll be a nice pickup for Kongjai of Thailand.
Oh, he loves to bet, this guy. He was at the TV table yesterday, and he was so aggressive. Very good to watch. Very fun to watch. And what do you think? What do you think about live tournament poker? What's your...
It's fun.
After 12 bullets.
It's fun. I really enjoy it. I'm enjoying the experience. I'm enjoying learning more. After kind of being jaded by 100 big blind 100 big blind plus cash games for the past couple of years, it's nice to experience poker in a new format. And yeah, it's been exciting. It's been fun. I have only had capacity here to play the very accelerated events, 10-minute blinds, 15-minute blind levels. So I'm excited to get more experience playing in something with a longer structure, which, folks, you can do here at the Asian Poker Tour. We are well-renowned, well-known for our long structures, good structures, leaves a lot of time for play. If you want more information about our upcoming events, notably Incheon in August, please go to apt.poker. Zhang from
I've
China.
never been to Incheon before, and I look forward to the trip at the end of August and finally meeting you and others at the APT.
Yes, it'll be a really fun time. I've never been to Korea myself either. It's going to be really enjoyable. Can't wait to see everyone out there, all 414 people in the chat. Gonna see a flop here. 10-9 suited versus ace-9. As flop comes 10-8-6. Zhang ahead here with top pair 9 kicker with the redraw to the gut shot and some backdoor flushes. And Shinge sitting with the gut shot and ace high. C-bet and call. Off to a turn. Turn brings the 7 of diamonds, giving both players the same straight here. So we'll see some fireworks.
Shingai had one little look. You can see a little cheeky face right there. It's like, I've hit. What are you going to do? Are we going to see a race here? I very much would like to see a race here.
So we'll see the bet.
Just a call.
And the flat. River brings the 9 of hearts. What an unfortunate run of cards. Both players chopping on the turn, but now both playing the board on the river. As this is going to kill action.
Can represent 10-jack easily. So let's see whether he does it or not. He has 10-jack in his range. He's jamming. Good lad. Very good.
Does go all in for 775,000 in chips. An overbet here on the river.
Are we going to see Zhang's aggression paying off? Pushing the chip leader off the pot, of a chop pot? Denying his 50% equity? And next to Shingai is the player from Thailand. I call Picture. I think his name is Picchai, perhaps.
Picchai.
But Picture just sounds better to me, as a, as a lot of baccarat players in Macau would scream and shout, "Picture, picture!"
And Shinge.
Oh, wow! There you go. I have a 9-2.
Wow.
Oh, he's showing his bluff. Whoa. Whoa,
And Zhang
whoa.
successfully bluffs Shinge off the chop pot here as the board runs out. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Very cool bluff here by Shinge versus Zhang. Shinge now chipping on up to 1.9 million in chips.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10 was the phone number to give to people when I didn't want them to have my phone number. So if someone asked me when I was younger, "Oh, what's your number?" I was like, "Oh, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10," and they will get the message. Is Picchai, not Picture. I know, I'm sorry. I apologize.
Yeah, the Thailand community has a bone to pick with you apparently in the chat. Kongjai of Thailand with Queen 9 suited in the +1. It's going to raise up to 55,000.
A little bit loose, I would say, but he's been loose all day, so why stop now?
as Pichai picks up ace-queen offsuit in the small blind as the overwhelming chip leader here. 106 big blinds at this late stage of the tournament. Makes the 3-bet to 100,000. 100,000. Min clicks Kong Jai here.
So small.
A raise, an orthodox 3-bet, and a call. So we're going to see a flop now, folks. Ace-queen versus queen-9. Domination Nations. Flop comes Jack H3, 2 spades here. Pichai still ahead with ace-queen high, the 2 overs. Kong Jai behind with queen-9 high. Does have the gut shot to a 10.
That's the problem with 3-betting so small from the small blind without position post-flop. With an offsuit combo, it makes it very, the playability goes right down. With a flop like this, you simply don't know where you're at.
He's going to put in the C-bet regardless. 100K into 250K action in Kong Jai.
Is pull out 100K in front of him.
Makes the call.
And he calls.
Looking for a pair, a 10 to feel more comfortable as the turn brings deuce of spades. Brings in the front door flush. Pichai with the 2 overs. Also picks up the queen high flush draw.
If he can pull the trigger, he will take it down. But he checks. So betting here has a lot of merits. It can be a blocking bet. It can be a value bet. You know, with his holdings as well, with the queen high flush draw, backdoor flush draw, he's got plenty of equity to bet the turn. But as played, he is half giving up the pot. $150K into 450K, so a third of the pot, and he calls. If a spade or an ace or a queen doesn't come, he's not going to be able to withstand another barrel on the river. Of course, the ace comes.
A beautiful card there for Pichai. Ace of spades now gives him the second nuts here. Third nuts aside from the straight flush. And now action back on Kong Jai. Sneaky check here by Pichai. Keeps all of Kong Jai's bluffs in. And here comes a bluff, folks. 750K in the pot. And there is going to be a bluff of what looks like 200,000.
By the way, Pichai is a fellow actor like you. Just
is
FYI.
He? Oh, cool.
Yes. As in, he is Hollywooding all the time.
Makes the call, shows down the queen high flush, and the chip leader picks up more chips as the rich get richer. Nice hand to Pichai of Thailand.
3.3 million in chips. Just think, not so long ago, he only had 40K to start the tournament with. Almost 100x increase in stack size. And did you know he actually qualified to the main event through a Natural 8 online event? It was a $30 buy-in. He fired 2 bullets, made it to the main event, played the Natural 8 Thailand exclusive event, won 1,000 USD, and now he's running deep and running well in the main event.
Wow.
What a fairy tale.
What a fantastic offer. And folks, you can make your dreams come true too on Natural 8. If you want to learn more about the special offers and satellites that Natural 8 has, especially to live events such as these, please go to natural8.com. We're going to see another hand here. Kong Jai back into the mix once again. Picking up a hot run of cards. King, Queen of Spades under the gun gets raised to 85,000. Loves those more than 3x big blind raises here.
He doesn't need a hot run of cards. He just races. He's a machine. Relentless.
Maeda gets the reminder to scan his cards. We see that he's Jack 3 off and gets to fold. Dong faring no better with 8-3 offsuit. Shout out to Elfin, who won the women's event here at APT Da Nang with 8-3 offsuit. I believe it was also 8 of diamonds, 3 of spades. It's either 8 of spades, 3 of diamonds, or 8 diamonds, 3 of spades. But what a great final hand to win with.
So we have one slightly shorter stack in Dong with 19 big blinds. Still very, very playable. I think the elimination rate is going to slow right down because I think a lot of the players are, all the short stacks, a lot of the short stacks have been eliminated. People don't stack off that readily with 20 big blinds. 6-5 off. UTG, that's an easy fold. Zhang, Queen 5 off. Don't do anything silly. Get rid, come on. That's the one. Thank you. Shingai. 10-9 suited from the hijack. Standard open.
Open standardly, 55,000.
Open standardly, wow, that's good. Fold, fold. Dong, ace 7 suited. I've seen him jamming that before from the small blind. Let's see whether he repeats that. And he puts it in.
John goes all in with ace-7 of hearts here. Kong Jai gets out of the way with 10-3 offsuit, probably.
They're all trying to take over your job. Dong goes all in.
Yes.
Greg goes all in.
It's not just a channel name, it's a culture. And I allow everyone can be Greg goes all in. Including Shinge, should he decide to
It's a
call
way
this
of
all in.
life.
It's a way of life.
It's
exactly.
a way of life.
I'd be a great cult leader. And Shinge going out of the way here, 10 high, and makes the fold.
So I imagine your coach will be very well dressed and dapper.
You assume I have a coach.
Summers Studio is saying it's a punt, is what it is. Justin Fairbanks. Daniel went all in until he didn't. Correct. And yesterday there was a funny gag as well. One of the floor managers, Neil Johnson, was making a nice gag about nothing happened. So every time when someone goes all in during the bubble, stone bubble, he would go over to the table, announce the cards, and then of course someone won the hand, but then he will calmly said, nothing happened.
And nothing happened.
The current payout is, we are on the 20th, so that means it's a $6,570 US payout. So there's no pay jump until the 17th placing. So no ICM at all. 20th, 19th, 17th, and 18th. All three placings will get paid the same. $6,570 US. That is the equivalent to 156 million Vietnamese dong. Still plenty of play left here. You know, the shortest stack is still sitting on 20 big blinds.
Yeah, fairly deep this late in the tournament. And it looks like we just lost a player too. I just saw the ticker in the top left go from 21 to 20. One player closer to the final table of the main event day 3 here at APT Da Nang. Playing down the final table, you won't want to go anywhere. We are just 11 players away from that. As we get into hand 65 of the day. Pichai 9-4 offsuit. Hits the muck. Maeda, King Jack offsuit on the hijack. Has been fairly quiet in this, at least since we started this feature table. Nice to see him get into the mix here. Dong, ace-5 off.
Maeda looks like a member of an 80s band called Echo and the Bunnymen. I don't know whether you're aware of that band. It's a band from Liverpool. He looks like the lead singer from Echo and the Bunnymen.
I'm not familiar, but I do want to be. Echo and the Bunnyman sounds like a kick-ass band.
It is a kick-ass band. I will.
In the small blind,
and your
ace-5
picture.
Defense here. Zhang in the big blind, dominated with King-9 offsuit. Should be defending big blind pretty wide, but multi-way. Does have some considerations to play tighter as he's up against multiple ranges, but good price to call, makes the call. So we're going to see 3 ways to a flop here. Hijack versus the blinds. King Jack versus ace-5 suited versus King-9 as the flop comes. Queen 8-10 here. Ace-high is ahead, win with ace-high. 1 heart, but Maeda has the open-ended straight draw with King Jack offsuit. And Zhang just happy to be here with King-9 high and the gut shot.
Answering the question from Marcus, PNG, we play down to the final 9 today. So just send your WhatsApp, Greg.
Yes.
And you can have a look.
Thank you very much. He does look like him.
There you go. My pop knowledge.
Wow. That is a very Japanese looking white man.
From Liverpool. That's a very Japanese looking white man. Sorry. I don't know why that made me laugh so much.
Maeda, apparently the man that looks like the lead singer from a band called Echo and the Bunnymen, takes down the pot with the open-ended straight draw with the second best hand, King High. Nice to see him get into the mix. Nice hand to Maeda, 53 big blinds, 1.3 million in chips. 19 players left remaining. We've just lost another. 10 more till the end of the day.
But it doesn't look like we're losing viewers. We are hitting 480 viewers. Keep it up, keep it up. I want to see 1,000 viewers watching this amazing event brought to you by Asian Poker Tour. This is the APT Da Nang main event. We are on day 3, 19 players remaining. We are going to play down to the final 9 today. Anthony knows Echo and the Bunnymen. Good man. There you go. Anthony Wood in the chat says Greg is too young to know Echo and the Bunnymen.
I feel young
Probably.
shamed. And we're going to see Dong here make yet another shove, open shove, with more than 15 big blinds. Shoves here for more than 20 bigs. So shoves for 23 big blinds with ace-4 suited in late position. Kong Jai not going to gamble with the 6 high. Pretty suited connectors. Zhang gets out of the way with 6-3 off in the small blind. And action left from big blind, who snap calls with the jacks. What a misstep here by Dong, running into jacks with the ace-4 suited for 23 big blinds. We are going to see Dong all in for his tournament life with ace-4 versus the jacks. Needs an ace or a bunch of spades. as flop comes. King 10-8, no help at all, drawing to an ace and only an ace. Drawing to an ace and only an ace for his tournament life as the river brings the 10 of clubs. That's going to be a good game for Dong. Eliminated here in 19th place of the main event. And Shinge picks up the chips with the pocket jacks.
GG.
GG. Justin Fairbanks in the chat says, I don't think most of the Thai viewers can speak English, though, so the chat is quiet. It is a fair point that you bring up, Justin. I think running the APT here, of course, Asia not being one homogenous people, but a place filled with many different cultures, many different languages. And so I think part of the challenge with running the Asian Poker Tour is catering to all of these different audiences and demographics, which we try our best to do. We also do have to recall the APT is under new management in a new era the past year, so with big plans to make all of that happen. But we are currently in that phase where we're building what we have, building a strong foundation. But it's a great point you bring up. I believe we also do have different live streams with different commentators. We also, at some of these series, we have a Vietnamese designated live stream team as well with its own Vietnamese commentary.
I think there are plans to localize the and stream the live events in different languages. So stay tuned. I think the APT as a brand is very innovative and is willing to try all sorts of new things.
Yeah, I would say extremely innovative. I think that's one of the things I really appreciate working for the APT quite sincerely is that I oftentimes ownership will be always looking for new ways to improve, constantly, never settling for complacency, just constantly trying to find every single edge that they can find in running an international poker tour. So my hat's off to the Asian Poker Tour. If you want to learn more about us, please go to apt.poker. Or if you want to keep up with all the action, make sure you subscribe here on YouTube, Facebook, or Twitch. And keep up with our daily updates on our social media channels. We are on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. Stand by, I don't think we're on Twitter.
X.
But we're on Facebook.
X. We're on X.
And
it's
X,
no longer called Twitter.
Is that really true? It's no longer called Twitter, it's called X?
It's going to be transitioned to be called X, yes.
What an expensive and public midlife crisis our friend Elon is having.
Well, he's living it up. He's loving it. He loves the name X. He started a financial company, like a pseudo bank, when he was younger, called X.com. Eventually became PayPal. He loves the letter X, SpaceX. Everything is X related. So now with his flagship platform, Twitter, he's going to call it X.
Back into a hand. Kong Jai, we're going to raise 10-9 suited under the gun. Gets a call by pocket sevens in the cutoff. And Maeda with King 6 offsuit in the big blind will defend. So 3 ways to a flop. Under the gun versus cutoff versus big blind. 10-9 suited versus sevens versus King 6 offsuit as flop comes. Is that fast enough, you think, Steven? Ace 8-4, 2 diamonds. Pocket 7 still ahead here.
Can't be too happy with pocket sevens against the UTG Open.
Not at all. Actually, going to check around as turn brings the Jack of Spades, giving Kong Jai the open-ended straight draw and the flush draw to go along with it. Maeda just happy to be here with King High.
Well, he is as cool as flop. Konjai is feeling a bit frisky with his combo draw, open-ended straight draw, and a flush draw.
And it likely is going to work here. Sevens can't be comfortable calling with 3 cards over the sevens.
Against 2 players too.
Against two players.
Mm.
Makes the fold. Folds the best hand. Maeda, the coolest mother flopper here at this table.
Thank you, Greg.
You're welcome, you're welcome. Thank you, thank you. That is funny. That is a funny bit. I like that bit. I will adopt it for future streams. Makes the fold. Kongjai with the worst hand picks up the pot. Power poker, folks. Power poker. 496 people watching. Just 4 viewers short of 500. Thank you all for being here. If you are watching, please take the time to hit that like button. It helps us grow the game of poker in Asia and boost this video out to more viewers, as we have now 18 players left remaining here at the main event. Exciting times, folks. We're playing down to the final 9. We're getting so close, you won't want to go anywhere.
The players remaining keeps going down, but our viewership keeps going up. So I welcome 493 viewers from all around the world. Tell us where you're watching this stream from. Any viewers from Hong Kong? 大家好，大家好。你有冇人喺香港? Give me a like, give me a hello on the comment section. Anyone watching from Canada at 5:32 in the morning, East Coast time? Or 2:30 a.m. Vancouver time.
That's right. And Shinge with the pocket 8s representing Japan. Going to open it up to 75,000 on the cutoff. Blinds are up 15K, 30K. Kongjai back at it again. Defends his big blind with King 10 offsuit. Single raise pot. Cutoff versus big blind. 8s versus King 10 offsuit. Japan versus Thailand as flop comes. Queen 9, 6, rainbow. Kongjai with king high and a gut shot. Needs a jack to make a straight. Shinge ahead with pocket 8s. Dry board. Going to c-bet here. Bets 100K into 190K. Half pot bet.
I don't think Kongjai knows that his 10 is robust. If he did, he'd be happily call this flop bet.
Does make the call here. Turn. 8 of diamonds. A great card for Shinge. Makes a set. As Kongjai picks up the double gut shot as well. Might induce him to stick around. Shinge, bets very small. 100K into 395K. Quarter pot bet.
3 big blinds. 3 big blinds is a very small bet on the turn.
Absolutely. Does make the call.
Gets a call.
Maybe some worry about Jack 10. And that's going to be a pretty beautiful card for Shinge, as if he was charging value from Queen X's, he now has a boat against trips. But Kongjai does only have king high.
I think that would have been too lucky. Kongjai is actually known for having a very, very wide range of hands. So, you know, it's safe for Shingai to charge for the queen. If you don't put a bet in, you don't get paid. So, put a good bet in. Good. 300K. 350K even.
And
Gets
a
a
snap fold. And a massive pot here for Shinge. Boat. 8s full of queens. Chipping on up to 2.7 million in chips. Shinge now
We're down to...
Yes, go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
No,
We're down to 18 players. Down to 18 players. We only need to eliminate half the field to reach the final table. Not long to go now. Justin Fairbanks says in the chat, Shinge is close to passing his 16th from Hanoi. Correct.
504 people watching. We just passed the 500 mark in viewership. Thank you so much for you all for being here. We much appreciate the support and love to see the support coming from all over the world.
Okay, I'm going to put Google Translate to work because there are so many Thai comments and I want to respond to them. Let's have a look. Don't let me down, Google Translate. What? I'm going to use deep L. Okay, tech language. From Thai? Thai, okay. Okay, a Thai comment from someone called Hada says, you can't be suspicious of every hand. Wise words indeed.
Wise words.
So you haven't seen Oppenheimer, you haven't seen Barbie, have you seen Into the Spider-Verse?
No, I want to see that too. It's been a hectic couple months for me. Just the past like 3 weeks, I've been to Vegas, back to Vancouver, to interior British Columbia, back to Vancouver. Now in Vietnam, I'm gonna go back to Vancouver, and then I'll be going to Incheon. So I haven't had too much time to catch up on the mainstream movies, but it is on the list. I would love to see it. Oppenheimer is awesome, says Gilbert. Go, Gilbert. Now that you've said it, I will go see Oppenheimer. Pichai back into the mix here with 8-7 suited on the hijack. Raises it up to 50,000, which is not legal, as the blinds are 15K, 30K. So,
it's not illegal.
Someone call the cops. Absolutely not allowed.
Or
right?
just take the law into your own hands.
Am I wrong? That's
You're
not illegal.
Absolutely correct.
I'm sure there was something happens. I'm sure yeah, that was probably 60,000.
I think it's a misprint.
Yes.
It's a misprint.
So open and folds. Pichai takes it down. Another win for Thailand. Very intriguing and thought-provoking.
Gilbert, yeah, sorry, I'm just going to say, well, the ending isn't really a twist.
Okay, stop. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers.
No,
we talked
history.
about this,
it's
Stephen.
Factual. It's factual. It's history. It's not my fault that you don't know your history, right?
Oh. I see what you mean.
You know, you can say, okay, Pearl Harbor, the movie, spoiler alert, Japanese bombed Pearl Harbor. Well, sorry, it's history.
Thing is, I'm not as familiar as in the same vein of science, of me not being as familiar with science.
Okay,
my history is also equally bad. So no spoilers. Give him
I
time.
shall stop.
This event. Gilbert Go says, "You are right, Steve."
Thank you, Gilbert. I'd like to be right. So Pichai is really piling on the pressure here. He's been quiet for a few orbits, and now he's opening with ace 7 off from UTG, getting 2 callers, pocket 5s from Zhang, and
no caller.
Oh,
a 3-bet
3-bet from Shingai, which is more of a squeeze play.
Nice. Does get the fold from the better hand. And the other better hand. And a nice squeeze there by Shingai of Japan from the big blind. Is under the gun, but it is 6-handed, effectively the low jack. So Pichai can be opening up a little bit looser, I suppose. Ace-7 off from the low jack. Feels marginal,
okay.
Right? It's okay?
Yeah, you can open fold. Definitely open fold. No problem. But you are facing quite a frisky player in Shanghai. So once you get a small blind to flat, you've got to be brave to defend your ace-7 off.
Maeda. Ace-queen offsuit under the gun. Effectively, the low jack gonna open up to 2 big blinds, 60,000 in chips. Kongjai folds 9-7 offsuit. Win in the cutoff fold 6-3 offsuit. Zhang with ace-7 offsuit on the button fold. Small blind snap fold. Action on big blind now, with perhaps a big blind special. Likely will get defended, but with the king-10 offsuit by Pichai, our superstar here at this table. Chip leading. Flop comes. 10-9-7. Pichai outflops Maeda.
Now you know why he's the chip leader.
He runs very flopping good. He goes check, check. Turn. Brings the jack of hearts here. So Pichai with the top pair picks up a gut shot and the 10 high flush. Maeda has the open-ended straight draw. 2 overs. Pichai will lead here in the big blind. 75,000 to 1.
I think just 1 over actually, Greg, because the queen will make a straight for Pichai.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
River. King of hearts. Interesting. Wow, very interesting. Maeda makes the straight, but there is 4 to a flush on the board, and Pichai does have the 10 high flush.
And I'm going to repeat myself like an old man. That's why he's the chip leader. Sorry, like a dad, as you would say, Greg. I didn't get that at all, that comment yesterday.
Oh, sorry. It's a term of endearment I call literally everybody.
A dad?
Yeah, I'm like, you know. And it's going to go check, check. Maeda just going to try to realize showdown with the straight. It's going to be shown that it's no good. Pichai wins the pot with the 10 high flush.
Highly conservative. No idea why he would check his good flush on the river.
Showdown, I guess. Like, showdown, keep bluffs in. Probably use it as a bluff catcher as opposed to trying to get value for like lower flush draws.
I don't like it.
Guess you can still get yeah, you can still get hero calls from worse flushes or
straights.
Straights, yep. Sets.
By the way, I'm loving the TV table as well. I love that kind of slightly angular shape. It gives players a little bit more room.
Yes, and some behind the scenes, considerations regarding it's like in the same vein of how the APT is constantly innovating. We have gone through so many different iterations of final tables, live stream tables, and considerations like player comfort, camera angles, dealer comfort has gone into all of this, and finally came up with this iteration. Found a good balance between player comfort and finding optimal camera angles for the live stream. And I think ownership's pretty pleased with this one. I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to keep evolving, though.
It's the APT after all.
Shinge, pocket
no
sevens.
Standing still for the APT.
Absolutely
You know, behind
not.
the scene, I remember between Hanoi and this Da Nang event, there's so many messages flying around, you know, looking for ways to improve, looking for ways to make everything just a little bit better. 10 high flop. The sunglasses are off and he hits top pair. Shingai should be very happy with this flop. Bets 40,000, which is just a big blind and a tiny bit. Gets a call from Maeda. Turns a 4. No help to Shingai at all. Checks again. Should get a check back here. Oh, actually no, because there's a flush draw on board. Maybe he'll bet again. But even if he bets, hopefully it'll be a small sizing. Nope, he checks. That's a good check. River comes at 5, completing the flush. Top pair still good, but I think he will check for a cheap showdown. Ace gets there. A lot of cards get there, so a rub of the nose, a little blink, a little twitch in the eyes, and he's going to prove me wrong by betting. I knew it. And checks. Good.
Proves you wrong
Good check.
again. Double proves you wrong. Check, check.
Double wrong.
Reverse tell, reverse tell. And 10-8.
No, it's the right
big blind
check.
special.
Absolute
It's gonna
right
take
check.
it down.
Go on, put your sunglasses back on. They look well cool on you. So another pop reference. His sunglasses were very much made popular by a singer called Lou Reed from the Velvet Underground from New York. The Velvet Underground, you might know from T-shirts with the famous Andy Warhol print of a banana. That's the Velvet Underground.
Good to know, good to know. Learning a lot about the music scene today on this poker live stream.
And a little bit of how to get everything wrong in poker analysis as well.
Shingai, pocket fours in the cutoff. Gonna raise it up to 2 big blinds. Pichai with Dolly Parton 9 to 5. Gonna let it go. Small blind
That's
wakes
a
up.
pop reference.
There it is. Just like Elsa, lets it go. And ace king for Maeda in the small blind. Likely we'll see a 3. Oh, I am a fool. I have been proven wrong. I have egg on my face.
You've caught the Stephen Lai bug of getting the poker analysis wrong.
Absolutely. Wow. And Kong Jai here with ace jack of diamonds. It's going to squeeze here. And what a sick read by Maeda if he had one. Knowing that Kong Jai would squeeze. Shingai going to make the call with pocket fours. And will we see the back raise here by Maeda in the small blind?
No, Shingai will fold. For sure. He's not that crazy.
You mean
Now,
Shingai has already called with the pocket fours?
has he called?
He has called with the...
That is absolutely nuts. All right, now we have a 4-bet from the small blind.
And that's going to seem so odd. Seeing a flat from the small blind and then seeing the cold 4-bet out of nowhere. Action back on Kong Jai, who's going to make the call here. Shingai regretting everything.
Pure madness.
Will we see fours in this 4-bet pot?
Pure madness. I'm sorry. I don't know what they're trying to achieve here, but some very, very crazy lines being played on this TV table.
Pocket fours hit the muck. We're going to see ace king versus ace jack of diamonds. 4-bet pot here on the feature table of the main event. Look at all those green chips. Almost $1 million in the pot as flop comes. Queen 7 deuce. Textbook dry board. Maeda first to act here with ace king high as the 4-better pre-flop aggressor with the 2 overcards.
With his cool Lou Reed sunglasses.
Which Anthony Wood has accurately assessed that. I definitely do not know who Lou Reed is. We'll check. Check, check. Turn. Another queen.
Wow, taking such an aggressive line pre-flop and then turning into a bluff catcher passive play. Lou Reed would not have done that.
Checks again. Up, trying to realize showdown here perhaps.
Oh, like I said, turning into a bluff catcher.
And a bluff is not what we're going to see as Kong Jai checks back. River 7 of diamonds, as both players are now going to be chopping up this pot. Both have queens and sevens, ace kicker.
Throwing in a time bank. I'm waiting for my man. $26 in my hand.
What
That's
are you
a
saying?
popular read. This is a Velvet Underground song.
Okay.
That was absolutely perfect in like moment. He looked just like Lou Reed right there.
And Maeda gonna go for the delayed C-bet. This is a 4-bet pot. Flop went check, check. Turn went check, check here. And we're gonna see a bet of
a check.
Oh, we're gonna see a check, yes. And it's gonna go check, check. As it's the pot gets the biggest pot so far of this table is gonna get chopped up. Wow, so much action pre-flop, no action post.
Pretty much did everything wrong by calling pre, call for betting pre, and then slowing down when he saw the queen. That was just creating work for the dealer.
Pre-flop was pretty sexy though. The fact that he was able to flat in the small blind with ace king, somehow knowing that big blind was gonna squeeze, so that he could put in the cold 4-bet with a very underrepresented hand by flatting the initial open, I thought was pretty sexy. Post-flop, a little less sexy. Post-flop, a little less sexy. Nothing unsexier than 3 streets of check check in a 4-bet pot.
For a chop.
For a chop, yes, correct.
Just to add to the sexiness, unsexiness. It's like a really thick Uniqlo down jacket. Really, really thick Uniqlo down jacket. Nothing sexy about it. But both players pretended that they wanted to pull the trigger. Konjai on the turn, Maeda on the river. Shingai continues his aggression with ace-8 off from the hijack position. Konjai happily takes the flop with 8-7 suited. Win pocket sixes. Could squeeze. Could also set mine.
And looking to minus set here. So 3 ways to flop. Ace-8 versus 8-7 versus 6s. Single raise pot. Flop comes ace-king deuce. Shingai flops best with top pair. 8 kicker. Blinds will check to our pre-flop aggressor. With the top pair marginal kicker. Gonna bet 75.
Could bet or could check. You know, sometimes you would check your ace bad kicker just to balance your range. Otherwise, you'll be betting every ace high flop as a pre-flop aggressor.
What non-ace X would you check back then?
Not non-ace 8?
Yeah,
non-ace
non-ace X, and would you check back on that kind of flop then? Like pocket jacks, I guess? Pocket queens?
Jacks and queens, you may check back sometimes, but chances are you would bet it anyway. But I suppose you would definitely not check back your pocket 8s or 9s because you don't want to see a jack or a queen, or so probably only jacks and queens.
Yeah, the pocket pairs that
check.
need more protection bet more often.
Correct.
I see.
Because you have 2 high cards on there, right? So you don't, you know, it is what it is.
Hey, win with the pocket aces in the small blind. Unfortunate though when you pick up a premium and it folds to the blinds.
Well, free money is free money. Let's see what kind of sizing he's going to put in.
90,000, 3 big blind raise. Blind versus blind.
Oh, it's pretty fair. Effective 30 big blinds.
Oh, and we're going to play some
It's
poker in
okay.
the dark here. Zhang
Right.
has not scanned his cards properly, so we're going to be sweating Zhang here. Aces in this pot, blind versus blind, as flop comes 10-4-7. Pretty great flop for aces. There we go.
There you go.
7-6 suited for a middle pair.
I like the horrified look of Zhang when the dealer was pulling the cards away. Don't mock my flopping hand, you B-I-T-C-H.
That would have been interesting. Gonna go for small blind's gonna lead with the aces, 75k again. Zhang with the second pair is gonna call. Has some
Max
backdoor
value.
straights. Max value.
Max
turn.
value here.
8 of spades here. Brings in. Gives him the double gutter here. Needs a 9 or a 5 for a straight. 2 pair. And
Win
2
hasn't done anything wrong here so far. If a 5 does drop, it's no fault of his. It didn't do anything too sexy like trapping with aces or anything like that. Played it very standard. It's a good check on the turn. Oh!
And Win
gets a
checks
jam.
here. Gets the jam by Zhang, who jams 800k into 400. Oh my gosh, and a call. 2x overbet on the turn. Gets called. So we're going to see aces here versus 7-6 suited. Zhang with 7-6 suited, all in for his tournament life. Behind with third pair, but the double gutter. Needs a 7, 6, 5, or 9. 13 outs, 30% equity. River is a queen of diamonds. That's going to be a good game for Zhang of China. Eliminated here, 18th place in day 3 of the main event at APT Da Nang.
Aces max valued. Ooh, Dreamland. You know, Greg, you were saying Win must have felt a little bit sad to pick up aces from the small blind when folded to him. But little did you know, he was going to get an almost full double up.
What a blessing. Nice hand there. 2 win. 591 viewers in the chat. Thank you for being here. And someone is asking, is there Uniqlo in Canada, Greg? Yes, there is, and I love Uniqlo. I just like that there's somewhere I can shop that has like sizes made for like Asian demographics, whereas I just find clothes in general in Canada pretty large. I'm like probably like a medium build kind of person, but I prefer slim fit. So nice to have Uniqlo in Canada. Massive blessing. Go Uniqlo. We'll take the sponsorship money anytime you're ready to have that conversation.
They do the basics very, very well indeed, don't they?
Yes, they do.
Picking up a pair of jeans from Uniqlo, you just won't be disappointed ever. No, they may not be like the most stylish jeans in the world, but you just won't be disappointed. Wow, this segment of the stream is covering movies, covering pop music, covering fashion.
Yes.
Where are we going next?
Who knows? Stay tuned to find out.
Are we on break?
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating.
I guess so.
Are we on break?
If somehow
Okay,
we're still
mic's
live,
up.
enjoy your break, and we'll be right back for more coverage
Yes.
of the APT main event final table, feature table.
Brilliant.
Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good.
Well, how have you enjoyed Danang so far?
Danang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing, I take players to lunch, but since we're in this gorgeous Danang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this drama is just really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます.
Yeah, like you look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a cold drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい.
Sports? What sports should Hello, Sako.
Welcome to the final table of the Superstar Challenge. Here's what went down.
Ge Yingrui all in for his tournament life with Queen 10 of clubs. And that's going to be a good game there for Ge Yingrui of China out in 9th place. As flop comes, and Chen Yuhang of China out in 8th place. And that's going to be a good game for Quang Nguyen Trung of Vietnam placing 7th. Martin Garrett of the Netherlands out in 6th place. That's going to be a good game for Alan Pham from Australia out in 5th place. Chiu Chen of China out in 4th place. And Remy Florent out in 3rd. Which means we're now down to heads up. Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia versus Bank from Thailand. Even stacks here, but both players all in. Bank with the ace-3 offsuit versus Josh McCulley's ace-jack offsuit. Flop comes 7-8, 9 ace-jack holding, turn queen of hearts, river 5 of clubs. Josh McCulley wins his hand. And that is going to be a good game from Bank of Thailand. And Josh McCulley of Australia is our winner for the Superstar Challenge.
It was an interesting final table. Came in mostly short, and I was pretty fortunate to squeeze in, and yeah, it was a good experience.
Because he is superstar, so he deserves it.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to learn more about the APT, please go to apt.poker.
Hello, Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good. 最高です.
Well, how have you enjoyed Danang so far?
Danang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing, I take players to lunch, but since we're in this gorgeous Danang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this drama is just really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます.
Yeah, like you look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a cold drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい.
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダ
ー. Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい.
Like fly way up there?
Yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go! Hello. Are you ready? Okay!
Poker players are competitive in nature, so today we race.
Race!
I'll beat you.
Very easy. Yeah. あー、楽しい。乾杯。
So are you going to Incheon?
Yes. インチョンも行きます。
I think a lot of Japanese like to go to Incheon, to Korea, right?
Yes. やっぱり APT がアジア最大のトーナメント、一番大きいトーナメントで、こう日本でたくさんポーカーをやってる人はやっぱり次のステップとしてこう海外でトロフィー、タイトルが欲しいっていう人はすごく多い。でその中で韓国はなんか私たち日本人にとってすごく身近な国、楽しい、食べ物も美味しいし、近い、飛行機もちょっとでいいから初めての海外旅行、海外トーナメントにインチョン選ぶ人はすごく多いから、それが理由だと思います。私も初めての海外トーナメントは APT インチョン。
Well, I had a lot of fun today.
Yes.
And I hope to see you in Incheon.
Yes.
Incheon.
Incheon. Trophy.
Elfin, what animal are you when you play poker?
我觉得我是兔子，因为很多想法都会在我的脑海里跳来跳去。
And Usako, what animal are you when you play poker?
hamster.
Why?
怖いけど勝ちたい。
And obviously, I'm a fish. What animal are you when you play poker?
Like a tiger, I guess.
Why a tiger?
I don't know. I have Agra style, but I guess capybara, if you know what is it.
Yeah, they're very friendly too.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a tiger, a bit of a capybara.
Yeah.
He's a lion. What kind of animal are you?
Fish?
What kind of fish?
Nemo.
Nemo clownfish.
Yeah.
あなたがポーカーをプレイするとき、自分は動物に例えるとしたら何ですか？
タイガーで。
その理由は？
アグレッションが高いから。
キリン？
それはなぜですか？
高いところから全体を見下ろしながらむしゃむしゃ草を食べるから。
なるほど。
馬ですかね。
それはなぜですか？
冷静なんですけれども攻めるときは攻めるというところですかね。
かっこいい、ありがとうございます。
李松醒会让你联想到什么动物呢？
猴子吧。
动物鱼吧。
为什么？
因为我就很女啊。
我应该也是鱼吧？为什么？跟他一样。谢谢。
Victor Chong, special advisor of the Asian Poker Tour. What kind of animal are you?
Oh, this is easy. Wilhelm, you've made this description a long time ago. Eagle.
Your winnings just soar, keep going on up.
That makes sense, yeah. Definitely.
The Son Goku, because they got like the power. When they make the power, they can wow, so powerful.
So when you play poker, you're very powerful.
Yeah, very powerful.
Powerful.
就像哪种动物啊？就像一条鱼吧。
为什么
啊，因为打得不好啊，所以像一条鱼啊。对。
？OK 啊，谢谢。
We have 61 mystery bounty hunter envelopes and
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Good afternoon, good afternoon. Welcome to the Asian Poker Tour Da Nang main event at day 3. I am Stephen Lai, I'm joined by Vidu. We are bringing you all the action from the main event. We are down to the last 16 players. What do you think about the play so far?
Well, I was following along even though I was out of the booth. That's how addicted I am to following the main event, Stephen. It was super fun. I saw some of the crazy hands that you guys saw. 16 players left, as you said. That means 2 tables, 1 feature, 1 outer. Everybody guaranteed $7,440 already. There we see the number of entries, 675. $870,000. That's more than 20 billion VND in the prize pool. And first place, of course, 3.9 billion VND. That's 165,000 USD, give or take. I am excited as we get down to the home stretch here, Stephen. What do you think? The dynamics at the table, as I said, 1 feature, 1 outer. Do you think there's going to be a lot of ICM pressure applied?
Well, a little bit of that, but I think a lot of the players, especially the more recreational players, are looking forward to playing the final table. I think they were going to throw ICM out of the window and just really going for the win. I was looking at the screen earlier. There are some notable players too. My friend from Taiwan, Nevin, is still in the mix. Also the high roller champion Josh McCauley, also known as Curtis McCauley, is still in the mix. So we are back here at the TV table. After a seat draw, we are seeing a bunch of new players. Do you recognize some of them?
Well, that is the beauty of covering day 2 with multiple feature tables. Starting to recognize many of the players, really. Also from previous APT stops, seat 1, for instance, seems familiar. We will be introducing you to all the players. Yellow chips actually no longer in play. Those are the 1,000 chips. You covered this in the last segment. Blue chips, 5,000. Green chips, 25,000. Might see the 100,000 blocks come out as well. It's going to be an exciting run up here to the final table, which is what we will be ending today's coverage at when we reach the final 9. There you see the payout. 9th place good for 323 million VND. That's 13,500 USD. Not too shabby for a 1,500 USD buy-in. However, 3.9 billion up top. That's where the juice is really at. I also welcome almost 400 players sticking around with us after the break on YouTube and Facebook and Twitch. Thank you so much for sticking around. It has been a really fun stream so far, Stephen, I have to say. If anything, I think today is more fun than yesterday, simply because we have more people joining us in chat, in community, watching along.
Well, I was showing off my pop knowledge to Greg. Surprisingly, he didn't know any of the oldie musics that I listened to.
I heard that. I had no idea what the hell you were talking about either. Echo something, something, something. No clue.
Echo and the Bunnymen and the Velvet Underground. God.
Ask me anything about movies.
You don't know what you're missing. It was anything at all.
Music and bands.
What's your favorite Stanley Kubrick movie?
Oh, 2001: A Space Odyssey, of course. Nothing
Not
beats
Eyes
that.
Wide Shut?
Definitely not Eyes Wide Shut. But hey, if you guys in chat are cinephiles, love movies like I do and Steven does as well, let us know.
So you can tell I'm a bit of a fan too, because I think Eyes Wide Shut is arguably the least liked Kubrick movie of all time.
I think Barry Lyndon also not too popular.
Oh yes, not too far behind.
Back to the poker, by the way, Justin Fairbanks in chat has been obviously been our biggest supporter, almost like a co-commentator in chat. 7 of the 16 players left, he says, have less than 10K in live earnings, something you guys covered in the previous segment. 3 of them have 0. I mean, what a result to come in, absolutely crush it, run deep in the APT main event of all places. 3 of them have had 0 in live earnings before this series. This is a great showing by all of them. And as I said, back to the poker, we have 3 reasonable hands, but 1 more reasonable than the other in the hands of the chip leader.
Pichai, our friend, as I call him, Picture. Running good, lots of chips. I don't think there's a better formula than that for winning a tournament. Aces, 3 betting from UTG +2 there. After a UTG open from Tran and a call from Maeda.
Let's take a moment to observe the table dynamics and the positional dynamics as well. First of all, 2 big stacks, under the gun and under the gun +1, and of course Pichai covers both of them, has position on both of them. Wow, pocket 10s in the big blind as well. Under the gun opened, reasonable open, King Jack suited. Maeda from Japan calls under the gun +1, King Queen off, bit ambitious. And now Pichai's raise with the aces looks like a squeeze, which might convince Nakagiri into getting a little bit busy with his pocket 10s. 43 bigs in his stack in the big blind.
From the big blind, it's actually quite difficult to play pocket 10s. So I would not be too surprised to see a 4-bet here. Hard to give up. just too pretty, too tense.
After all,
But
it
he's
is
gonna
the chip leader making the 3-bet, the squeeze here. You might give it a little less credit than if somebody else did it.
But at the same time, is our friend Pichai, who's been playing very, very snug. He's been showing down very, very premium pre-flop holdings throughout day 3, possibly a lot of the day 2 also. Difficult decision. I don't envy him.
The J in J Nakagiri stands for Junichi, a popular face in the APT circuit and across poker in Asia. He has over 140,000 in lifetime live earnings. No spring chicken, as we sometimes say. Chooses, apparently, to make the call, although I don't see the chips out yet. Graphics might be racing ahead of the actual decision here.
No, the chips are out, I think.
Oh, you're right. He has made the call.
Yeah. Oh, and this call has created a multi-way chain reaction.
Chan comes along for the ride with his suited Broadway. Maeda, king queen off, surely a bit too weak, but 2.3 million in his stack. Can't afford to be speculative.
That's a very reasonable fold.
Good discipline there. Wow. Flops top 2. The Chan call of King Jack of clubs results in a beautiful flop. The backdoor flush draw to boot as well. And the flop is not going to look the prettiest for aces multi-way. Jacks and even pocket kings can be in the mix. After all, Junichi Nakagiri has pocket tens. Could have easily had pocket jacks, but you do have the toppest of top pairs. Can't feel too uncomfortable. 705,000 in the middle already. It's lining up a big bet, I assume. Over 200.
I don't think it's a bad decision to continuation bet here. A lot of jack, a lot of the king will hit this flop. You know, you're hoping for like a king queen or jack queen or something like that, because you are getting, you know, you're getting two callers with pretty capped range here, calling a 3-bet. Maybe a little bit of ace king, a little bit of ace jack, perhaps. And of course, the bad news would be pocket kings and pocket jacks. Betting is okay, but I think a combo that you cannot imagine existing would be king jack suited.
Let's not forget, he has the ace of hearts as well. It's going to give him that added comfort should the hand continue on to the turn. I suspect, though, Chan might have something to say here. Goes by Steve, apparently. The
Hello,
player from
Steve.
Vietnam. Chan, that is.
I like him already.
A fellow Steve.
So he is in, Pichai is in bad shape, but a deuce will save his backside, and an ace will also save him.
I like the flat call. It's going to evaluate on future streets. It's a good way to keep his opponent's bluffs in there as well. The heart makes things mighty interesting. Look at those equities. Not too far away considering you're looking at top 2 versus a pair. 64%, 36%. 1 in 3 times the aces will actually take this hand. And I do suspect more chips can fly into the middle with that card on the board.
I wonder whether the completed hard draw will slow down trend. From an analysis point of view, Picha doesn't have any flush here at all. There's no flush. He is not holding any flush here. Made flush. You know, ace queen of hearts perhaps is the only combo I can think of.
There we go. More chips are going to be going into the middle. 1.2 million in the pot already. Effective SPR is about 1.5 to 1. Here's a big bet, over 300k. Not too big compared to the size of the pot, but it does set up well for a river jam in case it is called. And I think Chan, Steve that is, might decide to get this one in there. It is one of those situations where you're just way too up in your range. Could have pocket jacks, I suppose. Could have very, very few flushes in this scenario, considering he called
Plenty of ace-king. Plenty of ace-king.
Precisely. Just calls. I think this is that ICM slash final table bubble pressure, so to speak. He wants to reduce his variance. Knows he could be up against a flush and also just wants to evaluate on the river. A heart would be disaster. A deuce would be very, very hidden for Pichai. Not to be. King Jack still ahead. And now does he want to donk? No, checks. Wants to let his opponent bluff if they are indeed bluffing. Check, check. Good check by the aces. Gets the bad news.
Very good check.
And with that, a new chip leader emerges. Steve has now exceeded 3 million in chips. Pichai saves himself a decent chunk of change with that chip check on the river. Well played to Pichai, down to 86 bigs. 4 huge stacks at the top, you see, 75 bigs and above. 10 bigs is the shortest stack in the hands of Frédéric Bollier from France.
Bonjour.
Bonjour, Mr. Bollier.
So as the remaining players number is reducing, our viewership is increasing. So I welcome 551 viewers on YouTube and 52 players on Facebook. Welcome to the stream. Please, whatever you want to say, leave it in the comments. We will try to answer them as we go along. We are going to be streaming. We're going to bring you the action all the way until the final table of 9 players.
I do see some 555 in the comments, implying some Thai support. I believe that means, I think it's kind of like saying LOL in Thailand.
Justin, you are just Justin Fairbanks, you are just a walking poker knowledge database.
Junichi, King Little in the small blind. He's going with a flatting strategy, it seems like, considering he is against that monster tower of the new chip leader, Steve Shan, who has an ace in the big blind. Look at that skyscraper, Steven. I think that's...
looks a bit like the IFC in Hong Kong.
That's right, the IFC. Surrounded by tinier buildings. Each of those green chips
or the Goldman Sachs building in New Jersey.
That's right. The Goldman Sachs building in New Jersey actually does look exactly like this because every other building around it is tiny. IFC is still surrounded by plenty of skyscrapers, I believe.
Takes it down pre. The new chip leader making good use of his chips.
And there's that outer table, by the way, covered momentarily by the chip count graphic on the feature table. Blinds 15K, 30K. The outer table is going to be keeping a keen eye on everybody's stacks as well as we slowly make our way to the final table. We are plenty deep at the moment in terms of big blinds. The average stack above 40 big blinds, I believe. Lots of play left. I don't think this is going to be one of those quick shove fests, as they say. The average stack at the start of this level was 1.7 million chips. In fact, that's over 55 bigs.
The APT structure is way too good.
Certainly is. You get the most bang for your buck, as we say sometimes, in terms of tournament play. And of course, There's a lot more bang for buck on offer at the APT Summer Series events. We've mentioned this before. So many fun events. As I was walking in, by the way, the limit triple draw mix was kicking off. The limit triple draw is ace through 5 limit, triple, no, that would be single draw, deuce to 7 triple draw, and Badoogie. All for the price of $129. Absolutely incredible what's on offer here. And by the way, if I wasn't in the booth, that's one I would fire for sure. Having never played any of these games in my life, for $129, I get to play, I get to learn, and maybe, who knows, maybe even win.
We get to see the flop from a button raise with pocket 8s versus Miaida's 6-5 off from the big blind defense. The flop comes ace, 6 deuce with 2 diamonds. Neither player has a diamond. Pocket 8s should be very comfortable here. A good c-bet would be needed here. And he does. 400k, just over 1 big blind. And gets a call from 6-5, which hits the middle pair, of course. Turns a diamond. Gives Maeda a straight draw. Don't think he is going to be too frisky here. Even when faces a bet, it's unlikely to be a check race. And it's a check. Protecting his pocket 8s. River comes a diamond. Even though, because we know the whole cards, we know it's inconsequential, but as far as the players are concerned, it could change everything. Maeda seems to want to put in a bet. Yes.
Great timing.
50,000. Another small bet.
This is a bluff, right? Surely not a block bet.
This is definitely a bluff.
I love when people convert pairs into bluffs. Speaking of which,
doesn't give a flop.
How about converting a pair of 8s into a raise bluff on the river?
Bluff. Wow.
River raises, very, very strong move in poker. This hand is over. Well played, Junichi Nakagiri from Japan. Showing how it's done against his fellow countrymen.
The ticker on the top left corner is telling us we're down to 15 players.
That is correct. We did lose a player we are familiar with, Steven. Din Tan has been eliminated in 16th place on the outer table. And by the way, very nice of the live reporting team to now be reporting with a delay to match the stream, now that we're down to only 2 tables.
Thank you very much. That means I can look at the website.
Exactly.
It looks like Josh McCulley is also being eliminated.
Nimji asking in chat, among the 16 left, how many can be considered as pro? Well, on the one hand, there's no way for us to know for sure because online results are usually not public. I would say it's a fair balance, 50-50.
Well, I know for a fact that Nevin is a pro. You're still in.
That's right, on the outer table.
King Queen suited opening from the under gun position. Very, very standard. Folds from the cutoff. Our new chip leader is Steve Chan or Tran. Pocket juices.
Chan, I believe that would be in Vietnam.
He's actually a Chinese surname. It's actually Chan, C-H-A-N, yeah. It's Tran, Chan, whatever it is. So.
Go with Steve.
Steve Chan.
By the way, now that we are down to 15, I should highlight there was a small pay jump once again between 16th and 15th. 8,320 USD now secured by everyone in this field. 16th place finisher got 7,440. The pay jumps are soon approaching 1,000 USD. Again, the buy-in was 1,500, so not too big. Not until we get down to that final table. 13,600 is the minimum payout for 9th place on the final table. I highly doubt players are paying too much attention to the pay jumps here. The way the payouts are structured is to incentivize aggressive play to at least get to the final table. That's when pay jumps become truly massive, of course, just like any other tournament.
Gilbert in the chat says Tran is Chan. Yes, indeed.
Yep. Vietnamese, written out TR, pronounced Cha. Definitely one of the things you get used to as an APT commentator. And shout out, by the way, to my friend in India, named Chang, which is how I first got introduced to this concept, when I saw how her name is spelled T-R-A-N-G, who runs a Vietnamese cafe in India. Vietnamese, by the way, spelled Vietnam, E-A-S-E. The best banh mi I've had outside of Vietnam. I can't say it competes with the OG stuff. But it's amazing nonetheless. Did throw me off when I first learned how the Vietnamese language works. Learning more and more day by day.
It's almost like your second home these days.
That sounds great. That sounds like a nice little situation. King on the river will just give that extra bit of added comfort to the man who opened under the gun with King Queen suited. Meanwhile, the chip leader is trying to muscle his way into winning the spot. That is a big bet he's loaded up. Decides to check. Good decision. Nang from Singapore chips up. More comfortable, middle of the pack now, 67 bigs. Only one short stack on the table. Frederic Bollier, as we just mentioned. French national, lives in Saigon. A very clear short stack on this table. If he doubles up, or perhaps gets eliminated, should be very interesting to see that the minimum stack on the table will be well over 20 bigs, with most players above 40. Very different dynamic than what you usually see at this stage of the tournament. And perhaps very different from the outer table as well. I suspect some of the shorter stacks might be on the outer table. Could affect play.
Well, I'm going to just have a quick glance at the chip count of the outer table. Yep, there are 2 players below 20 big blinds. But I was playing an event several years ago, like a big buy-in event, 100,000 Hong Kong buy-in event, full of European pros, and a lot of them were playing 15 big blinds, like they were playing 80 big blinds. You know, there were so many moves. They could still find different lines instead of just jamming. It's very, very humbling experience.
Yeah, it's usually a sign of an advanced player, for lack of better words, to sometimes go 3 streets with 15 bigs, with betting on every street. It's really, really cool to see. And these days I'm seeing more and more people really grinding down their stacks. There used to be this sort of old school Dan Harrington approach to tournament poker once you were down to 10 bigs. It was truly all in or fold with a very wide range of hands. We actually saw that at the start of the day as well, thinking back to the player from Sweden who was constantly all in. However, more and more, and this is a little bit anecdotal, I've seen people wait it out, get down to sometimes 7 or 8 bigs instead, and really wait for a premium, knowing that people are going to call off much lighter. So not going so much for fold equity, leaving it to the poker gods a little bit, waiting for premiums, but giving themselves a better chance to double up. Not sure what I make of it yet, haven't studied the theory behind it, but I've been seeing it used effectively.
Well, back to your point about, you know, jamming or folding when you get below 15 big blinds. In terms of theory, in terms of EV, you are getting a positive EV, but there are actually lines that will increase your EV. So you're never wrong, or in folding or jamming below 15 BBs, you know, when you follow a certain set of rules. But at the same time, there are actually tiny bit of extra EVs you can get out of those certain combos.
Seems like we're going to go multi-way on this hand as well. Queen Jack opens. 9s, flats. Once again, a testament to how deep we are getting, with everybody fairly deep on this table. 41 bigs, Junichi decides to flat, respects the under the gun +1 open. Ace Jack, Pichai does the same thing.
Not a big fan of that. Ace Jack off from the button. You know, he still has quite a lot of chips for a squeeze play there. And now we're going to see the flop 4 ways. And guess what? Shingai flops a straight.
Must be nice. Open under the gun +1. Flop Broadway on a rainbow board. Everybody basically drawing dead. Some chop outs for Pichai with the Ace Jack. 9s might find an easy fold here. Ace Jack simply must continue. The Broadway draw alone on a rainbow board is good enough. And having a good ace means you could be ahead as well.
Pocket 9s is an easy give up. I feel a little bit bad for Pichai actually. You know, 2 cooler hands.
Counting this
Probably
one?
could have been avoided. Probably could be avoided by a 3-bet pre. This one.
Could be a little gun shy after the previous cooler you were just mentioning.
7 is of no help. Looking for a queen to chop. Shingai isn't slow playing at all.
This looks very, very strong, I have to say. The fact that he has confidently double-barreled. I'm not even going into the live reads part of it. He just looked extremely confident. But Pichai just has too strong a hand to consider folding right now. This spot has ballooned up. 1.5 million in the middle. That's the average stack, more or less. 1.9 million behind the effective stack of Pichai. An absolute brick on the river. Shenge still with the nuts. Has barreled twice, very confidently, as I said. What sizing does he want to go for here? What does he think Pichai has? He's going big. He's hoping his opponent has a set. Does throw his chips out there in a way. Perhaps looks a little bit bluffy sometimes when you spread out your chips. Looks like he's trying to force the issue. Has he told a story of not having it that Pichai can believe here? Pichai has a bluff catcher, make no mistake. But he does have a great bluff catcher. The jack blocking the straight. Of course, in this case, Shinge does have exactly the straight. I think what Pichai needs to be afraid of is pocket kings precisely. Pocket tens, perhaps. Ace king could be in the mix, of course. The ace blocks ace king, which does count for something, but blockers do not mean that it is impossible for your opponent to have those hands. Slightly less likely ace 10. 1 million is a massive bet at this stage. Very, very polarized. And I have to say, being polarized on this board is a tough thing to do. What bluffs can you credibly represent?
And how bad shape ace-jack is without knowing your opponent having flopped the straight. You know, you're losing to ace-king, you're losing to ace-10, you're losing even to ace-queen.
Pichai makes a very loose call, and Shinge has gone 3 streets of value in a hand that perhaps did not deserve to get paid that much. However, we have an out-and-out chip leader in this tournament. 4.6 million in chips, 153 bigs. That is a final table stack if I've ever seen one. An absolutely monster hand. I have to say, Pichai giving the peace sign, by the way, Shinge, understandably excited. Pichai called off with what we call the bluff catcher in a hand where perhaps not too many bluffs are possible. Unfortunate though, ace-jack did look very strong in that board with that jack blocker. He is now down to second last in chips on this table. Still has 30 bigs. Hopefully can recollect himself. Not let that hand get to him. Onwards and upwards, as they say. But my word, look at that stack in front of Shinge. The 100k stacks, the 100k plaques rather, are coming out soon. And the man in the frame right now will be needing them more than anyone else in this tournament.
Without going down the hindsight is 2020 route, which I am going to, this spot could have been easily avoided by a simple 3-bet pre-flop. And I think the river call was perhaps, okay, I'm not going to psychoanalyze him, but perhaps it's a bit of a tilt call because of the previous bad beat.
I think so. You're referring, of course, to the aces versus king-jack hand that he was on the wrong side of. These things do get to you sometimes. You just want to be ahead somehow. As we said, bluff catching when no bluffs are really possible, or at least evident, is a very, very ambitious thing to do, but you just want it to be true.
Complete the hand you're on. Raise blinds, round 25. 20,000, 40,000, what the blinds are up for the main event.
So I'm going to go back to the previous conversation we had earlier, we had yesterday. Live poker is not rigged.
Certainly not.
Please stand to the normal. All right, double snap. 15 minutes.
King Queen suited from the small blind versus a UTG open. Flatting King Queen suited. It's not too bad. Much prefer 3-bet. King 5 off, on the other hand, is pretty bad. Calling from the big blind. With such a small stack. Unless he's willing to stop and go.
And once again, for a doubles calculating registration,
Flop comes Queen Jack 7. Small blinds ahead, flopping a top pair. Turns a king. Gives him a top 2. Puts in the bet. And now the big blind faces a decision. Because he somehow manages to bring a top pair on the turn with such a small stack. And he gives it up. That's just weird to me. Shingai doesn't give a flop. Calls with a gut shot. Looking for a 10 and a 10 alone. Oh, he races. Sorry. He puts in the race.
Wow, that is creative. That is big stack bullying.
He is having none of it. You can't push me out of this pot. I have top 2. What combos will check flop and raise turn? He's thinking. Is it going to be a set of 7s? He slows down. He bluffs again. And will get snapped off.
Gilbert in chat says nut straight blocker, also known as an ace. I think if you're going to go with a nut straight blocker in this scenario, you want to have a 10 more than you want to have an ace. At least you block all kinds of straights. Huang here does not have much to think about. He's way too high in his range to do anything but call. Gets the good news.
1.7 million pot. Basically throwing away a third. Oh no, maybe half of what he earned in the previous hand. Steve Chan climbing up to 3.1 million. Oh no, that's not him. Is that Steve Chan? No.
Steve Chan went down to 3.1 million, and I believe Huang, the Vietnamese player in blue there, has about 85 bigs.
Okay, 85 bigs. Sorry about that. I completely misread the graphics.
No worries at all, Steven. It's been a long couple of days with non-stop action. I completely understand where you're coming from. Unlike you, I did step out of the booth, by the way. And guess what? You know, with the lovely resorts we have in Da Nang over here, including the one we're at right now, the Ariyana Convention Center at Furama Resort, I went down to our own hotel and walked to the beach.
Ooh.
And I have to say, I'm not the biggest beach person to begin with, but I figured, hey, I'm in Da Nang. The beach looked beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
And then I remembered, that's where they keep all the sand.
What do you mean by that?
You know that thing we try to avoid all the time in our daily lives? Annoying sand? All of it is stored at the beach.
Yes.
The ocean was gorgeous, of course. Nice to get some ocean water in your feet, but man, that walk back to the hotel room, I felt like such a fool. Like, who lives like this in the real world? Just covered with sand, making your way back to a 5-star hotel room, just sullying it. I'm still confused how beaches are a thing.
I thought that was the whole movie Dune was based upon. Sand.
Let's just say it's a bug, not a feature, this sand business. That being said, not everybody's like me. If you love beaches, make sure you join us the next time we're here in Da Nang. Or for that matter, Phu Quoc, which was one of the stops this year. Another amazing destination. We will be announcing future APT stops, but for the moment, all eyes on South Korea, APT Incheon. No beaches, I think, no beaches in Incheon. A bustling metropolitan city. But it should be a really, really fun event. Begins August 25th. Go to apt.poker. Book your tickets. See us there. And when you do see us there, come say hi.
And talk to me about pop music.
And me about movies.
And Greg about memes.
Oh wait, you'll be in Korea, Steven. I don't think you're equipped to talk about pop music. K-pop.
I don't know anything about K-pop. I have no idea. I know Blackpink, I know BTS, and that's about it.
There we go. What a boomer. Mind you, I'm a boomer too. I barely,
You're not a boomer
barely
at all.
kept up when you said Blackpink. I was like, yeah, that's right. That's right. Those colors do make up a band.
It's true. We are here witnessing Steve Chan limping from UTG 7-5 suited.
As I like to say, you got to balance those pocket aces, limp-free raises. So then you limp these suited connector hands as well, I suppose. That's one way to look at it.
You could do that, or you could just fold.
Oh, you're the chip leader. You could open it as well. Would have gone through, it seems like, by the way. Look at the blinds. 4-3 off, 10-4 off.
He hits a 7. So the two chip leaders at the table, Steve Chan and Shingai from Japan, both took a big chunk each from our friend from Thailand, Picha.
Who is down to 21 bigs as we see, but the man in danger right now, Frederic Bollier, French national, lives in Ho Chi Minh. Down to 5 bigs here at the main event. Has been absolutely card dead. I'm sure he is desperate to get those chips in the middle, particularly since we will be hitting the big blind plus big blind ante combo, which will take away 2 of those 5 bigs. There are those 100,000 plaques. We are chipping up, or in this case, placking up, coloring up to these 100K plaques. If you ever wanted to feel like you're in Casino Royale, make it to the final 15 of the APT main.
Okay, that sentence could mean 2 things. One is the obvious one, having lots of backs and funky shaped chips. The other is you're experiencing a trips versus straight versus flush versus
royal
quartz versus
straight flush.
Royal flush.
I'd love to see that, not gonna lie. We live for that kind of stuff here in the booth.
Yeah, but if we do see something like that, then
you'll say,
I will simply say live poker
there we go.
Is not rigged. And I'm sure someone will edit out the not in the sentence. Shingai picks up a legitimate hand. Ace
Puts
king
those
off
plaques
the
to
button.
work already.
Indeed. You were talking about Casino Royale?
Pretty reasonable holding in the hands of Steve Chan. Ace-9 suited in the big blind. Facing a 3-bet, however. Might make it easy for him to release. Very tough to effectively cold call here. He does have 1 blind in there, of course. Oh, by the way, Steven, blinds are up to that glorious level, 20K, 40K. where each blind represents exactly one starting stack. Once you're down to 15 players, just constantly putting in people's buy-ins every time you put in a blind.
He's so cruel. You pose a blind and it's $1,500 US. Flop comes 10 for deuce, 2 diamonds on board. The sixes are ahead, barely. Can't say it's that good of a flop for sixes, because there will be a lot of pairs that are bigger than his from the button. Ace King suited would be ahead in this spot. 2 overs and a flush draw.
Well, depends which suit.
Of course, yeah.
Plenty of Ace King suited misses as well, and I think that might be the reason Maeda continues here. You said not the best flop. I mean, I don't know if I agree, Steven. I mean, once you call with sixes, unless you hit a set, what more can you hope for?
That's exactly what I meant. Sixes, you are set mining and nothing else. So difficult to play post flop. Whoa.
Especially against the unbound aggression of the chip leader, I guess, or maybe tied for the chip lead, doesn't really matter, has his opponent well covered. Shinge is just relentless. The double barrel here is massive. Effectively telling Maeda he's going to be going for all of it on the river. Perfectly representing an overpet. And Maeda seems to know exactly where he's at. Gets it in with the sixes.
And got a snap call.
Did we misread the hands? What? Shinge snap calls with Ace King? A set on the river, unnecessary really, considering Maeda was ahead. A monster pot and a huge misstep from Shinge with the Ace King. I am blown away. Maeda seemed to know exactly what his opponent had, played it perfectly, and even jammed at a time where he could get value from the ace high of Shinge. Steven, what in the flop is going on here?
I cannot explain it at all. I am witnessing something very, very abnormal. But at the same time, it happened.
Despite us having watched Shinge this whole time, clearly there's a reason some of these players are out there at the tables, deep in the main, because Maeda seemed to know his customer very, very well there. It's hard enough to continue in the hand with pocket sixes. On top of that, you jam what I assumed was to fold out these 2 over cards. Instead, he gets the call and, like a boss, holds and makes a set on the river. We have a new chip leader, ladies and gentlemen. The man from Japan, Shinya Maeda, now has 4.2 million chips. And clearly, given his radar is so strong, he's an absolute force in this tournament.
I'm still a little bit speechless. I still can't quite grasp what just happened. But,
well, I liked everything he did until he called off with the Ace King. With that huge double barrel, a high leverage bet. He was representing an overpair perfectly. His opponent saw through that. Okay, now you've been caught with your hand in the cookie jar. I don't know that you can call off there. You don't beat enough of the jamming range. Certainly there could be some draws where ace high is ahead, but a million chips is so valuable at this point.
He just threw away 25 big blinds just like that, right?
With that
because
call,
I think he was calling
yes.
1 million on top.
Exactly.
I'm not often speechless, but I am without speech here.
105 big blinds, I believe, was the size of that pot. That is Certainly going in the highlights, let's just say.
I'm just trying to piece together what just happened. And I still cannot explain it. Like you said, you know, once he was caught with his hand in the cookie jar, you should have slowed down, man. You should have just went, okay, well, made a pain expression on his face, you know, pretending that he folded pocket jacks or something. Oh, wow, look at that. Talk about a heater.
Talk about heater, and it's also the same characters in the mix here. Shinge and Maeda, both from Japan. And
bluff him, yeah, bluff him.
Maeda has
So is Maeda looking for a repeat?
Excellent flat call. He has absolutely smashed this board. When you hit the ace and a 10, tough for your opponent to have those cards. Absolute brick on the turn. Surely Maeda realizes his opponent might be steaming.
Oh,
Gonna
yes.
give him the rope.
Another check.
Does not take the bait. The front door flush comes in on the river.
Check
Maeda
again.
knows.
Go on. Check again.
Maeda knows he's still ahead. Decides to go for value this time, perhaps wanting other 10s. Pairs such as jacks, queens, kings. Weaker aces to call.
Okay, I am going to turn off my mic if Shingai jams this river representing a flush. Okay, I'm going to be so speechless. No, he doesn't. Good.
A fairly standard hand there, I might say, considering he just took a stab with a continuation bet and checked on the turn and gave up on the river. But with what this man did in the previous hand, we were just on edge, just waiting to see what would happen next. Look at those stacks. Maeda now up to 4.4 million. That's good for 110 big blinds. Well, we said a final table stack for his opponent. Right before that, Shinge had 4.2, I believe, at the peak. Maeda now has that final table stack. 4.4 million is going to be plenty of chips whenever we reach the final table, if he can maintain it, and clearly he's looking to grow it.
And I'm not going to speak too soon about a big stack good enough for the final table anymore.
Nang from
I've learned
Singapore.
my lesson. Standard open. Ace queen off. Yep, standard fold. Pocket kings. Here we go.
Finally. Patience is a virtue.
And the floor staff teased him with a plaque as well. Ace King is going to call it off, so potentially a double up.
Easy call, Steven.
He actually is.
Just 5 bigs.
All right, now number 11.
Off we go. Ace Queen versus Pocket Kings.
One ace down.
2 aces left in the deck.
Wow. That is just brutal. Bollier was so
wow.
patient. Fortunately, punished for having a tiny stack with no fold equity. Getting it in with the best of it. Getting unlucky. We lose our 15th player, Mr. Frederick Bollier, out in 15th. And then there were 14. 5 more eliminations to go. The final table would be 9-handed, not 8-handed. 5 more eliminations until the end of coverage today, until we reach that coveted main event final table.
Sorry, 5 more eliminations will become 10, won't it? We have 15 players left, or 14?
I think the counter does not account for Frederick yet.
Right.
So now we'll be down to 14.
Right. 2 7-handed tables. Should be plenty of action from now on. From the cutoff, King Queen off. Standard opener.
Stephen, Justin Fairbanks in chat has a golden nugget of information, or maybe a reminder, as always. 1 more elimination, and Nevin, your friend from Taiwan, will finally show a profit in this tournament. He fired...
Never in doubt. Never in doubt.
He fired 6 bullets. The next pay jump is to 9,170. And finally, Nevin will be guaranteed a profit of 170 USD on his $9,000 investment. But how about the fact that after firing 6 bullets, Nevin, who's on one of the outer tables, is in prime position to make his way to the final table of the main event and play for 165,000 up top. Now that's impressive. 6th bullet is the charm.
Okay, here's an update from the outer table. Our lady player who left the feature table early last night is now down to 300k in stack.
That's less than 10 bigs.
So I suppose we are going to be down to 13 players soonish.
Well, that's pessimistic, Stephen. We must root for a spin-up, as always. We saw an amazing spin-up yesterday. 8 big blinds is plenty. I've seen 3 big blinds go to 58 in the matter of minutes.
Nothing happened.
Nothing happened.
On an ace 10-4 ace board, we have Steve Chan with King Queen and Nian with a pair of 10s. Oh, and the river was an 8, so it was a cheap showdown from the big blind. A small pot of 4 big blinds. Our chip leader is Maeda from Japan with 4.4 million, followed by Steve Chan, 3.1 million. And then the man I was rooting for, Picha from Thailand, has been crippled to 19 big blinds. Still, for 60 American dollars, don't think there's much you could complain about.
An amazing story, to say the least.
Alright, players on double stack flying be starting in 15 minutes.
You can hear the announcements for some of the side events we have going on. A really fun one is the double stack, which is a way of saying deep stack. You start with what they call 2 starting stacks worth. Pretty cool structure there.
Like a monster stack kind of thing? Is that the idea?
Pretty much, pretty much.
More green chips are being removed. King 4 off in the small blind.
I'm always curious what kind of small blind strategy people come in with, especially with similar stack sizes between the small blind and the big blind. Nang goes for the aggressive approach, opens to over 3x. I like it. Kwong took his time folding, as though saying it's not going to work every time, buddy, but I'll let you have it. Important to set these dynamics to not get abused and exploited in the future. Look at those blocks. If the chip stack, especially the double stack he has going on, was the skyscraper, I wonder what those blacks are. So it's the IFC and it's not sure what building that reminds me of. The Empire State, maybe? Very
Maybe.
square.
You were asking me about what to do with King 4 off earlier. I think if they connect a little bit better and they play a little bit better post-flop, a limping is possible. But King 4 is just a little bit too difficult to play post-flop. So a big raise from the small blind will put maximum pressure against the big blind.
Basically like converting a king high hand into a bluff. You raise big.
Yes.
You obviously fold if you face aggression back.
Yes. And when the big blind adjusts and keeps clicking back against you, then you, well, actually you don't have that many opportunities to do that anyway, so you just kind of shut down.
I thought for a moment we might be going multi-way, but Nang is playing his king-queen off aggressively. Great timing, great spot to squeeze, realizing that Steve might be getting out of line, which is exactly what is happening here. The Jack-7 spades is the under the gun +1 open here. He's going to Hollywood a bit and then fold it. Maeda was calling light, 10-7 suited in the hijack. I think this might be the perfect textbook squeeze play. Steve even tossing in a time bank chip to preserve his image, I suppose.
Did he pick up the wrong flag? Or was he trying to put in a 100,000 bet maybe?
Oh my word.
He is too.
That is extremely loose. Sir, you have Jack-7. I know they're suited, but suppose that
Highly
time bank chip
unorthodox.
was not wasted, but perhaps misused. Does have 37% equity. Jack 7 suited, out of position. Whiffs
Flop
for the most
comes.
part.
Nothing. Nothing. No spades. No immediate draw at all. Hoping to hit a jack.
And this, ladies and gentlemen, is why you do not defend Jack 7 of spades after being 3-bet, 3-flop. Love the quick peeling out of chips there by Nang. Pretty much knew he was going to continuation bet on, I suspect, all boards. Good sizing, goes somewhere between 1/4 and 1/3 pot. Doesn't need to go too much higher. The 8-6 deuce board as dry as it gets, and certainly does not hit the range of hands that would open under the gun +1, then call a 3-bet, with the exception perhaps of sets. Gets the fold. Very well played there by Nang. Certainly cannot say the same for Steve. Very important for when you become chip leaders or just gather huge stacks this late in the game, to certainly be on the aggressive side. This is what's known as passive play. Calling is considered passive. Raising or betting is aggressive. If you're the big stack, avoid being passive.
Avoid being passive, full stop, I think.
That works too. Lots of Thai people in chat. Wish I knew what they were saying. Do see some 555s. So I'm guessing
Which
it's
means
funny.
ha ha ha. It means ha ha ha.
Yep, yep.
I think.
Every once in a while. No, I think you're right. And every once in a while, I pop in whatever they say into Google Translate. Seems to be some fun banter going around.
Well, we welcome you. Sawadee Cup. Sawadee Ka.
Sawadee ka.
And we are so close to hitting the 600 viewer mark. So push it up there.
And
Tell
yet
your
so
friends to come
far
and join
from
us.
the 100 like mark. Chat, do not disappoint me like this. Hit the like button. If you're from Thailand, hit the like button. If you're from Asia, hit the like button.
If you're from planet Earth, hit the like button also. And we welcome our viewers from Mars and the Moon.
So
just hit the like button. I'm begging now.
Another situation brewing, perhaps Junichi, King Queen. Defends the big blind. Lose open by Nang. Newfound confidence after winning that last spot. Queen 5 suited from the cutoff. Ace high board, good for Shinge. Has top pair, good kicker. Has flopped everyone, almost dead. Some back doors possible. Understandably, Nang must be tempted to bet here. There we go, 100k fired. If you're the pre-flop aggressor and only get called by the blinds, and ace high board is pretty good for your range. Shinge going nowhere, of course. He's down to 1.1 million after that misstep with the ace king. Gets the check mark.
Don't really know what Queen 5 was doing there. But hey, it is what it is.
Trying to steal the blinds. Fair play, fair play.
No, I mean calling the flop.
Pre-flop raising, actually.
But then
and
didn't
continuation
he call
betting.
Oh, okay, fair enough. That's what I couldn't understand.
Check, check on the turn. Shinge knows he has to go for value. The club does come in on the river. Oh, it goes check, check. Bit timid. Does add 300k to his stack. A very welcome sight, I am sure, for Shinge. Perhaps a bit gun shy after that monster chip lead pot.
We're still at 14 players. We're going to play down to the last 9, and that means 5 more eliminations. We will see us through day 3 of the APT Da Nang main event, where players are battling out for the top prize of 4 billion Vietnamese dong, which is about 165 American dollars.
You forgot the 1,000 there, but you know.
Oh yeah.
It's implied.
Oh, yeah. Wow, APT does take a massive rake.
Yeah, the old
top price only 165.
99.99% rake.
More rake is better, according to a seasoned pro.
Don't even get me started.
I have not.
Poor Negrano.
Is there a tax thing in Vietnam for poker winnings?
I believe 10%. Pretty reasonable. No coincidence that Vietnam is increasingly attractive as a poker destination for players from all over the world.
Ace King from Maeda versus Queen Jack off of the button of Shanghai. Checks his cards. They haven't changed. They're still Ace King off. Checks. Turns a 9, which gives Shanghai a open-ended straight draw. Checks again, protecting his range there. Puts in the bet, 125k.
With these two tangoing this time around, Maeda is the one with the Ace King. Still ahead, but does he know it?
Well, he knew he was ahead with the pocket sixes. River, there's a 6. Is he bluffing this river? He is bluffing this river. Oh no, he's just playing with his chips. Hey, 600 viewers. Hello, hello, hello. Thank you for tuning in or logging on.
Hello, everyone. You have picked a good time to join the stream. We are in the business end of the day and arguably of the tournament as we make our way to the final table. 14 players remaining. Quick update for you, Steven, as we see what Shinge does. Shinge does what Shinge does best. He fires chips into the middle. 2 blacks and 5 greens. That's going to be 325k. Pretty big bet. And Maeda takes a good look without the sunglasses for a moment. His radar has been pretty spot on with the sunglasses. If it ain't broke, don't fix it, my friend. Take a hard look at your opponent. See if you can solve this puzzle. Plenty of backdoor straight draws were possible on the turn, but one of them, the most obvious one perhaps, did come in. Lets it go, and Shinge gets some revenge. Takes down a decent sized spot there. Well done. Quick update, by the way, about our friend, Ongwin Dang Lam, chip leader at some point in day 2. decided to peace out before the end of the day. Came in a little bit late today as well at the start of the day, so she has a lot of important things going on. We see her actually in that shot. Clearly still around. You had mentioned she was down to under 10 bigs. She was actually down to just 4.5 big blinds. Shoved all in with Queen 9 off. Got ISO'd with the pocket 10s. Was already out of her seat. She used the stand-up equity. Was about to leave when the dealer put out a flop of King Queen 8. She hit those. She hit that 3-outer rather, and is still in the mix with over 10 bigs. Using that, I'm ready to leave. I'm gonna get out of my chair equity. I think that should count as her one time. So she's out of the one time and the stand-up equity special powers. Next time around is gonna be perhaps not as kind.
I like her. Don't curse her. I like to see her at the final table.
Well, there you go. I'm not the one cursing her. I'm always rooting for the short stacks. I mean, it's difficult enough to get to this stage of the tournament. They will always have my favoritism. There are a few short stacks. Not too many short stacks on our table, by the way. We lost the shortest stack. Frederick Bollier was eliminated. Pocket kings to ace queen, unfortunately. 3 playable hands on this. Wow. I was going to complete my sentence, but never mind. Shinge has bumped up the action and is going to run into the pocket, excuse me, the ace king of Nang there. Very curious how Nang continues in this hand. Has been extremely solid. Player from Singapore. Now has ace king, and he's seen Shinge being very loose indeed over the past few hands.
I think the curious thing was how the Queen Jack off got into the mix. But he will be soon out of the mix. Ace King off, one of the most beautiful hands in tournament poker. No reason to flat here, I don't think. Considering he is UTG +1, you'll be out of position post flop. It's cutting up a big race.
One of the biggest reasons to not flat is so much equity denial in a situation exactly like this. You have ace king, you're comfortable 4-betting. Yes, once in a while you fold out weaker hands such as ace queen, ace jack, but if you can get hands as strong as pocket 9s to perhaps fold, I'm not sure that they will. It's actually a pretty good result. He goes small on the 4-bet, which I also like. The 4-bet looks strong enough as it is. You're effectively asking someone if they're willing to let this hand be their final one in the tournament. That being said, the pot odds might be intriguing to a player like Shinge. Clearly, pretty loose player. Likes to see flops. Throws in a time bank chip, each time bank worth 1 minute. Players get a huge stack of time banks at the start of the day, and they actually get refreshed if they make the final table. Actually, those pot odds coming into play, he makes the call. Look at the stack to pot ratio, 1.5 million in the middle, 1.3 million behind, effective for Shinge. This could be a big one.
It's already a big one. He is here to gamble, pocket 9s. Is he good enough to fold when a king high flop comes out? It does not. Flop comes 10, 8, 6, 2 clubs. Nan has the runner flush draw. And 2 overs.
A very interesting
Shinge has
flop.
a good shot.
9s might be committed to this board here. Does help to have the straight draw Not too many overcards. The 10 very unlikely in somebody's 4-betting range. And Nang decides to check. Shinge checks behind. Gives the free card to his opponent. The queen also interesting. Ace-queen is possible in Nang's 4-betting range, but the queen also gives the double gut shot to Shinge, who once again might be committed in case Nang decides to make a move here. Very curious what happens here. Nang has his opponent covered. Can apply maximum pressure if he so desired.
I'm going to chip in here because the jack is no good to Shinge.
Oh, great point.
With Nang, yeah.
However, it would give Shinge comfort to have that double gut shot, even though he might not know.
True, not
he
robust.
Would be beat. A small bet here, once again. Very interesting sizes. If Nang could
Are we
see
going
the
to see a
hands.
repeat? Are we going to see a repeat of Ace King going crazy versus a pair?
Well, if Nang could actually see the cards face up, he would realize that he has the correct direct odds to make the call. Lets it go. Bit of a misstep there by Nang in terms of how much rope he gave to his opponent, but perhaps would not have been able to get Shinge to fold the 9s anyway. As it happens, look at that. A new chip leader emerges. We're back down to the 2.8 million range. At one point, we had stacks as large as 4.5 million. Now we have 5 stacks, 2 million and above. 1 stack below 1 million, that's Junichi Nakagiri from Japan. And the shortest stack now, 19 bigs. That's Pichai on this table.
Still, the Thai viewers are still rooting for Pichai here.
Actually, exactly
and I
what
would
I was
like
about to say.
Yeah, I'd like to keep him here so that we'll keep the viewership up. And of course, I support Pichai also.
And
I think it's an
Thailand,
excellent
of course.
story.
The best showing by any country at the APT in Taipei was by far Thailand, with both the main event and the high roller going to 2 absolute crushers. Punat Punsri from Thailand and Fachara taking down the main and high roller respectively. Ever since then, I just expect the Thai contingent to absolutely decimate whatever tournament they're in the APT. That is a solid poker country right there.
Well, I'm going to chip in here by saying during APT Taipei main event, the most unique entries came from Taiwan, which is, fair enough, locals. But the second most number of unique entries actually came from Hong Kong.
Very cool.
Lots and lots of Hong Kong players love going to Taipei for poker. It's an easy 1-hour flight, very easy to get to. The culture and the food is kind of similar to Hong Kong.
Let me pause you for a
And
moment,
it's
Steven,
lot cheaper.
because I'm loving what I'm seeing here by Steve Chan, who has been one of the most rock-solid players on this table. I think he realized that Junichi opened from the cutoff, A, because he was in late position, and perhaps simply because he had been fairly quiet for a while. And Steve decides to punish the open, 3-betting the King 10 off from the button and taking that one down. This is the solid, fundamental, deep stack, late stage poker that I'm here to see. Looking at the stacks, very impressive stuff by Steve Chan, who actually is now tied for the chip lead with Shinge. It is so tough to be a small or middling stack on this table when the likes of Steve are just punishing your opens. The likes of Shinge are getting involved in so many hands, outmaneuvering you on the flop. Harder than it looks, ladies and gentlemen.
Steve Chan picking up a legitimate hand again. Ace and 9 suited.
And we see a repeat of the previous hand. Relentless.
Maeda has been actually quiet since that big, massive pot against Shingai. Very reasonable fold from the button. Nian folded the big blind. And oh, so his heads up. Ace-6 suited decided to defend his cutoff. Flop comes 8-5-3, 2 spades.
Perhaps some frustration creeping in for Junichi, resulting in that loose call against a 3-bet. Does flop a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw, but not much else to write home about. Some aggression from Steve here. Could take this hand down, considering the ICM and bubble pressure at play.
What's in the bet? 5 big blind, 200,000. Don't forget this is a 3-bet pot. Takes it down. I'm liking Steve Chan here.
Super impressive, as I said. Just seems to know what to do and which opponent to do it against. He is clued in.
$3.2 million. And at the outer table, I see Nevin and I see Win Lam out there too. We're still at 14 players. We're going to play down to the final 9 before we end today's day 3. Still quite a lot of poker to play for here. He's deuce off. Judging by the previous hands, he's going to open. Maximum aggression.
I think at this point, Steve can announce to the table. Actually, he seems to have
he just
limped.
called.
Yeah.
Oh. Interesting.
Well, I was about to say, he could announce to the table that he is now the big stack and he's going to be involved with hands, whether he has a premium holding or not. The limp, of course, is a bit interesting. Ace deuce, pretty weak. Better off raising, trying to take down the blinds.
As I repeatedly say, hard to play post flop.
Still 14 players in the mix. Everybody guaranteed 8,300 USD. That's a 5.5x return on their buy-in for their efforts already. But what they're looking for is that 100x return up for grabs.
For Nevin, he's just hoping to break even.
Needs one more elimination to break even for his 6 bullets fired into the main event. 9,170. The next payout.
Okay, are we going to see a limp race here? Wouldn't surprise me if he did that. It's like just the right kind of player who would do something so unorthodox. Nope, he's happy with his ace high. Let's see the flop. flops a deuce, but Niang hits a top pair. King 6 deuce, 2 diamonds. Hello, running hot on YouTube. We are already in the money. 95 players got paid in this event, and the bubble burst yesterday evening. We are down to the last 14 players with a very sizable pay jump from now on. Bet his bottom pair, Steve Chen. With obviously the nut flush draw. %32 equity. Guess a call. The river. 5 clubs. Nian checks. Steve checks again. Behind him. Shows a king. And that's good enough. 730k pot.
Okay guys, during break time, we're going to switch the table.
So the floor is telling the outer table that they will be moving to the TV table after the break, which means the break is upon us.
A few more minutes. I think the clock says 3 minutes to go. That's what the players are looking up at right now. Surely we can squeeze in a hand or two. After that, a 15-minute break. And a new feature table. So the outer table becomes a feature table. The table draw remains the same, of course, so the players you see in front of you will continue battling it out. But I personally am excited to get to meet the other players in the field. I hope everyone in chat is as well. We've been following some of the updates on APT.poker live reporting. No spoilers there anymore. They're actually updating on a delay thanks to the stream. We're on a 30-minute delay. Some big stacks on that table, but perhaps most notably the short stack of Hong Lam. All eyes will be on her. There's a slight pay jump to think about, but one more elimination will get us down to 13. 4 away from the end of the day and the final table. Nobody too short on our table at the moment. And I do believe this is going to be the last hand before the break. We're hand number 99 for the day. What a difference 99 hands can make to the destiny of at least the 14 remaining players.
Shingai is starting to hit the flop again, by the way. He just hit middle pair there. Quick check. Steve Chen will bluff. The gut shot. Easy call with second pair. River is a jack. Here's
Chen.
Steve Chen.
Absolute Chen. It's gonna polarize.
Hey guys, please rock up your chips.
Oh, wow, that's a quick fold.
Middle pair, decides to let it go. Good decision, considering Steve had winged the gut shot. And with that, we've hit the 15-minute break,
Maybe Shane Guy is a smoker.
That's right, smoker's always desperate to hit the break. We will not be taking a smoke break, but we will be taking a quick break 14 minutes says the clock. We will see you after those 14 minutes. Do not go anywhere. We will be playing down, most likely, to the final table in the next segment. Be right back. My name is Village Single with Stephen Lai. See you very shortly.
Okay, bring the button. You are the button, right? Okay, pinadala ko yung button sa kanya. Okay guys, make your move.
Same seat, same seat.
Same seat.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
I'm playing a poker tournament here at the Asian Poker Tour and I'm buying in for $6 million. Did I say dollars? I meant Vietnamese dong. I'm playing one of the nightly turbos, just one of 61 different events happening here at the Summer Series in Da Nang, Vietnam by the Asian Poker Tour. So let's get right into the action and let's buy in. One turbo, please. Thanks, Dad. 20K starting stack, 15-minute levels. It's level 1, and I've got 20K chips. Come on. Hi. I'm still alive, though. Still alive. Start of level 7, 18,500 in chips. Level 8, last level before late reg ends, 15,000 in chips, 15 big blinds, staying alive. Ace Jack offsuit versus Ace 5. Need to hit a 2 or a 5. And winner, winner, chicken dinner for me. It's level 9, late reg is over, no more rebuys, and I have 24,000 in chips. I'm over starting stack. Give me the 5 or the 6. Please, Daddy, please. Christy, we're alive. We still have chips left.
It's about to start level 10, and we have 5,500 chips. We have 2.5 big blinds. Okay, that's a good flop for me. Just need to dodge a 10. And that's a good river for me. Double up, here we go. It's level 11. I have like 12,000 chips, so I have four big blinds. That's a great turn. Pick up the flush draw too. Ripper! Still alive, baby. Final 2 tables, top 18. 11 more till the money. 8s versus ace 9 for my tournament life. Flop comes 8. But I need to dodge the open-ended straight draw. Turn is good. Well, it's a lion today. It wasn't meant to be. But I had a great time. I placed 17th out of 53 people. I was in for 12 million. The Vietnamese dong out for 0. But hey, I had a great time. If you want to have a great time with me here in Da Nang in Vietnam with the APT Summer Series, please go to apt.poker for more information. And we'll see you here in Da Nang. Welcome to the final table of the Superstar Challenge. Here's what went down. Yeah! Ge Yingrui all in for his tournament life with Queen 10 of clubs. And that's going to be a good game there for Ge Yingrui of China out in 9th place. As flop comes, and Chun Yuhang of China out in 8th place. And that's going to be a good game for Quang Nguyen Trung of Vietnam placing 7th. Martin Garrett of the Netherlands out in 6th place. That's going to be a good game for Alan Pham from Australia out in 5th place. Chiu Chen of China out in 4th place. And Remy Florent out in 3rd. Which means we're now down to heads up. Joshua Curtis McCulley of Australia versus Bank from Thailand. Even stacks here, but both players all in. Bank with the ace-3 offsuit versus Josh McCulley's ace-jack offsuit. The flop comes 7, 8, 9, ace-jack holding. Turn Queen of Hearts. River 5 of clubs. Josh McCulley wins his hand. And that is going to be a good game from Bank of Thailand. And Josh McCulley of Australia is our winner for the Superstar Challenge.
It was an interesting final table. Came in mostly short, and I was pretty fortunate to squeeze in. And yeah, it was a good experience.
Because he is superstar, so he deserves it.
Thank you so much for watching. If you want to learn more about the APT, please go to apt.poker.
Sako.
Oh, hello. Hello, Nick.
Hey, how are you?
Oh, so good. So good.
Well, how have you enjoyed Danang so far?
Danang, beautiful. 美しい.
So I do this thing, I take players to lunch. Oh. But since we're in this gorgeous Danang, let's go to the beach. Wow, this grammar is just really beautiful.
Beautiful. キラキラしてます.
Yeah, like we look at the water and the sand. It's really nice. I think we can like go to one of those chairs and get a cold drink.
せっかくだったらスポーツがしたい.
Sports? What sports should we do?
パラグライダ
ー. Paragliding?
絶対気持ちいい.
Like fly way up there?
Yes.
No! That's so dangerous. Let's do something else. How about kayaking?
Okay.
Okay?
Okay. Let's go! Hello.
Are you ready?
Okay!
Players are competitive in nature, so today we race.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT main event. We are here at the home stretch of the day 3 of the APT main event here in Da Nang, Vietnam. My name is Vidar Singhal. I'm here along with Stephen Lai in the booth as we play down to the final table of the main event. And what an epic main event this has been. 675 entries leading to the largest prize pool in APT Vietnam history, leading to 168,000 USD first place prize. That's what all the players are aiming for. But first milestone to hit is that final table. We're down to 2 tables. 14 players remaining. That's 7 on each table. We have a new feature table coming in. Average stack is almost 2 million. That means close to 40 bigs. We are looking at a grind all the way down to the final 9 players. 5 more eliminations to go. Steven, I'm excited to meet the few players we haven't met during the course of the coverage of this event. We have a new table coming in.
Well, we are welcoming 2 Vietnamese players back at the feature table. We haven't seen those for a while. A Korean player, Nevin from Taiwan, a Singapore player, and another Thai player in the name of Kon Jai, who is a loose, aggressive player, as I remember.
Yeah, you were covering the table that had Kong Jai on it with Greg, I believe. Anything you remember from his play?
I think we saw a bit of him yesterday as well, and he was just today on day 3 he was 3-betting quite a lot and just taking the aggression with quite marginal holdings. So I would like to see how he gets on. But one thing that I just noticed, our lady player Lam Win Dang Hong, she's now sitting with 1.2 million in chips.
That's right.
At one point she was down to 300.
175, I believe, was the lowest chip stack she had when she went all in. You see those APT trophies, by the way, that shimmered for a second, like a glitch in the Matrix, as we set up with this new feature table. There we see in seat 4, you were mentioning Lam Dang, who had, or rather, Win Lam, I believe is her name. She was at one point chip leading the tournament towards the end of day 2 yesterday, down to under 5 big blinds when she got it all in with Queen 9 against Pocket 10s and actually binked the Queen on the flop. So she is on the comeback trail. Certainly a force to be reckoned with once she has a lot of chips. The chip leader on this table, 2.4 million in chips. Now thinking back to the last feature table we were covering that has now become the outer table, right next to the stage, we had multiple stacks with over 2.4 million in chips. So a very interesting dynamic. 5 more eliminations needed some of the shorter stacks that are hovering around the 1 million chip mark are on this table, but everybody will have to take a look at the other table to make sure they're not bubbling or they're making the optimal play, keeping into account everybody else's chips.
Vidu, I'm just noticing something. She doesn't have 1.2 million.
Indeed, you're right.
That's not 1.2 million. That cannot be 1.2 million. Impossible.
Yeah, we were looking at perhaps a bit of an outdated graphic. So now, looking at her chip stack, every green chip is worth 25k. I suspect she has something closer to 300k. So a very clear short stack, that means. Just around the 6 big blind mark. Blinds, of course, are up after the end of the previous level. 25k, 50k in blinds. That means the big blind has to put out 100k, taking into account the big blind ante. That is a lot. And Lamb is on the button here with 9 deuce off. She actually has 4 bigs.
4 big blinds. Okay, well, that seems like to be the case for her. She started off the day with 1.3 million. And she came into the field late. Fashionably so. And now she's nursing a very short stack.
Well, she has laddered up over the course of the day, irrespective of what happens going forward. Every player guaranteed 9,170 USD, that is, I believe. My apologies, actually it's 8,300 right now. The next elimination will lead to that being the lowest amount guaranteed to everyone. And that is, of course, a very interesting number because the player in seat 7, I believe, Yu Chung Chan, goes by Nevin from Taiwan, bought in 6 bullets. That's $9,000 in investment. So with one more elimination, the man to the right-hand side of your screen in the black hoodie will be in the black.
So our Singaporean friend, Cool, bets 100k into an ace-high board. Nevin also hit the ace. He's under a lot of ICM pressure for breaking even. Turns a king. A chop is imminent.
The second best card in the deck, following a 7 for Nevin. That's Chang on the graphic.
Oh, but not to be.
That reverses the whole situation. A great card for Koo to get value from his aces up now. Nevin will think he is chopping with most aces and likely call off any bet here. 500k in the middle. How much does Koo want to go for?
350 minimum.
With a check on the turn, he might not be giving his opponent credit for an ace. Might go smaller.
$150. And got a call. 2 pair, 3. Correct.
Well,
no
Nevin has 2 pairs as well. Aces and 4s, just not aces and jacks.
Ah, it's very funny. Mayo chopper. They were saying there's no chop. A bit of a dent. Down to 1.3 million. Nevin, the new addition to the Natural 8 Hot team, an ambassador for the brand. He's been playing on the platform for the past 6 years.
Clearly a crusher. Now proving his skills on the live felts as well here at the APT.
Still trying to break even.
Still trying to break even. Needs one more elimination. But jokes aside, with only 14 players remaining, especially the players who have middling or better stacks, that is to say they're more worried about accumulating chips than surviving. I am sure the dream is starting to become clearer and clearer, less and less hazier. You can almost picture yourself lifting that glorious APT Main Event Lion Trophy. Only 13 players between you and Glory. Must be a lot of pressure knowing you could put yourself in the running and tomorrow walk away $168,000 US richer. And as you said, Stephen, you could walk out of the hotel we're at right now and buy yourself a nice apartment with that money in Da Nang, if you so desired, with an ocean view.
Just a one-bedroom one, though. You want to win 2 of this main events to buy a proper nice one with jacuzzi and everything.
Or you win the main event, you put down some money, and then you play the high roller, you win that, you buy yourself a 2-bedroom.
Now we're being a little bit ambitious. Ace Jack off from the button is a very standard open. Not so standard defend from the big blind with 10-3 suited. And the nightmare begins now because Ku at the button has flopped top pair, and then the defender from the big blind has flopped middle pair. Has to take the flop. There's no folding here. So at least 1 street of value.
An ace, extremely likely in the hands of a pre-flop aggressor, but considering the open was from the button, can be very wide. And wow. What an impressive fold. Defending 10-3, hitting the best pair, letting it go with only 1 overcard to the board. As I was just about to say, the button is the one opening, does not need to have most aces, but I think Ku just realizing he would be in trouble the rest of the hand gets away very cheaply. Impressive stuff. See the stacks, by the way, 4 big blind, the shortest stack. Let's not forget, if the orbit completes, 2 of those have to go in when Lamb is on the big blind.
By the way, just to update the viewers, at the outer table, our friend Pichar has been crippled down to 30,000. Not even 1 big blind.
Oh no.
He got it in with pocket 6s versus pocket kings and could not find the 6. So he's now down to 30,000.
Junichi Nakagiri, the benefactor with the pocket kings there. So he finds the double up. He's going to be up to 1 million in chips on the outer table. And I suppose we are very, very close to being down to 13 players, considering the Chai has half a big blind left. Rough news for all the Thai viewers. They still have Kong Chai on our feature table to support. To all those joining us, by the way, and all of those returning as we come back from this break. I saw the numbers dip, understandably, during the break, but we are climbing back slowly but surely. 500 or so viewers watching. Welcome. Thank you for joining us here. We are 5 eliminations away from the final table at the APT main event. If you know any of these players, personally that is, now is the time to get hype. Send them your energy, send them your support and love in chat. And if perhaps you're supporting them without knowing them personally, do it anyway. Because you know what? They're going to go see this live stream once the tournament is over, or maybe at the end of the night. And your support will mean a lot to them.
Well, you are getting some love in the comments.
Akshay Kapoor says, I only know the commentator. What's up, Akshay? Akshay is currently, if I'm not mistaken, battling it out in the Poker Sports League in India. One of the best tournament players in the country. Good to have you here, bro.
Someone from Taiwan is writing poker couple Nevin, correct?
That's right.
You can say poker husband Nevin, even.
Yeah, tell the audience about their channel, Stephen. I think we haven't mentioned it, at least today.
Well, they actually met each other at high school. They were high school sweethearts. And then Nevin grew up playing computer games. He was a very accomplished esport person. And got into poker with his then girlfriend, Wei. And they started learning, getting coached by some of the best players from Taiwan. Started playing on natural 8, start grinding it up, and now they're traveling around Asia and the world to play MTTs for a living.
Pretty cool.
I don't remember the exact year, but I think it's recently they had a baby as well. So maybe 2-3 years ago they had a baby.
Congratulations.
So soon the channel could be renamed Poker Couple and a Child.
Poker family.
Indeed. That's an all-in. A king-queen suited from the big blind. We're talking about 11 big blinds. And that's a bit too much for Nevin to call out from the cutoff. 11 big blinds. Yeah, get rid. A little bit of table talk. Laughing and joking. Maybe throwing a time bank here and there. Yeah, just use it up. And then trying to figure out the puzzle. Unlikely to be good.
Are the pot odds meaningful here?
I wouldn't say so, but it's a very classic Kelly criteria problem here.
That's your way of saying...
You simply...
Yeah, you might be getting a positive EV pot odds, but you could get better ones in the future, and you have to commit too much of your stack for that
Correct.
ROI.
So we're talking, it's not just ICM. It's actually a different, slightly separate concept from ICM. It's not just the pure pay jump value. We're talking about you don't actually have enough of a stack to take that kind of risk.
And Stephen, take note, the players remaining up top have now ticked down to 13. I am taking a wild guess here, but I suspect we have lost the Thai player who was down to half a big blind in the form of Pichai. And mind you, the call from the ace-6 of diamonds, Nevin, happy to see he is ahead. We might be going down to 12 players here.
Nevin just threw Dr. Kelly out of the window and decided to go for it. Ooh.
Kwon just smashes that flop. Top pair and the flush draw.
So removes the ace of hearts from the out.
Wow, never easy. Literally the most action card on the turn. The backdoor spade, diamond draw and straight draw. And there is the backdoor nut flush. We lose the player from China, Kwon. Nevin excitedly takes the addition to his stack. And the 4 big blind stack off lamp. She's being pretty jovial about that.
2 places.
Did indeed pay jump 2 places. There is the next pay ladder, precisely speaking, at the 11th spot, but players walking away with 9,170, including the player who just got eliminated, Q Kwon from China. GG, sir. Down to 12 with 1 player having 4 big blinds. We just saw her smile to the camera. Things are getting real. We could be down to 11 players if that 4 big blind stack gets in the mix, considering many players will be incentivized to call and eliminate her. This is going to be tough to spin up, but we've seen crazier things.
And congratulations to Nevin, who has now broken even in the main event.
Indeed, the 6 bullets fired, the 6th one has made up for all the remaining 5. Very, very well done. How poetic that it's his elimination.
I haven't taken into account of the 10% tax, but hey, who is counting the small changes?
Well, no worries, because one more elimination will comfortably put him in the black for his 6 bullets. The next player out guaranteed. Of course, 9,170 for 12th place, as I said. The next pay jump, 11,000 USD. So over a 1 buy-in pay jump in the mix here with that 4 big blind stack. Looming large, or should I say looming small, over both tables right now.
台湾的朋友大家好，我们就是在这里 support Nevin go go go. So there you go. That was my pathetic attempt at Mandarin.
Sounded fantastic to me.
Wow. Thank you very much. I was going to say something rude, but I took it back.
Steven, how do you say hit like in Mandarin? Why don't you throw that out into the universe?
Okay. 台湾的朋友啊，可以给我一个 like is just like. 给我一个 like 可以吗？你们在看我们的 stream， 可以给我一个 like。有台湾来的朋友就给我一个 like 就可以了，谢谢你们啊。
There we go. I see them ticking up. Very well done.
There you go. 还有一样东西就是，我这一次没有去台北打你们的 TMT， 因为我有留在香港，留在家，就是 stream 这个 APT， 因为我知道 Nevin 会打得很远啊，所以 Nevin 加油 ，Nevin 加油 ，Go go go！ So
go,
I just
go,
said
go.
there's a
I did get that
Taiwan million tournament taking place in Taipei right now. I'm skipping that so that I can stay at home to stream the APT with you.
Very cool.
Gilbert,
This could be the moment.
Oh, this is it. Oh yeah, pocket fours. Here we go.
2 of our 4 big blinds were all in to begin. Excuse me,
go.
in the middle to begin with, because of the big blind and big blind ante, and she's found herself in a very favorable situation. 10-9 v4s, 9 big blinds in the middle. She could more than double up here. It's a flip. Well, jinx, Steven. Ooh. 4 in the window. Spells disaster. Some backdoors possible. That's actually not one of them, and she is drawing dead quads for a win. Takes it well. We lose one of the most entertaining players from day 2, and certainly one on day 3 as well. Lamb has been eliminated in 12th place, walks away with 9,170 US dollars. Flashes the peace sign. GG, ma'am. Very well played. And with that, we are down to 11 players, only 2 eliminations away from reaching the final table here. Off the main event at APT Da Nang. Hong Win Dang Lam was the chip leader at one point in the tournament, out in 12th
We're
place.
down to 11 players. Wow, this is exciting now.
The shortest stack on the table, by the way. Somebody I suspect a lot of our viewers are rooting for. Kong Chai from Thailand. 15 bigs in his stack. Nevin from Taiwan. On your screen right now. 37 bigs, that's 1.9 million. Followed by Lee. Kwang Ho Lee from South Korea, 45 bigs, 2.3 million. Wen, who just made 4 fours there, 50 bigs, 2.5 million. And the chip leader on the table. Shik Xiang, I believe would be his first name. Ku from Singapore. 95 bigs, a monster stack at this stage of the tournament. Open from Win, from the hijack, king queen off, very reasonable. We are 5-handed, by the way, on this table. Certainly have to take that into account with not just your opening ranges, but play on all streets. Who can certainly afford to speculate with Queen 8 off on the big blind. Chip leader on the table. 92 bigs. We've been talking about how in certain situations players ended up with 4.5 million in their stack on the feature table before this, now the outer table. How that was a final table stack. You can certainly see why here. 11 players remaining. Ku is the chip leader on his own table with 4.6 million, good for 92 bigs. Does take this one
looks
down.
like the kind of Q looks like the kind of player who will be able to keep that 4.6 million to the FT.
Perhaps.
Looks very composed.
I know better than to commit to a statement like that, considering the action we've seen today, but I certainly agree with you.
Well, Shingai was going absolutely mental over so many very marginal spots, which is fun to watch, of course. But he wasn't keeping his stack, was he? He wasn't trying very hard to maintain his stack at 3.6 million. He was trying to make it bigger.
Yeah, certainly the player analogous to Ku on our current feature table would be Steve, the local Vietnamese player, Steve Chan. On the other table, extremely solid presence. All in, says Kong Jai. 15 bigs on the cutoff. Fair play with pocket fives. Mystery hand at the moment.
It's a classic plus EV spot to jam pocket fives. Maybe not the optimal play, but no doubt plus EV.
And I don't think Ku has a hand he can call with. Seems to be tempted for some reason. 10-6 suited. Could be a slight tank, taking into account the outer table. Even though he is the chip leader, everybody just wants to end the day, get down to that final table. That is exactly what they've been working so hard, not just today, but for the past 3 days.
And that final table photo as well. Everybody's looking forward to that, don't they?
Oh, it feels so good. As it happens, Kongchai gets this one through, by the way, up to 17 bigs. Some excitement from Chad, I believe. Of course, cannot read Thai, but I can only assume.
No,
Once in a while.
it actually says, why are you pushing fives? It says. No,
That's true. That's
I
true.
just made that. I just made that up.
That's a great point, though. The 555 in Thai.
Yes, yes. I've just been taught by Gilbert how to say hitting the like button in Mandarin, so I will. Whenever Nix picks up a pot, I'm going to speak something in Mandarin again and adding that newly learned Mandarin to the mix. Not yet. Wait for it. Stay on the stream. Mr. Cool on the stream on YouTube says, give Nevin pocket aces. Oh, I wish I could do that. But that superpower I do not possess. And sorry to be a party pooper, but I cannot give people aces, nor can I time travel. Just to explain that, because the stream is delayed by half an hour, so we are watching something that happened half an hour ago.
It's like looking at the light from a star.
Phew.
I love this, by the way. Instant fold by Kuo, which I like. He very reasonably raised Jack-9 off from the button. Not only is he the chip leader, we are five-handed. But I love the 3-bet with the ace rag. Win is here to play, and he's second in chips. A cardinal rule, especially with ICM, or in this case, final table bubble pressure. A massive pay jump is also up at stake. The cardinal rule is to not mess with first in chips if you're second in chips yourself, at least on the table. Win having none of it. 7 straight, not gonna cut it. King deuce. Now we get to see the mode Ku is in. To take a small hit against that 3-bet. Let's this one go. She's clearly not in table captain, table bully mode. Could easily be raising a huge portion of his range. The pressure on all these players is quite high. Yes, we are fairly deep, but with some short stacks in the mix, perhaps on the outer table as well. Ku could certainly abuse his big stack. In this case, Nevin gets in the mix. Jack 10 off from the button, very reasonable. Lee has a pretty foldable hand on the big blind. No need to get too messy. You're at the bottom of your range. You can move on to the next one. That's what he does.
A lesser player than Nevin might just fold 10 jack off to maintain his chip stack. But someone as experienced as Nevin simply did what was the correct play.
Kwang Ho Lee, by the way, perhaps the quietest player on this table. South Korean player, seat 1. Just folded the 7-4 off. Even though we're only 5-handed, which means there's really no place to hide. You face the blinds fairly quickly. Have to get in the mix. Thanks to card distribution mainly. Really has been not involved in many pots so far at this feature table.
Reminds me of another player we watched yesterday, Gago from Spain.
Gong Jai, King 10 off. Is this the moment? No, just a call for now. We'll try to bink something on the flop. Defense King 10 off, very reasonable. Is down to 14 bigs though.
Probably a stop and go situation.
SPR is 2. Just a bit over, in fact. Easy continuation bet, gets the fold. Nevin, that's Chang on your screen, simply knows what to do here. If Ku doesn't want to be table captain, Nevin will happily take the mantle. We had a very long bubble yesterday where on our feature table, I forget the player's first name, but Lee was not the biggest stack on the table by a mile. Had about 50 bigs. Champon had over 100. But Lee quickly recognized he could make the most of the situation. Champon was not interested in being that table bully, really putting maximum bubble pressure on everyone at the feature table. And Lee truly made the most of it with some amazing plays. Could we be seeing that from Nevin?
Fold.
Got aces to fold. Got aces to limp first. Then got them to fold with pure air.
On the turn after checking around on the flop. I just still can't believe what happened there. Yeah, Lee seems like he is here to play, right? He's just very solid. You know, he is not trying to go out of line. Ku folds a 5-4 off. That's a takedown with 8-7 suited. Win is here to play as well, it seems.
Yeah, I'd say the here to play label should certainly go to Win, who's made some interesting moves in the past orbit alone. Lee, very solid, as you said, but wanting to make the final table, as we've been consistently saying, completely understandable. Lee, by the way, does have over 125,000 USD in lifetime earnings. He is now 10 spots away from surpassing that in one tournament alone, which is pretty incredible when you think about it. That's the nature of the APT main events. He's yet to have better than a $20,000 score. He's looking at least 9,000 here. Could easily see him going much deeper than that. And that $21,000 score, by the way, Stephen, at APT Taipei. A
There
single
you
day high
go.
roller.
My favorite.
Also yet to ship a tournament, mind you. Second place is the best he's done.
By the way, I overheard the table talk. Someone did say ATC to Ku.
That's not-
ATC means any two cards.
Exactly.
Duran asks after Incheon which stops are on the schedule. I cannot tell you right now. I think it's a TBC, but a birdie told me last week that we are expecting an exotic location in
Such
the
a
later
tease.
part of the year.
Such a tease. And I don't know either, by the way. So Steven's teasing me here as well.
Put it this way, if it does come true, you will agree with me that the location is indeed very exotic.
Which eliminates India.
No, I didn't say erotic, Marcus, so
Oh
it's
my.
not Bangkok. Oh, there's
Jero
something
and-
happening on the outer table. I think that's an all-in at the outer table.
Love the overhead shot. We will be covering excitement at the outer table in this fashion. 11 players left, 2 eliminations away. If we cut away from the outer table, that means certainly nothing happened, as Neil Johnson said yesterday, repeatedly.
7 times I counted. 7 times.
Whoa, somebody almost fell off
Something
the stage
is
there.
happening. I think he went down to check out what's going on.
Kongjai, Queen 7 off the computer hand in the cutoff. Not going to make the cut. 13 big blinds. Needs something he can go all in with. Jeroen says whole Southeast Asia is exotic to me. That's funny. Jeroen, just come down to Incheon, buddy. Kicks off August 25th. South Korea. I think it's probably the best combination of exotic and metropolitan you'll get. Limp from the small by Nevin. I think he's observed that Win is mighty aggressive, particularly in the blinds. King 3 off. Could be one of those hands, Steven, which you turn into bluff. Decides to just check for now. Top pair for Nevin. Sometimes the game is easy.
As good as a check mark. Turns an 8, which gives Win a backdoor flush draw. Throws in a small bet and took it down. Nothing happened indeed. No elimination yet.
We're on the final table soft bubble here. 11 players left. 2 more eliminations. Then we will have that coveted final table photo. 2 players that are still in the mix on our table here, the feature table, or the outer table, will unfortunately not be a part of that photo. They will, of course, still walk away with the hefty prize of 11,000 USD. And mind you, Nevin now comfortably in the black, Steven. Taxes be damned. 6 bullets fired. That's 9,000 USD in the mix. 11,000 guaranteed. Staring down the barrel of the final table and the potential for 165,000.
You know, raising a baby is not a cheap endeavor. So, you know, I'm on Nevin's side. He needs every penny he earns.
Suspicious raise size, by the way. The 2.2x from the chip leader. ATC. People were saying any two cards. King 6 off is certainly part of the ATC range of holdings. A smile from Lee before defending the blind. I'll tell you what people who smile don't have in that spot. Aces and kings. I don't know about that. Certainly a live tell, so to speak. 10-7-6 on the board. A gut shot for Lee. Bottom pair for Koo. Two clubs on the board as well. Check, check. And now a double gut shot for Lee. A queen or an 8 will give him a straight. And two pair, kings up.
Two pair, yes.
Lee bets it. Semi-bluff.
Interesting. And a call. River a deuce. Changes nothing.
The brick of all bricks. And Koo has done a good job convincing even me that he has something like a Broadway draw. Maybe a weak pair. Lee could decide that a big bet can steal this spot. Chosen many time banks. That simply means he's going to take his time with the decision, and however many time banks remain unused, he will be receiving those back from the dealer. Truly taking his time here, deciding whether to bet with this jack high. Answer seems to be yes.
225.
That's right.
Oh, 200.
I think one chip just fell at the end.
Yeah. Yes.
And saved him 25k. So there you go.
He did cut up a 225 bet.
Koo only is deciding whether to call or raise. Might not see the value in raising. Thinking he won't be getting called by worse.
And you know what? He just called that bet. Oh no, he raised. He raised to 510.
Jerwin in chat says, I'm actually considering it, referring to APT Incheon. Do they accept euros, dollars maybe? I think we had this discussion yesterday. And thanks to some help from chat, we came to the realization that dollars work just fine at the APT.
If you prefer something more electronic, USDT, Ethereum, is also accepted. And also Natural 8 credit.
$569 of you watching in chat. Thank you so much for being here. If you haven't yet, hit like. We've had thousands of people come and go, but the likes have not exceeded 100. Not gonna lie, that makes me a little bit sad. We're only 26 clicks away. Just take out your phone or laptop, hit like. Make me a happy person. But thank you nonetheless for being here. Appreciate you guys supporting us as we grow the game of poker in Asia, particularly live poker. If there's any doubt that live poker is alive and well in the world and in Asia in particular, just watch these APT streams with us and you'll realize how eclectic the game can be.
And I'm going to do my terrible Mandarin one more time. 台湾的朋友给我一个 like 点赞，给我一个 like 我们的 YouTube channel 因为有 like 才可以扩大，给我们一个 like 可不可以啊？谢谢你们。Thank you for the answer, very useful. I appreciate it. Natural 8 credit also means GG credit. Oh, I'm not sure. I think yes.
Kongjai's rail is activated in chat. He has flopped bottom pair, facing the top pair of Win. Could get carried away here. Win has been a very active player on this table. Cuts out a lot of chips. Only to count them, it seems, for now. He has 545,000. Good for 11 bigs. Wow. Puts half of them into the middle. He is betting a lot, counting on the fact that his opponent should not have a pair most of the time on this board. Button open and continuation bet. Sort of a feeler raise. And now what do you do? 180 was committed into the middle. 365k behind for the man with bottom pair. He could easily convince himself into thinking his opponent just has maybe Jack 10 for a straight draw and 2 overs. Maybe just 2 overs like Ace King. Does make the call. He's going to be at risk with 18% equity. 5 outs is all he has. We might be down to 10 players unless a 3 or a 4 hits the board here. Kongjai at risk. The man from Thailand. 6 changes nothing. 5 outs. 1-3 has been eliminated. 4 cards save Kongjai not to be. And we are down to 10. GG to the player from Thailand. Kongjai goes out in 11th place, walking home with 11,000 US dollars. Gives a smile to the camera, much appreciated. 264 million VND is the payout, to be precise. And the outer table takes a glance at the feature table, realizing now we are on the stone bubble of the final table for the APT Da Nang main event. If there are any Thai viewers in chat who can also understand me, by the way, let's have a GG or maybe the Thai equivalent for the final player from Thailand, Kongjai.
Good effort. Very good effort. So we are stone bubbling the final table. It seems something's happening at the outer table too. Or are they waiting for hand? No, something's happening at the outer table. So for viewers who may not know, Singaporeans also speak, a lot of Singaporeans also speak Mandarin, just like Taiwanese. So Nevin and Ku are conversing in Mandarin.
At least one Singaporean on the outer table as well, if I remember correctly, in the form of Nang.
谢谢台湾的朋友 Nevin 应该会达到 final table 了。See, my vocabulary is so bad in Mandarin, I always have to end up speaking 1 or 2 words in English.
Impressive nonetheless.
I'm trying. Oh, thank you. Sean Chang says your Chinese is very good. Well, thank you very much. Kendrick Calvin Tang, where is poker in Taiwan? Well, Taipei has the biggest purpose-built poker arena in Asia. So if you go onto Facebook and look for CTP Club or the Asian Poker Arena, you'll find more information about the Asian Poker Arena. It can host up to 65 tables. A beautiful place, pure poker place, non-smoking. It's amazing.
A zoom in, by the way.
Come on, Anthony.
At the feature table. Steve Chan, who's been a huge force in this tournament, particularly today on day 3, seems to be fairly crippled in chips here. If you look at the stacks in front of him, I suspect that adds up to 500k or so. A decent amount in the middle right now as he's involved in this pot. Stacked up his chips as though he was going to put them in the middle. And I suspect he is one of the shortest stacks in the tournament right now. Seems to be in the small blind at the moment. The feature table might be peaking at the outer table, the one we're looking at right now, and realizing somebody's at risk. A lot of players which are middling stacks can actually just fold their way into the final table at the moment. That is also an opportunity for the big stacks to take advantage of that crazy ICM final table bubble pressure. We are hand to hand, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, understandably. Don't want tanking to be a feature here. This way. Both tables start each hand and only resume the next hand when both tables are wrapped up.
I believe Nevin is opened UTG.
Most important hand, guys. Hurry up. What's happening?
Ku is thinking, well, if the FT bubble is burst, he's going to fold this pre-flop. Nevin has opened UTG.
Well, I mentioned the big stacks can make the most of this opportunity. As we were discussing earlier, Nevin is always up for taking up the mantle of table captain. Knows what to do at most stack depths. Completely aware of the dynamics. The shortest stack on the table now on the button. Blinds 25k, 50k. I'm assuming he has about 10 to 12 big blinds. Steve Chan, that is, in seat 1. Apart from reaching the final table, there's a pretty big pay jump in the mix as well, over $2,500 USD.
It looks like Maeda is doing fantastically. He's got a huge stack of 100Ks.
Wow. Junichi Nakagiri got moved to the feature table. Had under 10 bigs, all in with ace-4 against the jack-9 of spades off Nevin. Flops a gut shot. 8, 9 or jack will end it. Queen doesn't really make the cut. 14 outs though, thanks to the open-ender. Ace-4 seems in good shape, and the 9 ends the dream for Nakagiri. He is the bubble boy for the final table. And the short stack of Steve Chan makes it into the final table. We have a final table here, ladies and gentlemen. GG to Junichi, the player from Japan. And applause heard around the floor. And a fun look at the camera there. And with that, we are going to be wrapping up coverage for the day. That is it, ladies and gentlemen. Steven, what do you make of our final table. We've had a chance to see most of the players now, actually all of the players. I think tomorrow when we come back for coverage and we play down to the winner, we are up for some exciting action.
Well, like I said earlier, we were watching Maeda a lot during the feature table, on the feature table, and I think he's got maybe over 3 million. It's amazing. And Nevin, of course, I not like Nevin's play very much. He's a very accomplished poker player, so I look forward to watching him. I also look forward to seeing what Koo is capable of, because we've only seen a little bit of him, but he's going into the final table with a very healthy stack.
Yeah, we did have the big stack Koo sort of calm down on our feature table towards the end of coverage there, but perhaps making the final table meant a lot. Even though he had a big stack, a lot of players just want to wait until they make the final table before they really kick into fifth gear, as we say. You did mention Maeda, some other absolute killers on the other table as well, but also these guys will go back home rather, and perhaps study the footage from today. I highly recommend it because every player was covered and they can learn a lot about the players they will be battling tomorrow. And the battle will be for $165,000 to the first place finisher. A magnificent prize to be fighting for.
And that beautiful trophy also, don't you forget.
With that, we will be wrapping up coverage here today, day 3 of the main event in Da Nang. But make sure you join us tomorrow for the final table. To everybody who's watching us on YouTube, on Facebook and Twitch, thank you so much. We will see you all tomorrow as we play down to the winner of the main event in Da Nang. My name is Vidar Singhal with my partner in crime, Stephen Lai. Thank you for watching, and we will see you tomorrow.
Maybe side profile a bit, side profile bro. The other side, turn the other side a bit. Okay, closer, do it.
And there you have it, folks, our APT Da Nang main event final table. Thank you all so much for watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Make sure you tune in tomorrow at 12:45 p.m. where one of these 9 players will be walking away with 4 billion Vietnam dollars and, of course, the coveted APT main event Lion Trophy. Have a good night. Thank you for watching. And one last time, folks, for your APT Da Nang main event final table!
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards, including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today. to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.